Our story begins as a resurrected tarnished with no renown, and yet it seems somewhat strange that we, as a supposedly unknown character, wake up in the chapel of anticipation. We fight a grafted scion, fall into the sea, and wash up in a cave.
Don't worry, Torrent. Fortune is on his side. We found him here, after all. One of his kind is sure to seek the Elden Ring. Even if it does violate the Golden Order.
Melina and Torrent find us, and we get the flasks of crimson and cerulean tears. The one washed up on the gravesite was sure to die, until this flask offered its gift of rejuvenation to seek the Elden Ring. After we emerge from the cave to the surface, the entire lands between stretches out before us. The Erdtree is clearly visible in the distance. Our task? Seek the Elden Ring. We seem to have been resurrected, but we have no idea what awaits us on our journey through the lands between, nor do we know anything about our own past. It is as if we have been resurrected without any memory of our former selves. Sometime later we meet Melina again, where she now introduces herself and joins us. She tells us that it was Torrent who chose us.
I bequeath to you this ring. Use it to traverse great distances. It will summon a spectral steed named Torrent. Torrent has chosen you. Treat him with respect.
It's not just Melina and Torrent who seem to have a special connection to us. On our journey, we also meet the witch Ranni, who has a gift for the very person chosen by Torrent.
I'd heard tell of a tarnished hurtling about atop a spectral steed, and upon looking into the matter, the talk, I surmise, is of thee. Thou art possessed of the power, no? To call forth a spectral steed named Torrent. Ah, as I had hoped, I was entrusted this for thee, by Torrent's former master. 'Tis a bell for calling forth spirits.
We get a spirit calling bell and the spirit ashes of 3 lone wolves. Spirits of wolves chased from their pack. They later encountered a nameless tarnished who welcomed them as hunting companions. Although Ranni has a gift for us, Torrent's chosen, it doesn't seem as if she knows us. It seems as if someone has prepared in the background to provide us with support through Melina, Torrent and Ranni. Additionally, we are one of the few who can see the guidance of grace and, more importantly, receive its blessing should we die. Through the blessing of grace, we are revived again and again. We follow the guidance of grace. We fight our way through the entire lands between, and in the end we even set the Erdtree on fire to get into the inside of it. Setting the Erdtree on fire seems to be part of a prophecy believed in by heretical prophets. That this prophecy is about setting the Erdtree on fire is indicated, among other things, by the incantations Catch Flame and Flame Sling. These say, incantation originating from a sinister prophecy. The flame of ruin is anathema to the Erdtree, but prophets sometimes glimpse it within the faith all the same. Sadly, when this occurs, their sole reward is banishment. The prophet, as a starter class, already has the Catch Flame incantation from the start, and based on the description, seems to represent such a banished prophet. A seer ostracized for inauspicious prophecies. The robe of the prophet states, robe of exiled prophets who foretold misfortune and were persecuted and driven from their homes as a result. The shackles around the neck warn passers-by not to lend an ear to their sermons. We even meet one of these prophets in the Round Table Hold. Brother Corn is familiar with the fire incantations Catch Flame and Flame Sling, and his robe reads, Robe of Corn the Cleric. Even after exile, Corn refused to recant his prophecies, and for this he was blessed with the guidance of grace. Since then, the cartwheel draped on his neck has served as a reminder that true guidance awaits those with iron wills, those with unwavering faith. Accordingly, the guidance of grace seeks out those who have the potential to fulfill the prophecy. However, it seems that Corrin has turned away from believing in the prophecy. At the end of his quest, he is concerned about what his master Goldmask is looking for on the mountaintops of the giants, and that he might want to set the Erdtree on fire.
I've been gripped by a terrifying thought. The rhythms and calculus of the Master's finger betray a suspicion of the holism of the Golden Order, a conceit, I am afraid, that cannot be overlooked. Oh, but how could this be? I dread to even entertain the possibility, but somehow I cannot cast aside my doubts about the Master. Tell me, have I simply lost my head? Only, if the Master were true to the Golden Order, why would he think to breach this forbidden mount of fire?
Possibly, the description in his robe is to be understood in such a way that after his resurrection he sees the cartwheel as a reminder to remain loyal to the current Golden Order. He was resurrected with the blessing of grace because he believed in the prophecy in his previous life. But after his resurrection, he turned away from it and committed himself to the infallibility of the Golden Order. This even caused him to lose the gift of seeing the guidance of grace. This is hinted at in his dialogue line if we kill him.
Oh, guidance of grace, why can't I?
The incantation Fire's Deadly Sin best explains the prophecy. Incantation originating from a deeply ominous prophecy. The prophet despaired, looking up at the Erdtree, for soon the kindling would burst into flame, bringing ruin. The burning of the Erdtree is the first cardinal sin, that is not the domain of mere man. This is where it is most clearly stated that the prophecy is about the first cardinal sin, setting the Erdtree on fire with the flame of ruin. The prophecy is therefore about both Melina, the kindling maiden, and us, whom Melina guides through the lands between. We learn that Melina is the kindling maiden from the blade she wields. Dagger given to one who set out on a journey to fulfill her duty long ago. The power of its former owner, the kindling maiden, is still apparent. The candle trees and the candle tree wooden shield also seem to refer to the same prophecy, thought to represent a surreptitious prophecy of cardinal sin. The lit candle tree design was forbidden. The candle trees appear in the world as spectral phenomena. Ghosts in the vicinity guide us to interesting nearby locations to support us. Interestingly, the model of the candle trees in physical form can be found in the Harlech tree. This may indicate that setting the Erdtree on fire is also in Miquella's and Malenia's interest. Looking back, we can summarize the following. We, a nameless tarnished, were resurrected with no memories and the task to seek the Elden Ring. We meet Melina, Torrent and Runny, who have been commissioned by a certain person to support us. And we are guided by the guidance of grace, which seeks out those who have the potential to fulfill the prophecy, and it is we, with the help of Melina, who fight our way through the lands between and set the Erdtree on fire as the prophecy foretold. In the last chapter, we realized that we, together with Melina, are those who fulfill the prophecy of setting the Erdtree on fire. In connection with the prophecy, there is now another item that refers to a prophecy. While wandering around in the lands between, we come across 7 paintings that a wandering artist has left behind. One of these paintings is titled Prophecy. If we take a closer look at this painting, we can see the Chapel of Anticipation, Stormveil, and the Fringe Folk Hero's Grave. We were resurrected in the Chapel of Anticipation. We came from the Fringe Folk Hero's Grave to take our first steps in Limgrave, and Stormveil is the first major destination on our journey. The reward for finding the painting is the Warhawk Ashes, which contains the line, "Spirit of a Stormveil Warhawk. With its lord vanquished and its wings wounded, the hawk perished as it solemnly gazed at its former home. The storm is a warhawk's cradle." With Stormveil in the painting, the Warhawk Ashes fits thematically in the overall picture. The line, "The storm is a warhawk's cradle," describes a birthplace. It may even allude to our birthplace. However, the title seems a bit out of place. Although we already know that we are part of the prophecy, it still doesn't seem entirely appropriate for the painting. Some in the Elden Ring community believe that the title was mistakenly swapped with the painting Flightless Bird, because this painting is apparently thematically related to the prophecy. However, I believe that the titles were deliberately chosen and would like to share my interpretations with you in this video. Elden Ring is not just a video game. Elden Ring is art. Many of the game's locations have been designed like paintings. This should have become clear in many situations. We encounter the beauty of Elden Ring in Limgrave, at Siofra River, in Leonia, in Lanedale, at the Harlech Tree, and in many other situations. I am convinced that we have to interpret Elden Ring as art in order to uncover all its secrets. In the following chapters, I will use recurring themes, metaphors, parallels, and subtext hidden in-game to get more information from what is given to us. Since for many in the community this does not meet the standard of a theory, I refer to my conclusions as interpretations. Nevertheless, I am convinced of my interpretations because, in my opinion, they create a common picture like many small puzzle pieces. I hope to make this picture a little more recognizable for you with each chapter. We should first get an overview of all the paintings. In my opinion, these contain information that has not yet been worked out by the community. The paintings can be divided into 2 groups. 4 of the paintings contain a reference to the Erdtree. The remaining 3 also form a group, each containing hidden information about 3 major characters. After the series Are Godwyn, I will devote myself to these 3 characters and the associated paintings. If we now look at the 4 paintings with a reference to the Erdtree, they can even be arranged according to the size of this reference in the painting. We get the following order: Prophecy, Resurrection, Homing Instinct, and Flightless Bird. We will first look at these individually. As we have already established, the first painting, Prophecy, and its item reward tell of a wounded and dying hawk and of Stormveil as a birthplace. The second painting is titled Resurrection. It shows the Academy of Raya Lucaria, and the item reward is a Lavaltier as well as the Juvenile Scholar Cap and Juvenile Scholar Robe, which match the theme of Juvenile Scholars reincarnated by Renala. The robe says, "Robe worn by young Academy Scholars. Yet their rebirth is not without imperfections, and thus do they repeat the process, eventually becoming utterly dependent upon it. Rebirth is as sleep to them, and with each awakening memory fades into oblivion." This information refers to Renala's Juvenile Scholar, but as part of the lore, it seems rather useless and doesn't give much away. I believe that the memory loss is mentioned because it is about broader thematic connections that I'm trying to make clear later. In any case, the painting is about rebirth and memory loss. The third painting is titled homing instinct. It shows both a minor Erdtree and graves. On closer inspection, you can also see the silhouette of the Church of Pilgrimage in between. The item reward is the Incantation Scarab. It reads, "As a scarab approaches death, it abandons its royal treasure and stretches its wings wide for a long journey to its home nest." Thematically, the painting is about an instinctive journey home when death approaches. The Church of Pilgrimage also suggests a kind of journey. It may be about an instinctive journey home to the Erdtree. This reminds me of the last lines of Godric.
"And one day, we'll return together to our home, bathed in rays of gold."
With the lines of Godric, the Pilgrimage Church, and the minor Erdtree, the painting could depict a journey to the Erdtree. On the other hand, however, it is also possible, starting from the graves in the foreground in Limgrave and the description of the Incantation Scarab, that the painting depicts a journey home to Limgrave at the approach of death. The last painting is titled Flightless Bird. In this painting, the Erdtree can be seen in front of a red sky. The item reward is the incantation Fire's Deadly Sin, which reads, "Incantation originating from a deeply ominous prophecy. The prophet despaired, looking up at the Erdtree, for soon the kindling would burst into flame, bringing ruin." The burning of the Erdtree is the first cardinal sin, that is not the domain of mere man. Thematically, this painting is obviously about burning the Erdtree and the prophecy that predicts it. Now let's look again at all four paintings with their themes in the corresponding order. Stormveil as a place of birth, rebirth without memory, instinctive journey home to the Erdtree, and fulfillment of the prophecy and burning of the Erdtree. The paintings always point with their topics to the next painting. In the first painting, a place of birth is discussed. The topic of resurrection of the second painting follows on directly from this. In the second painting, a related memory loss is discussed. This is directly followed by the theme of instinctive travel in the third painting. The third painting suggests a journey home to the Erdtree. This connects directly to the theme of the fourth painting, which is about the Erdtree and prophecy of setting it on fire. I think it is now easy to see that these four paintings actually tell our story. Finally, let's look at the supposedly transposed titles. As many know, Miyazaki has a penchant for cycles. I believe that the transposed titles are supposed to establish a connection between the fourth and the first painting. The title Flightless Bird refers to the first painting and the wounded hawk from the description of the warhawk ashes. With its lord vanquished and its wings wounded, the hawk perished as it solemnly gazed at its former home. The storm is a warhawk's cradle. The flightless bird at the Erdtree is the dying warhawk with wounded wings that looks at his former home Stormveil, and Stormveil is considered the birthplace of warhawks. In summary, the paintings tell the following story. The flightless bird gazing at its former home Stormveil dies at the Erdtree. In Stormveil, he is reborn. At his rebirth, he has lost all his memories. Instinctively, he travels to the Erdtree. And finally, he fulfills the prophecy and sets the Erdtree on fire with the flame of ruin. The story of the flightless bird, or rather, the story of the paintings, reflects our story as a nameless tarnished. If that is really the case, then we died at the Erdtree in our previous life. Could it be that in our previous life we were the demigod Godwyn the Golden? After all, the prophecy says, the burning of the Erdtree is the first cardinal sin that is not the domain of mere man. Could it be that we are a resurrected demigod? Another Lord Tuber already discussed the fact that in the intro scene of our revival, noises can be heard in the background that resemble the wandering mausoleums. Let's take a look at the Wandering Mausoleums and the Mausoleum Knights. The Wandering Mausoleums are home to soulless demigods, as revealed by the Mausoleum Soldier's Ashes and the Mausoleum Circled. Mausoleum Soldier's Ashes. The mausoleum is where the bodies of soulless demigods are lain to rest, and these soldiers followed their masters into death by severing their own heads from their bodies. Mausoleum Circled. Armor worn by headless soldiers who endlessly guard their wandering mausoleums. The surcoat depicts the mausoleum bell, which rings in constant mourning for the soulless demigods. Obviously, the demigods were alive and died in the past. The mausoleum knights and soldiers followed them into death. Godwyn was the first demigod to die, so the others only died after this event. The mausoleums have bells that ring continuously in mourning for the fallen demigods. Bells are associated mostly with calling spirits. For example, we have the spirit calling bell, the wraith calling bell, and also grave glove wards that point this out. Spirit calling bell. A bell capable of summoning various spirits from ashen remains. Wraith calling bell. Ring bell, using FP to summon brawling wraiths. Wraiths are said to be the vengeful spirits of those who died when cursed. Grave glove ward, each a soundless bell used to summon spirits. The spirit ash of Lutel, the Headless, tells us, spirit of a headless knight who leads the mausoleum soldiers. Lutel sacrificed her life so that in death she could continue to protect the soulless demigod until their revival, earning her the hero's honor of earthly burial. Together with the information from Lutel, we can assume that the mausoleum knights and soldiers are protecting the mausoleums because they are waiting for the resurrection of the demigods. The bells serve to summon the souls of the demigods. Most of the mausoleum soldiers and knights can be found in the nameless Eternal City, close to the corpse of Godwyn. Interestingly, some mausoleum knights have weapons surrounded by a golden flame, which builds up Deathblight when hit. Deathblight is associated primarily with Godwyn. Could it be that the mausoleum knights are also waiting for Godwyn to rise again? In Castle Soul, we encounter spirits who say the following: Lord Miquella, forgive me. Their son has not been swallowed. Our prayers were lacking. Your comrade remains soulless. I will never set my eyes upon it now, your divine harlotry. The other one says, O great sun, frigid sun of soul, surrender yourself to the eclipse. Grant life to the soulless bones. Both messages are about the occurrence of an eclipse and the resurrection of a soulless demigod. We find another item in Castle Soul, the Eclipse Shodel, storied sword and treasure of Castle Soul that depicts an eclipsed sun drained of color. In Soul, the sight of an eclipse inspires a dreadful awe, preventing an onlooker from averting his gaze. The skill reads, Death Flare. Set the lusterless sun ablaze with the Prince of Death's flames, inflicting the death ailment upon foes. It becomes clear that the black golden flames are the flames of Godwyn. I think that the term drained of color can be roughly equated with the meaning soulless. This is most evident in the miniature doll of Ranni. The moment Ranni's spirit leaves the doll, it appears rather grey and, according to its description, is merely a shell. The smithing stones and the glove wards also contain the same clue. The ghost glove wards have a spirit around them and appear rather bluish. The grave glove wards, on the other hand, lack a spirit and also appear grey. The somber smithing stones with the description drained of color are also depicted more in black and white. Looking at all of them together, it becomes clear that the description drained of color means that there is no spirit or soul present. The eclipse, described as drained of color, thus soulless, could represent the soulless demigods. The eclipse shotel, which represents the eclipsed sun drained of color, filled by the flame of Godwyn when the talent death flare is used, might symbolize how the body of a soulless demigod takes in Godwyn's soul. Interpreted this way, the eclipse shotel represents Godwyn's resurrection. The mark of the eclipse can also be found on the Mausoleum Knights. Apart from the fact that some of them carry the flame of Godwyn, they also bear the symbol of the eclipse on their cape and on their great shield. Furthermore, there is the Eclipse Crest Pita shield. Eclipse Crest Pita shield. The sun in eclipse is said to be the symbol of the wandering mausoleum, where the soulless demigods slumber. The Eclipse Crest Great Shield reads, Metal Great Shield painted with the sun in eclipse, carried by the headless Mausoleum Knights. The eclipsed sun, drained of color, is the protective star of soulless demigods. It aids the Mausoleum Knights by keeping destined death at bay. In this case, the eclipsed sun, drained of color, alludes to a ritual that enables the Mausoleum Knights to protect the wandering mausoleums. This is probably the ritual of the sacrificial axe, which detaches one's own soul from one's self. The fact that it is the ritual of the sacrificial axe is indicated by the wing ornaments on the backs of the Mausoleum Knights and the resulting connection to the death birds. In the armor of the Mausoleum Knights it says, Armor worn by headless knights who endlessly guard the wandering mausoleum. The wing-shaped ornaments on its back evoke the death bird, a self-inflicted curse that ties the spirits of these loyal knights to the land, having willingly beheaded themselves so that they may serve their masters in death. The sacrificial axe says, Hatchet used in ancient sacrificial rite. A deathbird is depicted as a malevolent deity. The power of the rite yet lingers. A small amount of FP is restored upon slaying a foe. The still present power of the ritual is apparently the Mausoleum Knights and soldiers. The fact that FP is restored when killing an enemy can be interpreted as depriving the soul or spirit. According to the armor of the Mausoleum Knights, the souls are bound to the land. The skulls at the wandering mausoleums are probably those of the Mausoleum Knights and soldiers and contain their souls, which keep the mausoleum moving. The spectral beings without heads are therefore soulless beings, which have the eclipse as a symbol at the point where the head was severed. The cross-section at the neck in this case represents the eclipse and the ritual of the sacrificial axe. The soulless demigods in the mausoleums are also headless as a sign of being soulless. With the help of the ritual and the binding of the soul to the wandering mausoleums, the Mausoleum Knights apparently try to keep out destined death, the power of the Rune of Death. This is also described in the Eclipse Crest Great Shield. The eclipsed sun, drained of color, is the protective star of soulless demigods. It aids the Mausoleum Knights by keeping destined death at bay. Could it be that similar preparations have been made for us in the Chapel of Anticipation? Perhaps it was the abyss around the Chapel of Anticipation that stopped the power of the Rune of Death, in a similar way to the wandering mausoleums, which tried to keep it out by walking. There is even a bell in Stormveil that may have had the same function as those of the wandering mausoleums, to lead the soul of Godwyn to Stormveil. Let's summarize. The Mausoleum Knights protect soulless demigods from the power of the Rune of Death. The Mausoleum Knights await the resurrection of their masters. Some Mausoleum Knights used the flame of the Death Prince Godwyn and apparently have some kind of relationship with him. The symbol of the eclipse is closely linked to the Mausoleum Knights and Godwyn. And the eclipse shoulder might symbolize the resurrection of Godwyn. Based on the last chapter, it seems that some Mausoleum Knights are waiting for Godwyn's resurrection. The main task of the Mausoleum Knights is to protect the wandering mausoleums, which is why the Mausoleum Knights can usually be found among them. However, there's one Mausoleum Knight to whom this does not apply. A single Mausoleum Knight with a sword surrounded by the golden flame of Godwyn stands directly in front of the Black Knife Catacombs and gives the impression of guarding it. I think it's these little details that are sometimes crucial to understanding what's behind the story of Elden Ring. I think that we should draw important conclusions from these small details. In addition to the Mausoleum Knight, there is a Black Knife assassin inside of the Black Knife Catacombs. Since the Mausoleum Knight is guarding the catacombs, it seems as if they are even allied. On one side we have the Black Knife assassins who murdered Godwyn in the Night of the Black Knives, and on the other the Mausoleum Knights who are waiting for Godwyn's resurrection. How does this fit together, and what is the relationship between the Black Knife assassins and the Mausoleum Knights? It makes sense to start by looking at what happened in the Night of the Black Knives. Roger is the one who tells us the most about this event.
It happened during the golden age of the Erdtree, long before the shattering of the Elden Ring. Someone stole a fragment of the Rune of Death from Malekith, the Black Blade, and on a bitter night murdered Godwyn the Golden. That was the first recorded death of a demigod in all history, and it became the catalyst. Soon, the Elden Ring was smashed, and thus sprang forth the war known as the Shattering. I once wished to become a scholar, you see. I've spent many an hour scouring the archives for knowledge of that fateful plot. The world has grown crooked, and if you intend to put it to rights, you'd better understand what happened to make it this way.
The Night of the Black Knives was probably the most significant event in the context of our story, as it also led to the shattering of the Elden Ring and the war, the Shattering. Roger goes on to say,
You recall our conversation about the Night of the Black Knives, yes? They say the assassins who carried out the deed were scions of the Eternal City, a group entirely of women arrayed in armor of silver under cloaks which fooled the eye. The knives they wielded, though, were imparted with the power of the Rune of Death through sinister rite. Please, I beg of you, lend me the knife print for a time. I'd love nothing more than to tease out its secrets. Though only a fragment, a very specific ritual had to be performed to impart the power of the Rune of Death. Traces of the one who performed the rite are sure to remain in the imprint. Now I have a fairly good idea who performed the rite upon the blade. The person who orchestrated the Night of the Black Knives. Lunar Princess Rani, one of the children born to King Consort Radagon and his first wife, Ronala, demigod and sister to General Radahn and Praetor Rykard. Hers was the name I discovered in the imprint.
After Roger tells us this and we confront Rani with this information, she tells us the following.
Indeed, I am the witch Rani. I stole a fragment of the Rune of Death and used it to forge the god-slaying black knives through fearsome rite. I did it all.
The statement, "I did it all," sounds a little exaggerated. She certainly didn't do everything on her own. For example, it was the Black Knife assassins who carried out the deed. I think the world of Elden Ring harbors secrets that go deeper than some people think and leaves a lot unclear. In the moment when we lie to Rani at our first meeting that we don't have a spectral steed named Torrent, she says the following.
Quite the stubborn one, aren't we? Wise in a way. The lands between are home to lies and cheats aplenty. Perhaps thine ample mistrust will be to thy benefit.
Elden Ring encourages us to be suspicious and try to look behind the intentions of some characters. Ranni, for example, certainly didn't act completely alone. In addition to the Black Knife assassins, another person played an important role. Ranni's brother Rykard was rewarded with the blasphemous claw on the night in question. Here it says, "Blasphemous claw, a slab of rock engraved with traces of the rune of death. On the night of the dire plot, Ranni rewarded Praetor Rykard with these traces. Should the coming trespass one day transpire, they would serve as a last resort foil, allowing Rykard to challenge Maliketh the Black Blade, the black beast of destined death." Ranni may have performed a ritual, imbuing the Black Knives with the power of the Rune of Death, and possibly taking a leading role in this night, but she definitely did not act alone. I think there's a lot more to the Night of the Black Knives that has remained hidden from us so far. What we know is that Ranni, Rykard, and the Black Knife assassins were part of the conspiracy. Let's take a closer look at the intentions of Ranni and Rykard. Ranni's motive becomes clear in the dialogue with her. She tells us the following about herself.
I was once an Empyrean, of the demigods. Only I, Mikola, and Melania could claim that title. Each of us was chosen by our own two fingers, as a candidate to succeed Queen Marika, to become the new god of the coming age. But I would not acquiesce to the two fingers. I stole the rune of death, slew mine own Empyrean flesh, casting it away. I would not be controlled by that thing. The two fingers and I have been cursing each other ever since.
As an Empyrean, she was to be Queen Marika's successor, and thus arguably the coming vessel of the Elden Ring. The incantation Elden Stars says, "It is said that long ago the Greater Will sent a golden star bearing a beast into the lands between, which would later become the Elden Ring." So if the Elden Ring is the Elden Beast itself, then Marika is also the vessel of the Elden Beast, and Ranni should become her successor in this respect, the new vessel of the Elden Beast. The Fingerslayer blade says, "The hidden treasure of the eternal city of Nokron, a blade said to have been born of a corpse. This blood-drenched fetish is proof of the high treason committed by the eternal city and symbolizes its downfall. Cannot be wielded by those without a fate, but is said to be able to harm the Greater Will and its vassals." Here, the two fingers are referred to as vassals of the Greater Will. The remembrance of the Elden Beast states, "It was the vessel beast of the Greater Will and living incarnation of the concept of order." The Elden Beast is also considered a vassal of the Greater Will. As vassals of the Greater Will, the two fingers are apparently the ones who select a potential new vessel for the Elden Ring, and therefore the Elden Beast. They use their manipulative abilities and even the creation of shadowbound beasts to ensure that the Empyreans do not rebel. Ranni wanted to defy her given fate dictated by her two fingers and escape the influence of the Greater Will and his vassals. To do this, it was apparently necessary to free herself from her body. Does it have to do with how demigods or Empyreans are created? Does it have to do with the properties of their bodies? In any case, we know that it is necessary to free oneself from one's body in order to escape the influence of the Greater Will. As Ranni said,
I stole the rune of death, slew mine own Empyrean flesh, casting it away. I would not be controlled by that thing.
Most people probably think that the term, that thing, refers to the two fingers. However, I rather like the idea that she is alluding to the Elden Beast for whom she should serve as a new vessel. Both ideas are conceivable in my opinion. Ranni's brother Rykard apparently also had little regard for the Erdtree and the Greater Will. As allies in the Night of the Black Knives, Rykard and Ranni will have had similar motives, to resist the influence of the Greater Will and oppose it. This tendency became even stronger after he allowed himself to be devoured by the serpent. Not only his later title, Lord of Blasphemy, indicates his dislike for the greater will. In Taker's cameo, which depicts him in the time before being devoured by the serpent, it says, "When Rykard turned to heresy, taking by force became the rule. The gods themselves were no different after all." The Remembrance of the Blasphemous also states, "Rykard took the form of a giant serpent, that he might devour, grow, and live eternally. I understand the road of blasphemy is long and perilous. One cannot walk it unprepared to sin." Rykard's character is characterized above all by his rebellion against the Golden Order and the fact that he did not want to be controlled by it. In relation to the Knight of the Black Knives, Rykard's motive was therefore also to resist the greater will. Recusant Bernal, a later ally of Rykard, sums up this view.
O greater will, hear my voice. I am the recusant Bernal, inheritor of my brother's will, and you will fall to my blade. We refuse to become your pawns. Consider this fair warning.
The Nox, the inhabitants of the Eternal Cities, from which the Black Knife assassins also originate, had similar views towards the greater will. In the Nox Mirror Helm it is written, "One among the Eternal City's ritual implements. Worn by those committed to high treason, it wards off the intervention of the greater will and its vassal fingers." Interestingly, the Carrion family had connections to the Nox. Apart from Nox statues in the Church of Absolution and a portal in Renner's Rise, which leads to the vicinity of the Eternal City of Noxtella, we find the sword Urumi in Caria Manor. Urumi. This weapon, made of extremely thin, flexible blades of metal, is wielded like a whip by Nightfolk warriors. We can select the appearance of a person from the Nightfolk in the character creator. The features of those known as Nightfolk. Few in number, they were said to bleed silver long ago. As these creatures have healthy legs, they are definitely not first or second generation Albinorics. We only see similar creatures with the same appearance in the Eternal Cities. There, mimic tears transform into humanoid creatures that correspond exactly to the appearance of the Nightfolk. If the Nightfolk lived anywhere, it was definitely in the Eternal Cities. According to this, the Urumi in the Caria Manor points to a connection between the Carian family and the Eternal Cities and the Nox. Ranni's war counselor E.G. also wears a helmet that is strongly reminiscent of the Nox Mirror Helm. E.G.'s Mirror Helm. Helm fashioned from a crystal-looking glass, said to have never left war counselor E.G.'s head. Worn by those committed to high treason, it wards off the intervention of the greater will and its vassal fingers. E.G. was afraid, terrified of his own treachery. It is also true that Ranni wants to usher in the Age of Stars, which the Nox long for. Every piece of the Nox armor sets contains the following lines. Long ago, the Nox invoked the ire of the greater will, and were banished deep underground. Now they live under a false night sky, in eternal anticipation of their liege, of the coming age of the stars and their lord of night. In the end of Ranni's quest, when we killed the Elden Beast, she says,
"To every living being and every living soul, now cometh the age of the stars. 1,000-year voyage under the wisdom of the moon. Here beginneth the chill night that encompasses all, reaching the great beyond. Into fear, doubt, and loneliness, as the path stretcheth into darkness."
In all endings, except the Frenzy Flame ending, the Elden Ring is restored and another Elden Lord follows. In Ranni's ending, however, the goal is not only to free oneself from the influence of the greater will, but to free the entire lands between. It is the ultimate liberation from the greater will, in which the Elden Ring is not repaired, but vanishes along with Marika. The lines, "Here beginneth the chill night that encompasses all, reaching out the great beyond, into fear, doubt, and loneliness, as the path stretcheth into darkness, are not meant in a negative sense. They are about the absence of light, guidance, and manipulation by the greater will. Without the guidance of the greater will, the beings in the lands between are now on their own, but free from its influence, as Ranni and the Nox have longed for. All in all, we can say that the Carian family, and Ranni in particular, are connected to the Nox in the Eternal Cities, and that Rykard, Ranni, and the Nox share the intention of freeing themselves from the influence of the greater will. We know from Roger that the Black Knife assassins come from the Eternal Cities. The item description of the Black Knife armor states, "The assassins that carried out the deeds of the Night of the Black Knives were all women, and rumored to be Numen who had close ties with Marika herself." Additionally, Marika is also called Queen Eternal by the spirit at the Pilgrimage Church, which leads to the assumption that she not only had connections to the Black Knife assassins, but also to the Eternal Cities, from which the Black Knife assassins originate. Marika's escarseal could also indicate a connection to the Eternal Cities, as it can be found at a waterfall on the edge of the Eternal City Nokron. Marika therefore has some kind of relationship with the Black Knife assassins and the Nox. There is now another person who has a connection to Marika and the Black Knife assassins, Melina. Melina was born at the foot of the Erdtree and was given a task by her mother.
I was born at the foot of the Erdtree, where Mother gave me my purpose.
This information suggests that Melina is a daughter of Marika. In relation to the Black Knife assassins, Melina's fighting style is very similar to the movements of the Black Knife assassins. Melina's blade is also very similar to the Black Knives, and they even share the same skill animation. These characteristics indicate some connection to the Black Knife assassins. In front of the office where we find Melina's blade, and which may have been one of Melina's places of residence in the past, we find the official's attire. It reads, "Surveillance, executions, gruesome rituals. The darkest duties drive the wheels of mankind." The fact that Melina may have been involved in gruesome rituals could be a further indication that she was also involved in the Night of the Black Knives. Melina was given a task by her mother in the past and therefore seems to be acting in her interests. If Marika and Melina were indeed involved in the Night of the Black Knives, then the question of motive arises. What were Marika's and Melina's intentions? Although Melina is the daughter of Queen Marika, she seems to have been operating out of the shadows in Lanedale. But why? In addition, Melina has noted positively that we would oppose the Golden Order.
Even if it does violate the Golden Order.
The fact that Melina acted out of secrecy in Lanedale and was looking for someone like us to oppose the Golden Order could indicate that she had already conspired against the Golden Order in the past. In the first chapter, we also established that the guidance of grace is given to those who have the potential to set the Erdtree on fire and thus resist the Golden Order. The moment we tell Enya about our plan to set the Erdtree on fire, we get the following reaction.
Heavens forbid. That is not the domain of mere men. The burning of the Erdtree is the first cardinal sin. And you say you seek the power of the Rune of Death too? The Rune of Death goes by two names. The other is Destined Death, the forbidden shadow plucked from the Golden Order upon its creation. Unleashing the rune now would be unthinkable. The fingers would never permit it. Nor would the greater will.
Since the guidance of grace supports those who have the potential to set the Erdtree on fire, neither the two fingers nor the greater will are behind the guidance of grace. There are many details that suggest that it is Marika who is behind the guidance of grace. For example, Fire Knight Queeline implores Marika to grant him her blessing of grace.
Queen Marika, I implore thee, bestow thy grace.
There are even little references, like the rune arc and fortified manor, that can be associated with Marika, and at the same spot in Roundtable Hold, we find the golden shadow of grace. Since it is Marika who is behind the guidance of grace and who wants to burn the Erdtree, she obviously opposes the Two Fingers, the Golden Order, and the Greater Will. That she shattered the Elden Ring should be proof enough of this. Anya is telling us.
Queen Marika is the vessel of the Elden Ring, carrier of its vision. A god in truth. But after the Elden Ring's shattering, she was imprisoned in the Erdtree, a grim punishment for shattering the Order. Despite her godhood, the fingers speak. Marika's trespass demanded a heavy sentence. But even in shackles, she remains a god and the vision's vessel.
In the Roundtable Hold, two factions are actually facing each other. On the one hand, we have Marika, who is acting against the Two Fingers, the Golden Order, and the Greater Will. This is hinted at by the fact that she is the one behind the guidance of grace, which supports those who have the potential to fulfill the prophecy of setting the Erdtree on fire. She also shattered the Elden Ring and inflicted a wound on the Elden Beast. Furthermore, Melina acts in the interests of Marika and supports us in setting the Erdtree on fire. Melina positively noted that we would even violate the Golden Order. On the other hand, we have the Greater Will and its vassals, which include the Two Fingers and the Elden Beast. If you pay attention to the wording of the Two Fingers, they actually do not want us to replace the Golden Order, but to restore it.
Brave Tarnished, your great rune is a handsome shard of the Elden Ring. Seek another of its kind to become Elden Lord and restore the Golden Order.
The Two Fingers and the Greater Will try to influence, manipulate, and use the Tarnished to restore the Golden Order. Ranni is aware of this.
How long will it be, I wonder, before the Tarnished tire of obeisance to the Two Fingers?
The Greater Will and his vassals still stand by the Golden Order. If Radagon is to be assigned to one of the two factions, he would belong to the faction of the Greater Will and the Golden Order, since Marika refers to him as the Leal Hound of the Golden Order.
In Marika's own words, O Radagon, Leal Hound of the Golden Order.
In Marika's hammer, it says, the tool with which Queen Marika shattered the Elden Ring and Radagon attempted to repair it. The conflict between Marika and Radagon is still ongoing. While Marika seeks to overthrow the Golden Order and destroy the Elden Ring, Radagon seeks to repair the Elden Ring and restore the Golden Order. From a certain point in history, it was prophesied that the Erdtree would burn. The prophets who prophesied the burning of the Erdtree were banned by the Golden Order as a consequence. The Candletree Shield, which is considered a symbol of that very prophecy, was also banned. It is Corrin's story that makes it clear that the guidance of grace and the Golden Order are opposed to each other. After his banishment, Corrin refused to avert his prophecy that the Erdtree would burn. In the course of time, he died and was resurrected by Marika and her guidance of grace because of his conviction. Apparently, he lost his memories in the process and was subsequently manipulated by the Two Fingers, swearing allegiance to the Golden Order. His loyalty to the Golden Order was the reason why Marika and the guidance of grace turned away from him. Judging by the wound on the Elden Beast, Marika's goal was probably to destroy it along with herself. At the end of our story, we learn from smithing master Hugh that this is in line with Marika's wishes.
Yes, ma'am.
My masterpiece to slay a god. That's all I've lived for. And my promise to Queen Marika.
Roderica's dialogue complements Hugh's statement and makes it clear that the aim is to kill Marika.
Please, become Elden Lord. Hugh was always saying that you were a lord to him. So slay her with the weapons he smithed. Slay the god Marika, who cursed us all.
However, killing Marika is probably actually about destroying the Elden Beast. The moment we destroy the Elden Beast is when we receive the message, God slain. The shattering of the Elden Ring was no spontaneous reaction, as she has prepared and gave Melina and Hugh a task to help us destroying the Elden Beast. Since the Elden Beast was not to blame for the Night of the Black Knives, Marika's intention cannot be a reaction to the Night of the Black Knives. Marika did not act spontaneously. She deliberately prepared in advance to oppose the Elden Beast, possibly even before the Night of the Black Knives. According to this, Marika and Melina had intended to revolt against the Golden Order and thus against the Greater Will, long before the shattering of the Elden Ring. Marika and Melina had similar intentions to Ranni, Rykard and the Nox. Could Marika and Melina really have been involved in the Night of the Black Knives together with Ranni, Rykard and the Nox? Let's look at the connections between Ranni, Melina and Marika. Melina is in possession of Torrent and hands it over to us. Ranni has received the spirit calling bell and the lone wolf ashes from Torrent's former master, which she hands over to us. It seems as if the same person is behind the support of Ranni and Melina, Torrent's former master. Since Melina is acting in Marika's interest and has a close connection to her, we can assume that it is none other than Marika herself. The lone wolf ashes, together with the statue in Farm Azula and Maliketh as Marika's shadowbound beast, could also indicate that it is Marika from whom we received the spirit calling bell and the lone wolf ashes. Marika is the one who made the preparations to support us through Ranni, Melina, Torrent and Hugh. The cooperation between Ranni and Marika only makes sense if the Night of the Black Knives was in Marika's interest. It must be Marika who is behind the Night of the Black Knives. Marika and Ranni both share connections to the Nox. Marika is opposing the Golden Order and wants to kill the Elden Beast. Ranni wants to free herself and the entire lands between from the influence of the Greater Will and usher in the Age of Stars. I would even go so far as to say that they had the same goal, the Age of Stars, liberation from the influence of the Greater Will. And this is the reason why Ranni holds Marika's head so unusually carefully, because Marika and Ranni were both working towards the same goal. Let us turn back to the events of the Night of the Black Knives. Ranni has given Rykard a task regarding the Night of the Black Knives and imbued the Black Knives with the power of the Rune of Death. The Black Knife assassins murdered Godwyn. Marika has connections to the Nox, the Black Knife assassins, and later entrusts the Spirit Calling Bell and Lone Wolf Ashes to Ranni. In addition, Marika and Ranni are united by their intention to overthrow the Golden Order. All of this points to Marika being involved in the Night of the Black Knives and apparently being the one ultimately behind it. Melina also seems to have some kind of connection to the Black Knife assassins. Here, too, we can assume that Marika is the one instructing Melina. They all share the same intention of opposing the Golden Order and thus the Greater Will. But how does Godwyn's assassination fit into the bigger picture? Now we come back to our first thought. The Mausoleum Night with Godwyn's flame guarding the Black Knife Catacombs with a Black Knife assassin in it. In addition to the Black Knife assassins, the Mausoleum Knights also have a connection to the Nox. The wandering mausoleums have the architecture of the eternal cities, and thus suggest a connection to the Nox. If the Black Knife assassins are even allied with the Mausoleum Knights, then one thing becomes clear. Godwyn's resurrection was part of Marika's plan. Let's take another look at the Chapel of Anticipation in comparison to the Wandering Mausoleums. The Wandering Mausoleums have a bell to summon the soul of the fallen demigod. In Stormveil, there is a bell in the church tower that may have had the same function, to summon the soul of Godwyn. The Wandering Mausoleums are constantly on the move to keep themselves off the ground and thus away from the power of the Rune of Death. The Chapel of Anticipation has no connection to the mainland, only a great abyss around it, which could also be a protection against the power of the Rune of Death. The Wandering Mausoleums are protected by the headless Mausoleum Knights. By comparison, the entrance to the Chapel of Anticipation at the Four Belfries is guarded by headless trolls. To free Godwyn from the influence of the Greater Will by freeing him from his body was part of Marika's plan, as well as his resurrection in the Chapel of Anticipation. Marika cared for Godwyn. Torrent is the only one who recognizes us after our resurrection, and through whom Marika ensures that the Spirit Calling Bell and the Lone Wolf Ashes are passed to us. Together with Torrent, we fight the Elden Beast in the name of Marika. The Age of Stars ending is the one that Marika and Ranni long for, because in this ending, Marika is freed from her curse as a vessel, and the entire Lands Between is freed from the influence of the Greater Will. The prophecy is ultimately about Godwyn, who is to be resurrected in the Chapel of Anticipation and who opposes the Golden Order. Let's summarize. On the one hand, we have the Greater Will and his vassals, the Elden Beast and the Two Fingers, and Radagon, who represent the Golden Order and who want to restore it. On the other side, we have Marika, who opposes the Golden Order, the Elden Beast and the Greater Will. Together with the Black Knife assassins, Rykard, Ranni, Melina and Godwyn, Marika has conspired against the Greater Will, and they all try to oppose him and his vassals. Freeing themselves from the bodies plays an important role in this. Both Ranni and Godwyn should free themselves from their bodies and thus escape the Greater Will's influence. Marika's plan involved Godwyn's soul to survive the Night of the Black Knives and him to be resurrected in the Chapel of Anticipation. It is also Marika who instructs Ranni, Melina, Torrent and Hugh to support us, the resurrected Godwyn, in our fight against the Golden Order and the Elden Beast to end what she began. It remains to be seen, however, how Godwyn survived the Night of the Black Knives. In the last chapter, we realized that we are probably none other than Godwyn himself. Marika, together with Ranni, Melina, Rykard and the Black Knife assassins, planned the Night of the Black Knives to free Godwyn from his body and thus from the influence of the Greater Will. According to the prophecy, Godwyn is to be resurrected in the Chapel of Anticipation and oppose the Golden Order. I would also like to add that Miyazaki often uses keywords to suggest that a connection exists. In this case, the keyword anticipation is used both in the description of the Nox armor, where it is stated they wait for eternal anticipation for their liege, and in the name of the Chapel of Anticipation. However, everyone assumes that Godwyn is dead. But if the prophecy is true, how did Godwyn survive? After all, the curse mark of death says, "This curse mark was carved at the moment of death of the first demigod, and should have taken the shape of a circle." However, 2 demigods perished at the same time, breaking the curse mark into 2 half-wheels. Ranni was the first of the demigods whose flesh perished, while the Prince of Death perished in soul alone. To find out how Godwyn was able to survive this night, we should look at who Godwyn was. Let's go back in time to the age of the Erdtree. Godwyn is the son of Queen Marika and Elden Lord Godfrey. The practices of the Dragon Communion were widespread among the armed forces of the Erdtree. There are still banners with the symbol of a dragon and armor of knights which were later banned from the royal capital. The banished knights apparently partake in Dragon Communion and probably have done so in the past. On the one hand, we find the Dragon Communion seal with one of the banished knights, and on the other hand, the banished knights use Dragon Communion incantations. Nowadays, they are banned from the royal capital, but back then they were forces of the Erdtree. The practices of the Dragon Communion include the consumption of the hearts of defeated dragons in order to absorb their powers. In the Dragon Heart it says, "Dragon heart seized by a dragon tracker. Riddled with gravelstone, this grotesque organ continues to beat vivaciously. An offering used in the Dragon Communion. Consume a dragon's heart at the altar to make its power yours. While a terrible and savage-looking thing, the heart has a peculiar beauty to it." It is quite conceivable that the consumption of the heart symbolizes the absorption of the dragon's soul. In many of these, the consumption of the heart may even enable the eater to transform into a dragon for a time and gain dragon-like abilities. As stated in many of the Dragon Communion incantations, one of the incantations of Dragon Communion transforms caster into a dragon. In the age of the Erdtree, the royal capital Leyndale was attacked by the ancient dragon Grandsax. In the malformed dragon helm it says, "A malformed golden helm, adorned with various dragon imagery and worn by the misshapen tree sentinels." After the great ancient dragon Grandsax attacked, the sentinels had an epiphany. The only way to truly protect the Erdtree was to become dragons themselves. The huge ancient dragon Grandsax attacked the royal capital of Leyndale for reasons unknown, but fortunately the royal capital's forces were able to repel him. The malformed dragon helm is depicted with a dragon. Interestingly, it has long hair, scales, and a tail fin. The tail fin is quite unusual in Elden Ring itself, but in general, dragons are most often associated with water in literature. Godwyn was already alive at that time, and the only place in the lands between where we see a tail fin as depicted on the helm is on the body of Godwyn. This makes me suspect that Godwyn himself apparently also partook in Dragon Communion. As a result, Godwyn had acquired the powers of dragon and was even able to transform into a dragon at times. If these external features of Godwyn's corpse were a consequence of the Rune of Death or the Death Root, we would have found them in other places as well, but this is not the case. Therefore, they were features of Godwyn when he was still alive. It may have been Godwyn himself who repelled Grandsax by temporarily transforming into a dragon and fighting him together with the forces of the Erdtree. Godwyn's transformation into a dragon and the repulsion of the dragon Grandsax may have been the event on which the following epiphany is based. The only way to truly protect the Erdtree was to become dragons themselves. After the defense against the ancient dragon Grandsax, the War of the Ancient Dragons broke out, the war between the forces of the Erdtree and the ancient dragons. The war may have even reached as far as Farum Azula, since we even find a Crucible Knight still fighting the Beastman there. In the sword monument near the Stormcaller Church in Altus, it says, "The rooting of the ancient dragons, Godwyn the Golden fought to the last, earning the friendship of dread Fortissax." The item descriptions of the incantations Electrify Armament and Honed Bolt are fitting. Long ago, Godwyn the Golden defeated the ancient dragon Fortissax and befriended his fallen foe, an event that gave rise to the ancient dragon cult in the capital. Godwyn fought fiercely in the War of the Ancient Dragons and defeated the ancient dragon Fortissax. After that, Godwyn took in Fortissax's soul and the two became friends and lived in symbiosis with each other in the further course of history. After Godwyn had taken in the soul of Fortissax and carried him as a friend within him, he also founded the Dragon Cult. This cult is based on incantations that summon the powers of lightning. It was the taking in of Fortissax's soul and their friendship that gave Godwyn these powers. After the war, Godwyn was therefore known primarily for fighting with golden lightning. The incantation Death Lightning says, "Incantation that channels the power of the ancient dragon Fortissax, now corrupted by death." It is said that this golden lightning was wielded by Godwyn, who befriended Fortissax. Let us return to the present. In the course of our journey, we meet Fia, the deathbed companion, who has dedicated herself to the Death Prince Godwyn, the soulless body that dwells in deep-root depth and was once Godwyn the Golden. The Hellbrand curse marks, which were left on both Ranni and Godwyn during the ritual on the Night of the Black Knives, are needed by Fia to create a mending rune. Fia tries to resurrect Godwyn as a mending rune. At the crucial moment when Fia wants to absorb the Death Prince's life force, she lies down with the Death Prince and we can enter her dream. In the dream, however, we do not meet the Death Prince. We meet the soul of Fortissax and fight him. After we have defeated Fortissax in the dream, Fia gives birth to the mending rune of the Death Prince. Some think that this is a reincarnation of Godwyn. If we look at the origin of other mending runes, they apparently arise from souls. Goldmask's mending rune of Perfect Order can be found on his corpse and seems to embody his views. We find the same scenario with the Dung Eater. After we have given the Dung Eater enough seedbeds, he dies and leaves behind the mending rune of the Fell Curse, which also embodies the views and principles of the Dung Eater. With the mending rune of the Death Prince, Fia tries to grant the Death Prince new life, but it is Fortissax and herself who give their lives in the process. The mending rune of the Death Prince most closely embodies the views and principles of Fia, who wants to see those who live in death as an accepted part of the world. I believe that it is a fallacy that the mending rune of the Death Prince is actually a reincarnation of Godwyn. Miyazaki deceives the player just as every other character in the story is deceived. This is precisely what makes the game so brilliantly immersive. Fia's mending rune is called the mending rune of the Death Prince because it was not known what was going on inside Godwyn. Inside Godwyn, it was the soul of Fortissax that was desperately fighting against the power of the Rune of Death, as it says in the Remembrance of Fortissax. Remembrance of the Lich Dragon. After Godwyn the Golden became the Prince of Death, the ancient dragon fought long and hard against the death within its companion. Alas, victory was never achieved, and its only reward was corruption. Fortissax fought long and hard against the power of the Rune of Death within the body of Godwyn's corpse. Fortissax's great resilience enabled him to defy death for the entire time he spent inside the Death Prince. I think Fortissax agreed to fight against the power of the Rune of Death to allow Godwyn's soul to escape and was also part of Marika's plan for the Night of the Black Knives. With Fortissax's help, Marika and Godwyn tried to trick the ritual and override the death of Godwyn's soul. It is in the nature of dragons to sacrifice themselves for their lord. After all, the Drake talismans say, the ancient dragons who ruled in the prehistoric era before the Earth Tree would protect their lord as a wall of living rock, and so it is that the shape of the dragon has become symbolic of all manner of protections. In addition, it was also the dragon-like powers that Godwyn possessed that gave him a certain resistance to the power of the Rune of Death. We learn that dragons have a special resistance to death in the Ghost Flame Breath incantation. It says, the land of spirit graves is home to all manner of dead, and even the corpses of fallen dragons found their way there. Several of them were endowed with such vivacity that even in death they could not fully die. The line, several of them were endowed with such vivacity that even in death they could not fully die, is a reference and subtle allusion to the circumstances of Godwyn, that even in death he has not yet fully died. The soul of Godwyn escaped without anyone in the lands between noticing. Let us search for traces of Godwyn in the vicinity. Not far from Godwyn's corpse, we find a cyst of the Prince of Death in a cave. It reads, Prince of Death's cyst. The fetid, overgrown cyst taken from facial flesh greatly raises vitality. Vitality governs resistance to the effects of death. It is said that this cyst came from the corrupted visage of one unable to die a true death. Indeed, it comes from the Prince of Death. sign of the Golden Bow, and first of the dead among the demigods. The cyst has an unusual effect. Instead of harming us and causing death blight, it does the opposite. It strengthens vitality and increases resistance to death. In addition to the cyst, there's also the Prince of Death's pustule, which has the same effect. It says, Prince of Death's pustule. A fetid pustule taken from facial flesh. Raises vitality. Vitality governs resistance to the effects of death. It is said that this pustule came from the visage of the Prince of Death, he who used to be called Godwyn, as first dead of the demigods. It's said he's buried deep under the capital at the Erdtree's roots. Not only does it have the strange effect of increasing vitality and thus resistance to death, it is unusually far removed from Godwyn's corpse. The cyst and the pustule are said to come directly from the face of the Death Prince. These cannot be the usual Deathroot that appears and grows everywhere in the lands between. Deathroot looks completely different. The Deathroot is completely black and has pale eyes, while the pustule and the cyst have golden hair and golden eyes. Also, not far from here, we come across a finger reader crone. She tells us the following.
Oh, Lord Godwyn, such cruelty, such humiliation. Oh, my poor sweet lordling should have died a true death, as the first of the demigods to die, as a martyr to destined death. But why must it yet bring such disgrace? A scion of the Golden Bow, sentenced to live in death. How could such a thing come to be?
Obviously, the cruel act she's talking about is the Night of the Black Knives and the cruel ritual with which Melina and the Black Knife assassins, together with Godwyn, tried to free him from his body. Because Godwyn willingly took the risk of dying during the ritual with the power of the Rune of Death, the finger reader crown refers to him as a martyr of destined death. Furthermore, she says that he did not suffer a true death. Instead, he is now said to be one of those who live in death. What does all of this mean? Additionally, in the moment D, Beholder of Death, kills Sophia, he says,
"This is what's become of your precious witch. Naught but expired meat and bone. This is a proper death, O Prince. Look at this rotten whore. No more children can be got from this useless flesh. Behold, your mother is dead." This is revenge, you witch, and you ghoul. This is the wrath of D.
D refers to Godwyn as a ghoul here. Could this be an allusion to the real circumstances of Godwyn's death? We know that Godwyn did not die a true death. There is another item that contains the term true death, namely the putrid corpse ashes. These spirits appear some distance from the summoner. Though their movements are dull and confused, their low moans make them effective at drawing the attention of enemies. True death does not come easily for them. We actually have both here. The putrid corpses are obviously ghouls that are unable to die a true death. Could it be that something similar applied to Godwyn? Let's take another look at the Black Knife Catacombs. These are apparently closely related to the Night of the Black Knives. Interestingly, in addition to the Black Knife Assassin and the Mausoleum Knight, we also find necromancers in the Black Knife Catacombs. These raise dead bones to life by conjuring spirits in them. For this reason, they are also called those who live in death. These are spirits that settle in dead bodies and thus bring them back to life. Furthermore, we still don't know what role Rykard played in the Night of the Black Knives. In addition to Rykard's later sorcery, Rykard's Rancor, we find an illustration of an undead in Rykard's cameo. Apparently, Rykard practiced necromancy. If we look at everything together, it becomes clear what happened to Godwyn and what role Rykard played. It is exactly the circumstances described in the putrid corpse ashes. Godwyn's spirit was summoned by Rykard at some distance from his corpse as those who live in death. In this way, Rykard made his contribution and helped Godwyn to escape. As a putrid corpse and ghoul still fighting against death, Godwyn apparently loses parts of his body, leaving behind the Prince of Death's cyst. As those who live in death, Godwyn tries to escape. Unintentionally, he leaves pustules and cysts as traces. The finger reader crone laments Godwyn because he has escaped her influence, as she was also the wet nurse of Godwyn. As a finger reader crone, she is on the side of Radagon, the two fingers and the greater will. The true nature of the finger reader crones comes to light when they are attacked.
Your path leads only to death.
They are nothing more than old manipulative witches. Godwyn was able to escape as those who live in death, as a ghoul that loses pustules and cysts because he's rotting and fighting against death. The pustules and cysts still contain the vitality of Godwyn, which has fought against death and for this reason has just that effect. In the immediate vicinity of Godwyn's corpse, we find the Prince of Death's cyst, where Godwyn apparently rose as a ghoul, as one of those who live in death. The closest place where we find other pustules and cysts is directly above Deeproot Depth in front of Leyndell. There we find Deathblight crabs with exactly these pustules and cysts. Apparently, Godwyn also lost some here. The next ones we find in Eastern Leonia. There we also encounter Deathblight crabs with the same characteristics. Finally, we end up in Stormveil, where the Prince of Death's pustule is located. These are traces of Godwyn as he fights against death and makes his way to Stormveil until his spirit finally reaches the Chapel of Anticipation. This becomes even clearer when you look at the locations on the map. Finally reaching the Chapel of Anticipation, however, Godwyn falls into a deep sleep in his new body and remains there until, after what seems like an eternity, we actually awaken. There are further clues which can be found in the form of color coding. Deathblight, which arises from the power of the Rune of Death, has the colors black and gold. But if we now look at the Deathblight crabs, they have a third color, turquoise. Even their Deathblight mist is not gold as usual, but turquoise. Quite unusual. There is a mystery behind this as well. This color combination is not only found on the Deathblight crabs, it can also be found on the Deathblight basilisks. What both creatures have in common is that they apparently have a resistance to death and can live with it despite their infestation. If you look very closely at the rejuvenating boluses, you will even find the color turquoise hidden in them. The rejuvenating boluses heal you of Deathblight infestation. If you look at the context in which the color combination of gold, black and turquoise occurs, you will see that it is always associated with resisting death. The basilisks continue to live despite the Deathblight inside them. The crabs with Godwyn's pustules, which also increase resistance to death, also live despite their infestation. The rejuvenating boluses even heal you from it. After awakening in the Chapel of Anticipation, we were pushed into the sea by the grafted scion and stranded in a cave. We almost died there if Melina hadn't given us the flask of crimson and cerulean tear, which says, "The one washed up on the graveside was sure to die, until this flask offered its gift of rejuvenation." After we received the gift of rejuvenation and finally came out of the cave to the surface, it was the sky that shone in exactly these colors, a subtle illusion that we, as the resurrected Godwyn, have overcome the battle with death. The game has even more hidden references to the true events of the Night of the Black Knives. Above Deep-Root Depth, in the outer area of Langdale, there is a place where followers of Godwyn the Death Prince can be found. We recognize that these are followers of Godwyn because the Omen uses the death sorcery Fear's Mist. Similar to Fear, all followers present here wear a hood as a symbol. This area was designed with Godwyn in mind and contains the hidden references to the true events of the Night of the Black Knives. Behind the group of Godwyn's followers, we find the Twiggy-Cracked Tear and the Winged Crystal Tear. The item description of the Twiggy-Cracked Tear says, "The resulting concoction prevents one's runes from being lost upon death. The effect of the Crystal Tear protects the loss of runes upon death. A sacrificial twig can also be seen in the icon of the Crystal Tear, which has the same effect. Prevent rune loss upon death, but will be lost itself in exchange. The sacrificial twig also serves to protect the runes in case of death. Instead of losing the runes, the sacrificial twig is sacrificed and destroyed. Sacrificing the sacrificial twig in the event of death instead of one's own runes symbolizes Fortissax's noble sacrifice for his friend Godwyn. Unfortunately, Fortissax never overcame the power of the Rune of Death and was instead corrupted by it until we come and relieve him from his suffering." The Winged Crystal Tear is a reference to the flightless bird, the wounded warhawk, Godwyn's soul, which looks at Stormveil and tries to escape death in order to be reborn exactly there. Godwyn's survival with the help of Fortissax and Rykard is probably the best kept secret in the Lands Between. No one will ever know about Fortissax's noble sacrifice for his companion Godwyn. Our friendship with Fortissax is the reason why we are able to envelope our bodies in lightning. The incantation Dragonbolt Blessing says, "Only those loved by dragons can survive the ordeal of cladding their bodies in lightning." And obviously, we are able to do just that. The Finger Reader Crone in Deep-Root Depth is apparently aware that Godwyn escaped, as those who live in death. Accordingly, it is also known to Radagon and the Greater Will. And this is apparently one of the reasons why the Golden Order is hunting those who live in death to find Godwyn.
"I have a matter of my own to attend to. I spotted the mark of the centipede here in the village. An ill-omened symbol that should not be. Someone or something threatens the sanctity of the Golden Order and must be eradicated."
During our journey, Marika is still imprisoned in the Erdtree after shattering the Elden Ring. And there, she is still being interrogated by Radagon and the Elden Beast to find out what happened during the Night of the Black Knives and where Godwyn has disappeared to. In the Golden Ark and Giant Golden Ark it says, "The arcs resemble barbs, a known symbol of coercive questioning." I want to ask you something. Do you believe in the prophecy of Godwyn's resurrection? Or are you one of those who, like Corin, reject the prophecy and listen to the words of the Two Fingers? Be careful not to end up like Corin and lose your mind, because many things are not what they seem in the Lands Between. After the last chapter, we now know how Godwyn survived the Night of the Black Knives. Marika, who is behind everything, conspired with Godwyn, Ranni, Rykard, and Melina against the Greater Will and the Golden Order. On the night of the Black Knives, not only was Ranni supposed to free herself from her body, but Godwyn as well. Godwyn deliberately chose to go through death and, with the help of his companions, was supposed to make it to Stormveil to be reborn in a new vessel. Let's take a look at the role each of the participants played in Marika's plan. Ranni orchestrated the Night of the Black Knives. She imbued the Black Knives with the power of the Rune of Death, and she keeps the true reason for the Night of the Black Knives a secret. Melina took part in the ritual in which Godwyn was murdered with the Black Knives. She's playing the role of a finger maiden for the resurrected Godwyn, and she serves as kindling maiden to burn the Erdtree. Rykard helped Godwyn's soul to escape unnoticed by the forces of the Erdtree, leaving only an empty corpse behind. Godwyn hides his existence behind his death. And Marika, who planned the Night of the Black Knives out of love to free her son Godwyn from the influence of the Greater Will, who is then supposed to oppose the Golden Order and fight Radagon. I would like to show you something that, in my opinion, is too good to be a coincidence and should ultimately serve as proof that the Night of the Black Knives actually happened as I have described it. Let's make our way to the lands between. There is a rather inconspicuous merchant on the Altus Plateau, and it is precisely this merchant who sells two specific items: the Scorpion Kite Shield and the Node Unseen Assassins. Let's take a look at the Node first. Node, sold by a nomadic merchant, imparting knowledge in brief. Some assassins cannot be seen with the naked eye. Seems the Erdtree sentries once carried torches that could cast light on these prowlers. The Unseen Assassins are apparently the Black Knife Assassins. The torch mentioned is the Sentry's Torch. Torch given to protectors of the Erdtree. Its flames are bestowed with a special incantation which allows the bearer to see assassins cloaked in veils, furnished on behalf of the Erdtree and the Grace-given Lord, such that a Night of Black Knives will never come again. This confirms that the Unseen Assassins in the Node Unseen Assassins are the Black Knife Assassins from the Night of the Black Knives. On the other hand, we now also have the Scorpion Kite Shield, a standard medium-sized metal shield, highly reputed for its solid build and reliability, emblazoned with a yellow scorpion, a warning of surprise attacks and sudden strikes. The symbol of the scorpion stands for a warning of surprise attacks. I was wondering if there might be a connection between the symbol of a scorpion and the Night of the Black Knives. Let's also take a look at the scorpion charms. They say, a talisman carried by assassins who strike unseen, patterned on a scorpion freshly shed of its exoskeleton, its claws seizing a heart. It is no coincidence that the scorpion charms mentions unseen assassins. Together with the Node Unseen Assassins and the associated Black Knife Assassins, it could be that the scorpion symbolizes the incident on the Night of the Black Knives. The symbol of the scorpion charms depicts even more. There, the scorpion is shedding its skin and also holding a heart between its claws. I will go into the actual meaning of this symbol in more detail later. To solve the mystery behind the scorpion charms, we have to look at the circumstances under which we obtain them. Let's start with the magic scorpion charm. We received this from Preceptor Zeluvis. Zeluvis is planning a plot against Ranni. To do this, he needs a special ingredient. He uses it to brew a potion that we are supposed to give to Ranni to make her compliant. Let's also listen to what Zeluvis says to us when we give him the required ingredient, Amber Starlight, and when he gives us the magic scorpion charm as a reward.
Well, well, you managed to lay your hands on it. The blessed day is finally upon us. Goodness gracious, the way it glistens. Utterly enchanting. To think this was once a demigod's very fate. My, oh my, oh my. Ah, are you still here? Ah, yes, I should give you your reward. Yeah, please, it's all yours. It's splendid work, it's just marvelous. Now just you wait. The merriment is soon to begin. The scheme I promised is to be revealed very shortly.
Let's summarize Seluvis' situation. Seluvis orchestrates a plot. He brews a potion with a special ingredient for the plot, and Seluvis keeps the plot a secret. Seluvis' circumstances correspond exactly to the role of Ranni in the Night of the Black Knives. Seluvis is orchestrating a plot like Ranni. Seluvis brews a potion with a special ingredient. In a similar way, Ranni is imbuing the Black Knives with a fragment of the Rune of Death. Additionally, Seluvis keeps the plot secret, and this is also something that Ranni is doing. This allows us to associate the circumstances of Seluvis and the magic scorpion charm with Ranni and her role in the Night of the Black Knives. Next, let's look at the circumstances surrounding the sacred scorpion charm. We receive this from Anastasia the Tarnished Eater. We meet Anastasia in the smoldering church, where she tries to kill us. She's carrying the large, conspicuous butchering knife. The butchering knife also describes that she is not a finger maiden, but merely disguised as one. Butchering knife. Huge carving knife made to cleanly butcher the human body. Signature weapon of the Ogress Anastasia, known to have eaten countless Tarnished while disguised as a finger maiden. Let's summarize Anastasia's situation. She wants to kill us with a conspicuous large knife. She pretends to be a finger maiden, and she is located in the smoldering church. These circumstances fit incredibly well with the role of Melina. Anastasia wants to kill us with a special knife. The same way Melina probably helped to kill Godwyn with a black knife. Anastasia is pretending to be a finger maiden, and Melina is playing the role of a finger maiden for us, although she isn't one either. The smoldering church fits the theme of a kindling maiden. Accordingly, Anastasia and the sacred scorpion charm can be associated with Melina and her role in the Night of the Black Knives. Next, let's look at the circumstances surrounding the fire scorpion charm. We find this one in Fort Lythe. When we enter the upper part, we hear the voice of a spirit saying, "They'll never find me, eek, the wretched fools." Around us lie forces of the Earth Tree. An empty chest was left behind at one end. Hidden behind the wall, we finally find the fire scorpion charm lying in front of the spirit from whom the voice emanates. It tells us, "Hehe, I'll survive, I swear it. I'll soon be back at the Volcano Manor." Let's summarize the situation of the spirit of Fort Lythe. The spirit escapes unnoticed from a castle full of forces of the Earth Tree, leaving only an empty chest behind. Together with the mention of Volcano Manor, the circumstances fit perfectly with the Reinhardt's role in the Night of the Black Knives. In this, Reinhardt helped Godwyn's soul to escape unnoticed, leaving only an empty corpse behind. Accordingly, the Fire Scorpion charm can be associated with Reinhardt's role in the Night of the Black Knives. Finally, we have the Lightning Scorpion charm. We find this in the Windham Catacombs. It is located on a corpse sitting behind a coffin. It almost looks as if it is hiding behind the coffin. Both the hiding behind a coffin and the lightning theme fit incredibly well with Godwyn and the fact that his existence is hidden behind his supposed death. Accordingly, the Lightning Scorpion charm can be associated with Godwyn's role of the Night of the Black Knives. In the end, we realize that the 4 Scorpion charms can be associated with the 4 characters, Godwyn, Ranni, Reinhardt, and Melina, and their role in the Night of the Black Knives. In this context, it also becomes clear what the symbol of the Scorpion charms actually stands for. The scorpion which leaves behind its exoskeleton and carries away a heart, symbolizes Godwyn leaving behind his empty corpse and escaping with his soul. This plan was at the center of the Night of the Black Knives, and Godwyn, Ranni, Rykard, and Melina worked together so that Godwyn could escape and be resurrected in Stormveil to ultimately oppose the Golden Order and challenge Radagon. However, the real mastermind behind the scenes is Marika. And here too we have received additional Scorpion-related items in the Lands of Shadow. The Haunts and Grandam gives us the Scorpion Stew and the Gourmet Scorpion Stew. These items contain the following descriptions. Scorpion Stew. Scorpion simmered in a black soup, once made with love by a certain elderly woman for the family table. Having long gone cold, this soup gives off a rank sour smell. Gourmet Scorpion Stew. Scorpion simmered in a black soup. An exquisite dish chock full of mouth-watering scorpion claws. The thoughts and feelings of the cook melt and blend into the stew. But those who can distinguish the taste of love are few and far between. Partake, partake, until thou art sated. The line, the thoughts and feelings of the cook melt and blend into the stew, but those who can distinguish the taste of love are few and far between, describes how the Night of the Black Knives was an act of love for Godwyn which is hardly recognizable as such. The Haunts and Grandam, just like Marika, is locked away. Furthermore, it is Marika who sends her son Godwyn on his way to challenge the red-haired Radagon. And these are exactly the circumstances we find at the Haunts and Grandam, which also sent her son to fight against the red-haired Mesmer. The Haunts and Grandam tells us the following in the course of our story.
I implore, vessel of the sacred beast, have my son accompany thee to war, and dance thy dance of beauteous color. Take vengeance upon Mesmer and his lot. They who betrayed us, aye, they who burned us. Let them face in thy wrath their just deserts. My song will I sing, in service to thee.
The Haunts and Grandam sends her son's spirit to take revenge on the red-haired Mesmer. The incantation she gives us reads, Watchful Spirit, an entreaty received from the Haunts and Grandam. Summon a guardian spirit above the caster's head. This spirit never strays far from the caster, conjuring several apparitions before dissipating. Take vengeance upon Mesmer and his lot, they who betrayed us, aye, they who burned us. Let them face in thy wrath their just deserts. Here too, this corresponds exactly to the circumstances of Marika, who is hoping for his son to challenge the red-haired Radagon. The Haunts and Grandam is a parallel to Marika. The fact that the spirit of the Haunts and Grandam's son hovers directly above our head is an allusion to this parallel and to the fact that we are Marika's son. Marika thought that Godwyn's planned resurrection had failed and that he had perished, but instead, Godwyn had merely fallen into a deep slumber and awoke again after what seems like an eternity. As a parallel to Marika, the words of the Haunts and Grandam mirror those of Marika.
Oh, such a joy to smell the scent again. As I felt the sacred beast's essence fade, a great anxiety welled up within. Forgive this old woman her foolish fears. 'Tis such relief I cannot express. After an eternity of the mind, our voices have at last reached the heavens, as evinced by thy gracious arrival. Oh.
These are Marika's thoughts after our resurrection, thinking that her son's resurrection had failed and that he had perished, when in fact he was merely in a deep slumber in the chapel of anticipation. Many of you are probably wondering if Marika is the loving and caring mother who is now seeking vengeance against Radagon, and Radagon is supposed to be the evil character in the story. How can all of Marika's cruel deeds be explained? In this chapter, I would like to revisit and complete my interpretation of the 4 paintings and the story of the flightless bird. In the second chapter, we looked at 4 paintings that stood out from all the others due to their reference to the Erd tree. We arranged these 4 paintings according to the size of the reference. We then looked at the thematic content of the paintings, their titles and their item rewards, and determined that the 4 paintings tell the story of the player. It goes as follows. The prophecy foretells the resurrection of Godwyn. Upon his resurrection, he has lost all his memories. Instinctively, he travels to the Erd tree, and he sets the Erd tree on fire, thus fulfilling the prophecy. In addition, we found that the title of the 4th painting, Flightless Bird, refers to the dying warhawk in the warhawk ashes from the 1st painting. This connection tells the story of Godwyn's escape. It is actually possible to add the 2 remaining paintings, Resurrection and Homing Instinct, to the story of the escape and the flightless bird. Let's take another closer look at the paintings. We have already drawn 2 different interpretations from the painting Flightless Bird. On the one hand, it is about the prophecy of the burning of the Erd tree, and on the other hand, it is about the dying flightless bird gazing at Stormveil. The other paintings also contain 2 possible interpretations. From the painting Homing Instinct, we have taken the theme of an instinctive journey to the Erd tree. This interpretation arose from the Erd tree depicted, the Church of Pilgrimage with a Radagon statue, and a fitting reference from Godric, who mentions a journey home to the Erd tree. However, the painting also contains a second possible interpretation. The description of the item reward incantation scarab says, as a scarab approaches death, it abandons its rolled treasure and stretches its wings wide for a long journey to its home nest. The painting depicts gravestones in Limgrave. These 2 pieces of information point to a journey to Limgrave when death is near. In addition, we have the color combination of black, turquoise and gold when we add the incantation scarab. We associated this color combination in Chapter 5 with Godwyn's trail, which leads from Lanedale to Stormveil and represents Godwyn's struggle with death. Instinctive travel also fits with the events. As a ghoul, Godwyn is dependent on guidance, because in the putrid corpse ashes it says, though their movements are dull and confused. He receives the necessary guidance from the ringing of the church bell in Stormveil. Therefore, the painting can also be interpreted in line with the story of the flightless bird. Next, let's take another look at the painting Resurrection. Last time, we took the theme of resurrection and memory loss from this painting. We took this from the description of the item reward. The juvenile scholar Rope says, rebirth is as sleep to them, and with each awakening, memory fades into oblivion. For the first interpretation, we referred to the line, and with each awakening, memory fades into oblivion. The first part of the line, however, can be used to interpret the painting in line with the story of the flightless bird. The first part says, rebirth is as sleep to them. In the Chapel of Anticipation, Godwyn fell into a deep slumber instead of being immediately reborn. The dominant color purple in the painting also fits this interpretation. So here too we have a second interpretation that fits the story of the flightless bird. Ultimately, the 4 paintings tell the following story. The flightless bird, Godwyn, gazing at Stormveil, dies at the Erd Tree. Instinctively, he travels to Stormveil, fighting death. Upon arrival, he falls into a deep slumber during his rebirth. The prophecy foretells Godwyn's resurrection. When he woke up, he had lost all his memories. He instinctively travels to the Erd Tree, and he sets the Erd Tree on fire and fulfills the prophecy. The story of the flightless bird is about Godwyn's survival in the Night of the Black Knives. We have so far found 2 bird-related items that reference this story. The warhawk ashes are central to the story of the flightless bird. We also interpreted the winged crystal tear in Chapter 5 as a reference to the story of the flightless bird. Are there possibly more bird-related items that serve as references? Near the location shown in the painting Flightless Bird, you will find the item 4-toed Fowlfoot on the path. Although various birds dropped this item in Elden Ring, it has only been placed separately here, only at this location. This bird-related item may also have a connection to the story of the flightless bird. The description reads, foot of a 4-toed fowl. In the lands between, having 3 digits is seen as a bad omen. As such, the rarer 4-toed fowls is a gift of great luck indeed. The description states that the number 4 is a sign of great luck. In this context, let's take another look at the clues that led us to discover that Godwyn survived. The 4 paintings contained the story of the flightless bird and Godwyn's survival. When comparing the Chapel of Anticipation with the Wandering Mausoleums, it was the headless trolls at the 4 belfries, along with the other characteristics of the Wandering Mausoleums, that led us to believe that Godwyn's resurrection was planned. The putrid corpse ashes, which led us to believe that Godwyn was summoned by Rykard as a ghoul, contain exactly 4 putrid corpses. And in the end, it was the 4 scorpion charms that confirmed our entire idea of Godwyn's survival, and which could be associated with the 4 characters Godwyn, Ranni, Rykard and Melina and their roles in the Night of the Black Knives. According to the 4-toed Fowlfoot, the number 4 represents good luck, so it's not surprising that the clues to Godwyn's survival are coded with the number 4. This also connects the 4-toed Fowlfoot to the story of Godwyn's survival and the flightless bird. It is clearly no coincidence that the 4-toed Fowlfoot is located near the depicted location in the painting Flightless Bird, nowhere else in the entire lands between. In addition to the 4-toed Fowlfoot, there's also the gold pickled Fowlfoot and the silver pickled Fowlfoot. All of the fowl feet are bird-related items with a connection to the number 4 and could possibly be placed as references to the flightless bird. We find a gold pickled Fowlfoot below a crucified martyr who is looking directly toward the Chapel of Anticipation. Could this also be a reference to Godwyn the Golden and the flightless bird who's gazing at Stormveil? In Stormveil itself, we also find a gold pickled Fowlfoot right next to an oversized banner with a golden lineage motif. Here too, it could possibly be an allusion to the connection to the golden lineage. Shortly before we look at the Chapel of Anticipation in Stormveil, a silver pickled Fowlfoot is placed. Is this another reference to Godwyn the Tarnished, who awakens in the Chapel of Anticipation? Another place is directly behind the Fringe Folk hero's grave, at the waterfall. On the one hand, the gold pickled fowl foot is placed below the waterfall with 3 those who live in death. On the other hand, we have a silver pickled fowl foot hidden above the waterfall with a small camp. Could it be that these two allude to Godwyn the Golden and his death, as well as Godwyn the Tarnished and his survival? I have looked at all the locations in the game and am firmly convinced that we can associate the golden pickled fowl foot with Godwyn the Golden and the silver pickled fowl foot with Godwyn the Tarnished. I hope to have convinced you of this by the end of the video. It is no coincidence that the gold pickled fowl foot can be found at the bottom of the waterfall and the silver pickled fowl foot above it. In Asian cultures in particular, waterfalls symbolize spiritual cleansing, renewal, and transformation. We can see that this symbolic meaning is indeed part of the world of Elden Ring in the character Dryleaf Dane. Near the Recluse's River upstream, in the Lands of Shadow, we find the message, "I shall find my center under the cascading waters." At a nearby waterfall, we find Dryleaf Dane's clothes next to a corpse that appears to be meditating. At the end of Dryleaf Dane's quest, we also receive the item Dane's Footwork. It says, he acquired these skills by training with the aid of a waterfall, letting the water beat his body and throwing himself into its basin. I think it's clear that the symbolic meaning of a waterfall for spiritual cleansing, renewal and transformation is indeed present in Elden Ring. Accordingly, we can assume that the 2 pickled fowl feet behind the fringe folk hero's grave symbolized the spiritual cleansing, renewal and transformation of Godwyn the Golden to Godwyn the Tarnished. However, there is another place containing a pickled fowl foot that really convinced me of this idea. I had actually planned to discuss this in a later chapter, but I think it will make it clear that these interpretations were not arbitrary. I always looked at much more in the game than what I present in my videos. I usually look at every single location of an item in the game and try to find similarities. The place I want to show you is the Sage's Cave. Have you, like me, entered the Sage's Cave and been amazed at the incredible number of chests you find there? When you open them, it's even stranger to find such unremarkable and useless items inside. Today, I want to make one thing clear. The placement of almost all items in the game is not random. Almost all of them serve as references to specific events or relationships. Ultimately, it's not about the items themselves. It's the associations Miyazaki uses to tell stories. The puzzle is to figure out which association are correct and how to interpret them in the end. The entire Sage's Cave tells a story with everything that can be found there. I won't give you the complete interpretation in this video, but instead we will work it out together step by step. Let's take a look at what items we find in the chests. The story told by the Sage's Cave begins inside. The Black Knife Assassin is associated with the Knight of the Black Knives and provides us with a clue to the relevant context. We cannot yet fully interpret the Necromancer Garrus and the 2 chests in front of his cave, as these refer to characters I have not yet discussed in detail. We note that the Knight of the Black Knives was our first association in the cave and serves as context. Next come the 2 chests with the Raptor Talons and 4 Dragonwound Grease. The Raptor Talons are bird-related weapons. The 4 Dragonwound Grease are dragon-related items. It may be a coincidence, but if you carry the Raptor Talons, they have exactly 4 blades, and we also receive exactly 4 Dragonwound Grease. So here we associated a bird and a dragon with the number 4. Based on this, these 2 items can be interpreted as a reference to the story of the Flightless bird and the ancient dragon Fortissax, which tells of Godwyn's survival in the Night of the Black Knives. Directly opposite, between 2 crystal cave moss, we find a chest with 10 golden great arrows. These say, carved great arrows made together with the Earth Tree great bow. Deals holy damage, imbued with an Oath Sworn incantation, which boosts the attack and defense of the archer and their nearby allies. The 2 crystal cave mosses, together with the golden great arrows, can be associated with the Earth Tree, the Golden Order, and the Elden Beast. Taken together, these items tell the story of the dying and fleeing flightless bird Godwyn, the self-sacrificing ancient dragon Fortissax, and the Elden Beast and the Golden Order as their opposing enemy. The next chest is behind an illusion wall and contains a stone sword key. We have not yet worked out the necessary association and therefore cannot interpret it yet. Next, we find 4 chests behind another illusion wall, 3 of which are closer together and seem to belong together. These chests contain a silver pickled fowl foot, the black hood, the candle tree wooden shield, and a nascent butterfly. We associate the silver pickled fowl foot with Godwyn the Tarnished. We associate the candle tree wooden shield with the prophecy of Godwyn's resurrection. In between is the black hood. It says, "Hood of lusterless black fabric that conceals its wearer's identity. In this world, there is very little that must necessarily be known." The black hood can therefore be associated with the mysterious hooded figure who is apparently behind the prophecy of Godwyn's resurrection. The nascent butterfly can be associated with Miquella, just as the other butterflies can be associated with his siblings. Interpreted, the objects tell the following story. A mysterious hooded figure prophesies Godwyn's resurrection and cooperates with Miquella. Finally, we find 2 chests containing the items Rejuvenating Boluses and Lost Ashes of War. According to Chapter 5, the Rejuvenating Boluses can be associated with our resurrection in Limgrave. The Lost Ashes of War say, "Empty ashes of war, devoid of any memories of battle, unable to apply any kind of affinity in their current state, but can be used by smithing master Hugh of the Round Table Hold to recreate other ashes. Thus does the copy pass into becoming the genuine article." Among other things, lost memories are mentioned here. Interpreted, the 2 objects tell the story of our resurrection without memories in Limgrave. The entire cave tells the story of the Night of the Black Knives, Godwyn's survival, other characters in the background who prophesy his resurrection, and our actual resurrection without any memories of these events. Here too, the story begins at the bottom of a waterfall and ends above it. Here too, the waterfall symbolizes the spiritual cleansing, renewal, and transformation of Godwyn the Golden to Godwyn the Tarnished. The silver pickled fowl foot does not only stand for Godwyn the Tarnished. I believe there is even more to it than that. In Leonia, we find a silver pickled fowl foot in a camp with 3 enemies. Nothing else seems to be out of the ordinary nearby. Could there be a reference or allusion hidden there? After a while, I noticed that the 3 enemies are interestingly wearing foot soldier armor, and after attacking them, I noticed that they use very specific crackpots. These foot soldiers use the albinoric pot and throw it at us. It says, "The Knights of the Cuckoos do declare, behold thy defiled blood, unlike any humor that flows in our grand realm." Is this possibly an allusion to the fact that we also do not have ordinary blood and are not an ordinary being? We have already encountered beings associated with silver. According to its description, the Nightfolk from the Eternal Cities used to have silver blood. When we enter the Eternal City of Nokron, we unusually find rejuvenating boluses and a rune arc at the beginning. Immediately afterwards, we encounter mimic tears. The rejuvenating boluses do not seem to fit in with the surroundings and apparently serve as a reference to our resurrection in Limgrave. Following rune arc can be associated with Marika, and the mimic tears allude to Marika's plan that Godwyn should be reborn as a mimic tear. Godwyn had conspired with Ranni and Marika, who had connections to the Nox and longed for the Age of the Stars. Godwyn willingly died in order to be reborn in the Chapel of Anticipation and then fight Radagon and the Golden Order. Godwyn is therefore the Lord of Night that the Nox hope for, and not only that. If Godwyn is the hoped-for Lord of Night, then it is quite conceivable that his new vessel should not be a normal vessel. If you think about it, it makes perfect sense that Godwyn was reborn as a silver tear. Godwyn is thus the Eternal City's attempt to create a lord in a powerful vessel. This is what it says in the Mimic Tear Ashes, which is also found in the Eternal City Nokron. Mimic tears are the result of an attempt by the Eternal City to forge a lord. The Silver Tear husk also states, "The Silver Tear makes mockery of life, reborn again and again into imitation. Perhaps one day it will be reborn a lord." This means that we are not an ordinary tarnished. We, Godwyn, were reborn in the Silver Tear. This is consistent with the fact that we begin our journey with no specific origin or appearance. It could also explain why we are able to change our appearance in front of a mirror. At the latest, when we undergo rebirth with a larval tear and the help of Rennala, it should be clear that we are not an ordinary human. In the larval tear through which we are reborn, it says, "Core of a creature of mimicry known as a Silver Tear, as much a substance as it is a living organism. Material required by the amber egg cradled by Rennala, Queen of the Full Moon, to birth people anew." In relation to our task of overthrowing the Golden Order and challenging Radagon, the Silver Tear mask says the following: "Mask fashioned from the corpse of a formless Silver Tear, supported by its hardened shed husk. To imitate the imitator is a cunning play indeed." Reborn as a Silver Tear, Godwyn possesses a powerful vessel and remains undetected by the Golden Order, making him all the more capable of fighting them. Let's summarize. The number 4 is closely associated with the references to Godwyn and the story of his survival. The gold-pickled fowlfoot can be associated with Godwyn the Golden, and the silver-pickled fowlfoot can be associated with Godwyn the Tarnished. Waterfalls have the symbolic meaning of cleansing, renewal, and transformation. As the hoped-for Lord of Night of the Nox, Godwyn was reborn in a formless Silver Tear. After all the other chapters, there are still more references to Godwyn's survival in the game. I think the previous chapters were convincing enough. In any case, I am definitely convinced by the idea of "We Are Godwyn" and will try to use the previous chapters as a basis for the next ones to uncover even more secrets in Elden Ring. As you may have noticed in the last chapter, there are of course hidden references to other characters as well. For example, the question arises as to who the mysterious figure with the black hood is. And are there other characters who had a special relationship with Godwyn? The story of Elden Ring is not just about Godwyn alone. This is one of the reasons why it is now becoming difficult to interpret the remaining clues correctly. So far, we have only dealt with Godwyn and not with the other characters associated with him. In this chapter, I would like to take a closer look at the catacombs in the Land of Shadow with you. Many of you have probably noticed that these have a connection to Godwyn. There are exactly 3 catacombs in the Land of Shadow: the Scorpion River Catacombs, the Darklight Catacombs, and the Fork Rift Catacombs. Similar to the paintings and items, I will look at thematic connections with you to work out possible clues about the lore. All catacombs contain a Death Knight. These were once the personal guard of Godwyn. Their armor reads, "Death Knight Armor, golden armor of the Death Knights, adorned with an antiquated depiction of the Earth Tree, enhances skills and incantations of the capital's ancient dragon cult. These knights, once Godwyn's personal guard, quested to find their transfigured master's cadaver surrogate for the coming age of the Duskborn." There are tons of questions about the role of the Death Knights in relation to Godwyn's story. What exactly is the goal of the Death Knights? The Death Knights were once Godwyn's personal guard. From the Death Knight armor, we learn that the Death Knights were searching for Godwyn's cadaver surrogate. Furthermore, the Death Knight's axe weapons say the following: Death Knight's long-hafted axe, a long-hafted golden axe wielded by the Death Knight, bears a representation of a decayed golden ring, crackles with lightning, the power of the capital's ancient dragon cult. The knight, once the personal guard of Godwyn, was also the protector of the Prince of Death's cadaver surrogate. Death Knight's twin axes, golden war axes of the Death Knight, a pair of weapons made to be wielded in both hands, crackles with lightning, the power of the capital's ancient dragon cult. The knight, once the personal guard of Godwyn, was also the protector of the Prince of Death's cadaver surrogate. Apparently, the Death Knights have found Godwyn's cadaver surrogate and are now protecting it. Therefore, the cadaver surrogate is the grotesque figure behind the Death Knights, entwined with the tree roots. We already found the same figure in Stormveil, right next to the Prince of Death postule. The term surrogate describes a substitution for something. If we keep in mind the story of Godwyn, the Prince of Death, then I think it's clear what is meant by cadaver surrogate. The Death Knights were searching for the dead body in which Godwyn's spirit dwelt in order to reach Stormveil. The cadaver surrogate was a dead body that temporarily served as a substitution for Godwyn in order to get to Stormveil. The Death Knights were looking for this body to attach it to the tree roots in the Catacombs. But why? Here too, it is difficult to grasp the big picture because in my opinion, the Death Knights are not acting in the interests of Marika or Godwyn. According to our theory, Marika, Rani and Godwyn long for the Age of the Stars. However, we have gathered from the Death Knight armor that they desire the Age of the Duskborn. Furthermore, the Death Knights were apparently not part of Marika's plan because then they would not have had to go on a search for the cadaver surrogate. The Death Knight helmet says, Death Knight Helm, golden helm of the Death Knights, whose own death masks served as the wizards of their armor. Enhances skills and incantations of the capital's ancient dragon cult. The decayed golden wheel that adorns it represents their unbroken loyalty to Godwyn, he who became Prince of Death. The armor of the Death Knights and the wheel on their helmets are covered in gold. Although they are said to be loyal to Godwyn, I believe that the personal guard served more to keep Godwyn in check and ensure that he did not rebel. Similar to the shadowbound beasts, it is all about maintaining control over certain individuals. Here too, it is difficult to grasp the big picture, as I believe that the Death Knight's plan is less about Marika and Godwyn's motivations and more about the will of someone else. I am just trying to give you a rough idea and will explain the whole topic in future videos. Marika, Rani and Godwyn long for the Age of the Stars and want to escape the influence of the Greater Will. Radagon is loyal to the Golden Order and wants to wipe out Godwyn and those who live in death. The Death Knights long for the Age of the Duskborn. Accordingly, they do not belong to either faction. Instead, the Death Knights clad in gold are merely pawns of the Greater Will, which represents the principle of order. The Greater Will and the principle of order are not limited to Radagon and the Golden Order. The Greater Will stands above Radagon and the Golden Order and merely seeks to restore order. The Order healing incantation states, one of the incantations of the Golden Order fundamentalists, used by hunters of those who live in death, alleviates death blight build-up. The noble gold mask lamented what had become of the hunters, how easy it is for learning and learnedness to be reduced to the ravings of fanatics. All the good and the great wanted, in their foolishness, was an absolute evil to contend with. Does such a notion exist in the fundamentals of order? While Radagon tries to wipe out those who live in death, the Greater Will merely seeks to incorporate the strongest prevailing force in the lands between and manipulates the Tarnished to restore the Elden Ring. We must distinguish between the principle of Radagon's Golden Order and the principles of order in general. That is why Goldmask asks, does such a notion exist in the fundamentals of order? This refers to the fundamentals of order in general. The Death Knights are therefore merely pawns of the Greater Will, whose apparent purpose is to ensure that Godwyn's power or soul is led to the Shadow Tree. Discussing the role of the Shadow Tree would go too far at this point, so I will address this instead in a video series about the Greater Will in the future. The fact that the principle of order is capable of adapting and incorporating practices that were not previously part of it is best described by Roger. In the past, something similar has already happened with regard to the practices of the Academy of Raya Roger tells us the following.
The battle art you've learned is of the Glintstone family. They were conceived at the Great Academy of Raya to the north of this castle. In the past, they obeyed laws which contravened the Golden Order, or so I'm told. Fascinating, isn't it? That the Golden Order was pliable enough to absorb practices that contradicted itself in the past. With the Order broken, twisted, and in need of repair, such adaptability is more important now than ever.
Radagon is merely a leal hound of the Golden Order and the Greater Will. Ultimately, the Greater Will does not care about Radagon, but only about the Elden Ring's dominance. In the future, I will produce a video series about the Greater Will and the Elden Beast, but I hope I have already given you an idea of where the Death Knights fit into the bigger picture. We'll have to put the lore surrounding the Death Knights and the Greater Will aside for now. Instead, I want to look at some more references to Godwyn's survival. So let's go back to the Catacombs in the Land of Shadow and see what themes are present there. Each of the Catacombs contains a Death Knight who belonged to Godwyn the Golden's personal guard in the past. In addition, yellow fulgur bloom can be found at each of the Catacombs. These say, yellow flower that crackles with lightning, blossoms in the realm of shadows underground grave sites and places struck by lightning, imbued with the yellow lightning's essence. The yellow fulgur bloom are filled with lightning and also fit in with the Godwyn theme. We also encounter imps in the form of lions and dragons. Here too, both fit in with the Godwyn theme. On the one hand, Godwyn is the son of Godfrey and thus part of the golden lineage with a lion as its coat of arms. And on the other hand, Godwyn has had close connections to dragons such as Fortissax. We can therefore definitely see that the Catacombs in the Land of Shadow are thematically completely centered around Godwyn. Here too, small references to Godwyn's survival can be found. In the imp head lion it says, head covering made from the largely unaltered head of an impish golem. Resembling a lion in appearance, life force faintly clings to it. A lion clinging to its life force. A small reference to Godwyn who, as the Prince of Death, also clings to his life force. The Catacombs as a whole, with their names, also form references. Looking at them on the map, we can see that two Catacombs are closer together on the map. The Scorpion River Catacombs and the Fork Rift Catacombs are not only closer together, but these are also the two that contain living Death Knights. The Darklight Catacombs, on the other hand, are located far away from the other two, at the end of the Recluse's River next to a waterfall. They contain only the corpse of a Death Knight. The following references are hidden behind these. The Scorpion River Catacombs contain the terms Scorpion and River in their name. We associate the term Scorpion with the events of the Night of the Black Knives, and the term River can best be associated with the Eternal Cities and the Nox, as they have a close connection to rivers. The Scorpion River Catacombs with their name therefore refer to the events of the Night of the Black Knives. The Fork Rift Catacombs contain the term Fork Rift in their name. I think this is an allusion to Godwyn's survival and resurrection, because when we are resurrected, we are told, cross the fork to the lands between. And when we are resurrected, that is exactly what we do. We go through a fork rift, which apparently symbolizes reawakening. The Fork Rift Catacombs, with their name, therefore refer to Godwyn's survival and our resurrection. But what reference is made with the Darklight Catacombs? These are located at the end of the Recluse's River next to a waterfall and symbolize what Godwyn left behind. Godwyn not only left behind a soulless corpse, but also his friend Fortissax, and we also find a reference to this in the corresponding catacombs. On the one hand, we find the big mouth imp ashes there. These say, the spirit of this old imp, said to be fashioned after a dragon, has a big mouth that serves as a cannon and allows it to fire shells from the rear of the battlefield. This makes it clear that the big mouth imps are depicting dragons. It also contains a small reference to Fortissax, who is still fighting from afar in Godwyn's corpse to prevent the power of the Rune of Death from spreading, thus making his contribution. Furthermore, it is in the Darklight Catacombs where a giant big mouth imp can be found. It drops the following item: Great Ghost Glove Ward. given in tribute to those who died the most glorious of deaths in the hope their stories would become legend. The large imp in the shape of a dragon, which drops the great ghost Glovewort, is a reference to the great sacrifice Fortissax was willing to make to ensure Godwyn's survival. Another possible reference could be the roof found directly next to the Death Knight's corpse. Roofs have the symbolic meaning of protection. We ultimately conclude that the two closely located catacombs, the Scorpion River Catacombs and the Fog Rift Catacombs, contain allusions to the Night of the Black Knives and Godwyn's survival, while the Darklight Catacombs contain references to Fortissax's sacrifice and Godwyn's abandoned corpse. In the end, there's another theme that appears to be related to the catacombs and possibly Godwyn. In the Scorpion River Catacombs, we find the spirit ashes of Black Knight Captain Hu, and in the Fog Rift Catacombs, we find the spirit ashes of Black Knight Commander Andreas. In the two catacombs that reference Godwyn's survival, we find the spirit ashes of a father and his son. In addition, the catacombs sorcerers hold a child to their chest. This could also be a reference to a father and his son. And last but not least, between the Scorpion River Catacombs and the Fog Rift Catacombs, there is a divine beast dancing lion that uses Deathblight in battle, alongside a divine beast dancing lion in Ballarat that does not. We have two divine beast dancing lions, one of which uses Deathblight. We have two spirit ashes in the catacombs, representing a father and son, and we have catacombs sorcerers who may also represent a father and son. Why is this father and son theme so present near the Godwyn-themed catacombs? The Night of the Black Knives took place during Radagon's time as Elden Lord, and Godfrey had already been banished and sent into exile. Could it still be that even Godfrey had something to do with Godwyn's survival? In the last chapter, we discovered that the catacombs in the Land of Shadow have Godwyn as a theme and contain references to the story of his survival. Could it be that the catacombs in the lands between also have a common theme? There's one thing we find in many of the catacombs, a statue of a hooded woman. The hooded woman can be found at almost all entrances to the heroes' graves and in countless catacombs. Although she also appears on buildings on the surface, the hooded woman seems to be much more closely connected to the catacombs, as that is where she is most commonly found. In Chapter 7, we discovered that the prophecy of Godwyn's resurrection and the burning of the Earth Tree came from a mysterious figure wearing a black hood. Could this be the hooded woman from the catacombs? Let's take another look at the places that have a special connection to the story of Godwyn. Behind the Black Knife Assassin in the Black Knife Catacombs is the woman with the black hood. In the room with the lightning scorpion charm is the woman with the black hood. In the Church of the Eclipse, behind the altar with the eclipse shoulder, is the woman in the black hood. And in the Chapel of Anticipation, the place where we were resurrected, it is also the woman in the black hood. It appears that the woman in the black hood is behind the events of the Night of the Black Knives. Could Marika be the woman in the black hood? I am still undecided myself and am currently looking for clues to answer this question. So far, I assume that the woman with the black hood is pursuing the same goal as Marika and acting in Marika's interests. Marika and the woman with the black hood are therefore behind the events of the Night of the Black Knives. Of all the catacombs where the woman in the black hood is depicted, the Cliffbottom catacombs are perhaps the most interesting, so let's take a closer look at them. In the Cliffbottom Catacombs, there is a special variant of the woman with the black hood. Here, she is holding a book in her hand. This particular variant of the statue can only be found in 2 specific locations in the entire lands between. The other location is the room with the lightning scorpion charm. These are the only places in the entire lands between where this statue appears. If you take a closer look around the room with the lightning scorpion charm, you will also notice the unusual walls. There are scrolls placed in the walls. These walls are only found in this room. This is the only room in the entire lands between that has walls with scrolls. These details may seem insignificant at first, but the design of these rooms is certainly not random. The statue of the woman with the black hood and a book in her hands symbolizes Marika's plan. Since this is the only room in the lands between with scrolls in the walls, we can assume that they also symbolize Marika's plan. All of this perfectly complements our previous thoughts that the lightning scorpion charm also symbolizes Marika's plan. All of this also reinforces our suspicion that the woman with the black hood is either Marika herself or is acting on her behalf. Now, however, the question arises as to why the other statue of the woman with the black hood and a book is in the Cliffbottom Catacombs. The Cliffbottom Catacombs not only contain a statue of the woman with the black hood and book, but also the Nox mirror helm. It says, "Helm fashioned from a crystal-looking glass, one among the Eternal City's ritual implements, easily broken and weak against striking attacks. Worn by those committed to high treason, it wards off the intervention of the greater will and its vassal fingers." I always thought it was unusual that the Nox mirror helm was found in one of the catacombs. At first, it makes no sense why it wasn't placed in the Eternal Cities instead. I have discovered the following. The Cliffbottom Catacombs are a hub where various clues about Godwyn and the Knight of the Black Knives converge. On the one hand, we have the woman with the black hood and book, which leads to the room with the lightning scorpion charm. And on the other hand, we have a room with a Nox mirror helm. In addition, one of the rooms contains a corpse with a rune arc pointing towards a bookshelf. This also appears to be a reference to Marika's plan. Is there more hidden behind the Cliffbottom Catacombs? I would like to present a theory to you which unfortunately is not yet complete. However, as I am very convinced of it, I will present it to you nonetheless. I have long wondered why the Nox mirror helm was placed in these catacombs. During my investigations of the catacombs, I noticed that there are rooms that contain conspicuously placed chairs. Some of these rooms don't even contain any item and don't really have any function. So why do they exist? I started investigating all the rooms in the catacombs that contain chairs and came to the following conclusion. I believe that all rooms with a certain number of chairs form a group and are intended to refer to specific events. Discussing every single room would be far too much for this video, especially since I am still in the process of correctly interpreting and understanding all the references. Many catacombs have exactly one room with chairs. However, 2 catacombs have several rooms with chairs and are apparently considered hubs for different groups of chairs and therefore for different events. Interestingly, the Cliffbottom Catacombs are one of them. The Cliffbottom Catacombs have one room with 3 chairs, one with 4, and one with 5. In this video, I will limit myself to the 2 rooms with 3 and 4 chairs, as the room with 5 chairs is linked to references for which we still lack some basic information. So let's take a look at the room with 3 chairs. It is the room with the Nox mirror helm, and actually the only room of all catacombs in the lands between that has 3 chairs. The Nox mirror helm is about betrayal of the greater will and possibly the Knight of the Black Knives. The catacombs of the Land of Shadow add another room with 3 chairs. This is located in the Scorpion River Catacombs and contains a chest with an ancient Dragon Knight cookbook that the Deathblight eyes pass by. These catacombs also deal with Godwyn's death on the night of the Black Knives. These both are all rooms with 3 chairs. The group of rooms with 3 chairs apparently form references to Godwyn's death and the night of the Black Knives. In the Cliffbottom Catacombs, it is the room right next to the one with the Nox mirror helm that contains 4 chairs. In Chapter 7, we have already established that clues and references to Godwyn's survival are closely linked to the number 4. Could it be that in this case too, the rooms with 4 chairs are references to Godwyn's survival? In the room in the Cliffbottom Catacombs that contains 4 chairs, we find the rune arc on a corpse looking at a bookshelf. In addition, an extremely rare symbol is found on a carpet in the same room, which is primarily associated with the church bell in Stormveil. This symbol appears 6 times around the bell. The room with the 4 chairs in the Cliffbottom Catacombs, therefore, forms a reference to Marika's plan for Godwyn's survival. The church bell in Stormveil was supposed to lead the soul of Godwyn as Prince of Death to Stormveil. There are other rooms in other catacombs with 4 chairs that have an interesting design, but I'm not sure how to interpret them yet, and I'm still busy deciphering these references. There's also a room with 4 chairs in the Land of Shadow. This is located in the Forkrift Catacombs and contains a catacomb sorcerer standing next to a Graveglove ward. In the last chapter, we already linked the Forkrift Catacombs to Godwyn's survival and resurrection, so a room with 4 chairs fits perfectly with our theory. But what is the catacomb sorcerer standing next to a Graveglove ward referring to? According to the last chapter, the catacomb sorcerer represents a father figure. The Graveglove ward represents a bell that summons the spirits. Could it be that Godwyn's father, Godfrey, had something to do with the church bell in Stormveil and thus Godwyn's survival? Another room with 4 chairs is located in the Impaler Catacombs on Weeping Peninsula. In it, you will find a coffin and 2 statues of roses who leads the dead on their predestined path. Could this room also be a reference to the impaled Godfrey, who may have led Godwyn to Stormveil with the help of the church bell? Finally, I would like to show you the room with 4 chairs in the Tombsword Catacombs. These are the catacombs where, among others, the leader of the Mausoleum Knights can be found. In this room sits a corpse with the prattling pate "Thank you," and around it is Deathroot, which grows towards the corpse. The Tombsword Catacombs, with a room containing the 4 chairs, is a reference to the grateful Godwyn, whose soul was ultimately brought to safety in the Chapel of Anticipation. The Deathroot growing towards the corpse symbolizes the thorns growing towards the Chapel of Anticipation. These are not only found on the outer wall towards the Chapel of Anticipation, but also partly directly in front of the Chapel of Anticipation, growing towards it. Looking back, we can see that the Cliffbottom Catacombs form a hub for various references to the Night of the Black Knives and Godwyn's survival. The Cliffbottom Catacombs are most closely associated with the woman with the black hood. The Cliffbottom Catacombs contain a room with a statue of the woman with the hood and book, which is otherwise only found in the room with the lightning scorpion charm. In addition, the room with the lightning scorpion charm contains walls with the scrolls. The statue with the book and the walls with scrolls symbolize the plan of Marika and the woman with the black hood. There's also a room in the Cliffbottom Catacombs that contains the Nox mirror helm. This is associated with the betrayal of the Nox and Eternal Cities to the Greater Will. The room with the Nox mirror helm also contains 3 chairs. The only other room with 3 chairs is a room in the Scorpion River Catacombs. The rooms with 3 chairs seem to be linked to references to the Night of the Black Knives. Furthermore, there is a room in the Cliffbottom Catacombs containing a corpse with a rune arc looking at a bookshelf. In the same room, there is a symbol that is primarily associated with the church bell in Stormveil. The room is a reference to Marika's plan, which is about Godwyn's survival and in which the church bell of Stormveil plays a central role. It was supposed to lead the soul of Godwyn, the Prince of Death, to Stormveil. This room in the Cliffbottom Catacombs also contains 4 chairs. The rooms with the 4 chairs form references to Godwyn's survival. These rooms include a room in the Forkrift Catacombs, with a catacomb sorcerer and a ghost glove ward. This may be a reference to a father and a spirit summoning bell. We also have a room with 4 chairs in the Impaler Catacombs. Here you will find 2 statues of roses who symbolizes the leading of the dead. This could also be a reference to the impaled Godfrey, who helped to lead Godwyn's soul to Stormveil through the church tower bell. The room with the 4 chairs and the Tombs Ward Catacombs contains the prattling pale thank you and deathroot, which grows towards the corresponding corpse. This room is a reference to Godwyn's grateful soul, which found refuge in the Chapel of Anticipation and toward which the thorns grow. All these references are connected to the Cliffbottom Catacombs and thus to the woman in the black hood. Last but not least, I noticed something else. The wall with the scrolls symbolizing Marika's plan appears only once more in the Land of Shadow. It is located in the Forkrift Catacombs, in the room with the spirit ashes of Black Knight Commander Andreas, who represents a father figure. So, could Godfrey have actually been involved in the Night of the Black Knives alongside the woman in the black hood? It was common knowledge that Godfrey had been exiled prior to the events of the Night of the Black Knives, and had supposedly left the lands between with the other Tarnished. In the Rusted Anchor it says, the rusty anchor wielded as a weapon. Each of its 4 flukes is thick and sharp, enabling piercing attacks. While the Tarnished left the lands between with their lord, one boat alone was said to have been left behind. So the Tarnished have supposedly left the lands between with their lord, however, one boat has been left behind. Godfrey's blue cape reminds me of the following item of clothing: navy hood, a hooded cloak of deep navy, worn by expatriated royalty. Such cloaks were gifted to those who departed on missions to faraway lands from which they would never return. But what choice did they have, having seen the guidance of grace? Could it be that Godfrey did not leave the lands between after all, and later became part of Marika's and the woman with the black hood's plan? In the last chapter, we saw that the Cliffbottom Catacombs appear to be a hub for various clues relating to the Night of the Black Knives, and are primarily associated with the woman in the black hood. The woman in the black hood is either Marika or someone very close to her. In addition, a father figure often appears as a reference in this context, which leads us to believe that even Godfrey might have been involved in the Night of the Black Knives. There are no more questions about Godfrey and the woman in the black hood than about Godwyn. Who is the woman in the black hood? Is Marika the woman in the black hood? Did Godfrey not leave the lands between after all and join the woman in the black hood? Did the woman in the black hood and Godfrey actually work together from the shadows and ultimately turn against Radagon? Before I delve further into these questions, I would like to explain an assumption on which a large part of my theory is based. Since the release of Elden Ring, so-called parallels have often been discussed. Parallels are a stylistic device used primarily in literature. I believe that this stylistic device is probably the most important one we find in Elden Ring. Here is a brief explanation of what parallels are. Parallels in literature are a literary device that creates a connection or comparison between 2 or more elements, such as characters, events, or ideas, to highlight their similarities or differences. Writers use parallels to help readers see connections, contrasts, or patterns that deepen the meaning of the story and clarify its themes. Parallels can appear in different forms. Character parallels. 2 characters might have similar backgrounds, face similar challenges, or make contrasting choices, allowing the reader to compare their development and understand the story's message more deeply. Event parallels. Similar events may happen to different characters or at different times in the story, emphasizing recurring themes or showing how situations can lead to different outcomes. Thematic parallels. Ideas or motives are repeated or mirrored across the narrative to reinforce central themes. Parallels not only highlight certain themes through repeated occurrence, but also make it easier to recognize underlying relationships. Parallels are not always about the exact details, but rather about the general connection and relationships between characters, for example. It makes perfect sense that Miyazaki draws on literary stylistic devices to make the lore seem cryptic. These require interpretation and cannot be grasped through simple data mining. My theory is based on the following consideration and assumption. The story of Elden Ring essentially revolves around the main characters Marika, Godfrey, and Radagon. Godwyn also appears to play one of the most important roles as the protagonist. Although these characters had the greatest influence on the story of Elden Ring, very little is known about them and hardly anything is told directly about them. If Miyazaki does give us the opportunity to reproduce the true events of Elden Ring, then the clues to this will apparently be conveyed indirectly. I believe that the solution to the background story of Elden Ring lies in parallels within the game. I believe that virtually all of the minor characters we encounter in Elden Ring represent parallels to the main characters. This means that the untold stories of the main characters can be found in fragments in the form of parallels in the minor characters. And not just in the minor characters, even the spirit ashes contain hidden parallels. The challenge in solving the background story therefore lies primarily in finding out which main characters are hidden behind the minor characters in the form of parallels. First, I would like to take a closer look at the story of Big Boggart and work out what information is hidden here in literary form. Similar to the parallel between Marika and the Haunsen Grandam, who cooks the gourmet scorpion stew, Big Boggart is also cooking. Here lies another reference to the circumstances surrounding Godwyn. When we purchase the item boiled prawn for the first time, Big Boggart gives us the gesture spread out. Why do we receive this gesture when purchasing boiled prawn? There is an allusion hidden behind both of these items. The spread out gesture can also be interpreted as playing dead or a corpse. In addition, the tail of a prawn resembles a tail fin. If we think back to Godwyn's story, this is clearly a hidden reference to the circumstances surrounding Godwyn's feigned death. There are also references hidden in the item description. It says, boiled prawn meat, a prime specimen of plump and moist meat. True connoisseurs know how to keep from oversalting. Boosts physical damage negation for a certain duration. The meat actually looks to have come from a crayfish. Not that it matters, it's delicious all the same. The line, true connoisseurs know how to keep from oversalting, refers to the fact that on the night of the Black Knives, those involved knew how to use the power of the Rune of Death without killing Godwyn. The line, the meat actually looks to have come from a crayfish, describes that the prawn, which looks like a tailfin, is actually crayfish. The confusion between a crayfish and a prawn is an allusion to the fact that Godwyn's corpse is also misinterpreted. Godwyn is believed to be dead, but in reality he has survived. The spread out gesture after purchasing boiled prawn for the first time and its item description together form a reference to the actual circumstances in which Godwyn faked his death. He is believed to be dead, but in reality he has survived. Continuing Big Boggart's quest, we next encounter him in front of Leyndell. This is the same place where we encounter the Deathblight crabs, which ultimately represent traces of Godwyn's escape from Leyndell. Big Boggart is cooking again, but this time it's boiled crab. The description reads, boiled crab meat, a prime specimen of plump and moist meat. True connoisseurs know how to keep from oversalting. Greatly boosts physical damage negation for a certain duration. Unlike the prawn sold, this truly is crab. Not that it matters, it's delicious all the same. Here too, the line, true connoisseurs know how to keep from oversalting, is used, alluding to the fact that those involved in the Night of the Black Knives knew how to use the Rune of Death without killing Godwyn. In addition, the boiled crab says, unlike the prawn sold, this truly is crab. Not that it matters, it's delicious all the same. The boiled prawns are actually crayfish, but are easily confused due to their appearance. The boiled crab, on the other hand, is actually crab. While Godwyn's corpse, with its tail fin in deep-root depth, is believed to represent Godwyn's death, it is not. Godwyn survived. The deathblood crabs with cysts and pustules of Godwyn, the Prince of Death, are actually traces of Godwyn. The boiled crab alludes precisely to these circumstances. The final line, not that it matters, it's delicious all the same, is merely an ironic comment intended to emphasize that there is actually a meaning behind the boiled prawns and boiled crab. Here too, I suspect that it is no coincidence that Big Boggart was placed right next to the deathblood crabs. The placement is intended to emphasize the connection to the deathblood crabs and Godwyn. At the end of his quest, Big Boggart fears being cursed by the Dung Eater and asks us to let him die so that he will not be cursed.
It serves me right. Fitting bloody end. For a jumped up little shit with big ideas. Help me out. Would you, mate? I don't want to get cursed. Just let me die. I don't want to live like this. Not anymore. So, please.
The circumstances seem to correspond to those of the Night of the Black Knives. Godwyn had hatched a grand plan with the others and was supposed to die in order to escape the influence of the Greater Will. The Dung Eater seems to represent a threat to Big Boggart and thus to Godwyn according to the parallel. If we look at Dung Eater, he wears red armor with an image of a sun on it. The red armor led me to suspect that Dung Eater is apparently a parallel to Radagon. The sun, on the other hand, is a reference to the Greater Will. His armor reads, Omen armor, malformed armor resembling an omen with its horns cut off, worn by the Dung Eater. The heavy sun-shaped medallion represents both the guidance he once saw and the ring to which it will one day lead. While the red armor indicates that the Dung Eater is a Radagon parallel, the sun apparently symbolizes the influence of the Greater Will and the Elden Ring. The Night of the Black Knives happened during Radagon's reign as Elden Lord. Based on this parallel, Radagon is a threat to Godwyn. Not only was Godwyn's goal to free himself from the influence of the Greater Will, but also to escape Radagon's threat unnoticed so that he could face him in the end. If I produce a video series about Radagon and the Greater Will in the distant future, I will return to the Radagon parallel drawn by Dung Eater and discuss further details that show how this parallel fits into the bigger picture. Behind the name Blackguard Boggart, or simply Big Boggart as he calls himself, there is another reference that fits the parallel to Godwyn. Boggarts are often described as mischievous or tricky spirits in English folklore. They are known for playing pranks, causing trouble and creating chaos, such as hiding household items, disturbing people at night, or scaring livestock. In some stories, they even try to outsmart humans, as in the tale where a boggart makes a deal with a farmer about dividing crops, showing a certain cleverness or cunning. With the help of many others, Godwyn tricked and deceived Radagon and managed to escape unnoticed, only to continue his resistance in an unknown form. The name Big Boggart would therefore be extremely fitting for Godwyn's story. Even the line for which he is best known could be a reference to Marika as the Hooded Woman.
Marika's tits. You must be hungry.
If you look closely at the statue of the hooded woman, you will notice that she actually has large breasts. Based on the last chapter, it appears that the hooded woman depicted in the Catacombs with statues is behind the events of the Night of the Black Knives. However, it is not entirely clear whether this is Marika or someone very close to her. Part of the plan was to resurrect Godwyn in the Chapel of Anticipation. Do certain details seem familiar? A hooded woman who organizes an assassination and wants to resurrect Godwyn, thus opposing the Golden Order. It is Fear who bears an incredible resemblance to these events. If we look at the room in the Round Table Hold, where Fear is located, we notice that paintings of Marika have been placed here. The paintings emphasize that Fear is a parallel to Marika. This further convinced me that the hooded woman is, in fact, Marika. If we look at the plot in Fear's questline, we can clearly see that the events parallel the actions of the hooded woman, and therefore Marika. Fear organizes an assassination attempt on Dee. Dee's armor depicts a golden and a silver person. In this parallel, the Dee in the Round Table Hold represents Godwyn the Golden, who is murdered on the Night of the Black Knives. A very specific dagger is used for this, which is apparently tainted with the power of the Rune of Death. This dagger kills Dee as Godwyn the Golden. Later in Dee's questline, we meet the second Dee near Nokron. This second Dee appears to be asleep. As soon as we give him the twin armor, he awakens. This second Dee can be interpreted as Godwyn the Tarnished, who is associated with silver instead of gold. The second Dee, as Godwyn the Tarnished, is out for revenge and ultimately kills Fear as Marika. This corresponds to the plot of the protagonist, Godwyn the Tarnished, who is supposed to kill Radagon and therefore also Marika at the end of the story. It is also Fear who gives us the knife print clue, the clue that leads us to the Black Knife Catacombs. In the accompanying dialogue, she says the following.
My dear, have you ever heard of black knife prints? Dear Roger likes to talk of them when abed, and the ancient plot in which the first of the demigods was slain. The black knives wielded by the assassins who committed the act, along with the impressions they made, somehow hide the truth of the conspiracy. These grand affairs are hardly my forte.
Here, too, there is irony in the last line. The line, "These grand affairs are hardly my forte," emphasizes the parallel with Marika, and that it was Marika, as the hooded woman, who was behind the Night of the Black Knives. The hugs with Fear symbolize the love Marika feels for us, her son Godwyn. After such hugs, we receive Baldachin's blessing. It says, Baldachin's blessing. Favor bestowed by a deathbed companion. Protection of a hidden temple in the guise of a bedchamber. Uses FP to temporarily boost poise. The favor allows one to forget any aches and pains. In death there is only peace, for in death there can be no sensation. A baldachin refers to a canopy over a bed, often richly decorated, and refers primarily to the curtains that can be seen in the icon. This design appears only once more in the entire game. The design can be found at the top of the 4 belfries. In addition, the bell tower leading to the Chapel of Anticipation stands out due to a small detail. The skull on this bell tower faces in a different direction than the skulls on the other bell towers. I think this is meant to emphasize that the bell tower forming the entrance to the Chapel of Anticipation is the main focus here. In Baldachin's blessing it says, protection of a hidden temple in the guise of a bedchamber. This is not only a reference to the belfry as the entrance to the Chapel of Anticipation, it is also a reference to the circumstances in which Godwyn fell into the deep slumber in the Chapel of Anticipation. Furthermore, Baldachin's blessing states, "The favor allows one to forget any aches and pains. In death there is only peace, for in death there can be no sensation." This seems to be a reference to Godwyn's memory loss, who forgot all the pain and obstacles he had to endure during his resurrection. According to our theory, the resurrection failed and instead Godwyn fell into a deep slumber. At the end of Fia's questline, when she finally tries to give Godwyn new life, we receive a special Baldachin's blessing. The radiant Baldachin's blessing contains a reference to the fork rift in our actual resurrection. The meaning of the radiant Baldachin's blessing and how Marika ultimately managed to resurrect Godwyn in the Chapel of Anticipation is something I will discuss in a later chapter. In previous chapters, references have already hinted that Godfrey was also involved in the Night of the Black Knives. It is unclear what happened to him after his banishment. In the rusted anchor it says, "A rusty anchor wielded as a weapon. Each of its 4 flukes is thick and sharp, enabling piercing attacks. While the tarnished left the lands between with their lord, one boat alone was said to have been left behind. It is said that Godfrey left the lands between together with the other tarnished, but one boat was left behind. Why? Godfrey's blue cloak is reminiscent of the following garment: navy hood. A hooded cloak of deep navy, worn by expatriated royalty. Such cloaks were gifted to those who departed on missions to faraway lands from which they would never return. But what choice did they have, having seen the guidance of grace? What choice did Godfrey have after his banishment? Should he have simply accepted it and left the lands between? In the previous chapters, there were repeated references to a father figure who was apparently part of Marika's plan. Let's take another look at the 2 rooms which have walls with scrolls. These are the only rooms with such scrolls in the entire game. The first room is located in the Windham Catacombs and contains 2 statues of Marika as the hooded woman with a book in her hand. The scrolls and the statue of the hooded woman with a book in her hand symbolize Marika's plan. There is also a corpse with a lightning scorpion charm. The corpse hiding behind the coffin and the lightning scorpion charm itself symbolize Godwyn's role in the Night of the Black Knives. Now we have a second room which has also walls with scrolls. This room is located in the Fork Rift Catacombs and, due to its special walls, is also considered a reference to Marika's plan. In this room we find the spirit ashes of Black Knight Commander Andreas, who represents a father figure. It reads, Black Knight Commander Andreas. The Black Knights were the primary force of Mesmer's army. Their first leader was Andreas, a man endowed with great strength and command over the powers of the Crucible, and whose spirit in these ashes dwells. Though he remained a devout follower of Mesmer, after his flight from the Earth Tree, he would rebel after learning of his liege's serpentine nature. His righteous stand was rewarded with imprisonment in an underground tomb. Not only is he a father figure, but the description is clearly a parallel to Godfrey. The sentence, "Their first leader was Andreas, a man endowed with great strength and command over the powers of the Crucible," corresponds quite well to a description that could also apply to Godfrey. Not only was Godfrey known for his incredible strength, but also for his connection to the Crucible. The Crucible Knights were part of his army, and even on his cloak we find a symbol that apparently symbolizes the Crucible. Interpreted as a parallel to Godfrey, it means the first Elden Lord Godfrey was a man endowed with great strength and command over the powers of the Crucible. The second part of the description of Black Knight Commander Andreas says, though he remained a devout follower of Mesmer after his flight from the Earth Tree, he would rebel after learning of his liege's serpentine nature. While Black Knight Commander Andreas represents a Godfrey parallel, Mesmer, as already mentioned in Chapter 6, is obviously a Radagon parallel. Interpreted, we get the following. Though he remained a devout follower of Marika, who is actually Radagon in disguise, after leaving the Earth Tree, he would rebel after learning of his liege's serpentine nature. The Godfrey parallel contained in Black Knight Commander Andreas tells us that Godfrey learned of Radagon's deception after his banishment and turned against him. The concept of Marika is actually somewhat complicated. When Marika is mentioned, it is often Radagon who is impersonating Marika. Nevertheless, there is also a real Marika. One of the clues that it was Radagon's intention to banish the Tarnished and summon them back if necessary is Marika's last echo regarding the banishment. On Reaping Peninsula, where Godfrey and the Tarnished are supposed to have left the lands between, there are 2 churches on the west coast. The spoken echo regarding the banishment can be found in the Church of Pilgrimage.
In Marika's own words, "Then, after thy death, I will give back what I once claimed, return to the lands between, wage war, and brandish the Elden Ring, grow strong in the face of death. Warriors of my lord, Lord Godfrey."
The 4th Church of Marika is located in the immediate vicinity, so why wasn't the echo placed in the church with the Marika statue? Instead, we find the echo in the Church of Pilgrimage with the Radagon statue. Some of the echoes come from the real Marika, and some come from Radagon, who is pretending to be Marika. Radagon and the Greater Will only need the Tarnished to wage war and restore the Elden Ring. We find a reference to the fact that even Godfrey was probably deceived by Radagon as Marika in Marika's rune. Golden remnants of the grace personally bestowed by Queen Marika to the heroes who joined the crusade for her. The brilliance of Queen Marika's grace blinds even the very best. The Church of Pilgrimage contains an echo regarding the banishment and return of the Tarnished, along with a statue of Radagon, giving us a small hint that Radagon appeared as Marika and exploited the Tarnished. The real Marika, on the other hand, opposes Radagon and the Greater Will and is behind the Knight of the Black Knives, which aims to revive Godwyn in the Chapel of Anticipation. The 4th Church of Marika is unusually guarded by Mausoleum soldiers. Normally, they only protect the wandering mausoleums, but in this case, they guard the 4th Church of Marika. This is another clue that the real Marika is behind the planned resurrection and the Mausoleum Knights. In addition, the church was designed with white and purple flowers. This corresponds exactly to the design of the hooded woman in the Catacombs, where we also find white and purple flowers. This is another clue that the real Marika is the hooded woman. According to the Godfrey parallel in the description of Black Knight Commander Andreas, Godfrey never left the lands between and later teamed up with the real Marika as the hooded woman to oppose Radagon and resurrect Godwyn in the Chapel of Anticipation. Both acted together from the shadows. The fact that Godwyn was also part of the plan and later opposed Radagon is also hinted in the Spirit Ashes of Black Knight Captain Hugh as a Godwyn parallel. Here it says, Black Knight Captain Hugh. The Black Knights were the primary force of Mesmer's army. Second to their first knight commander was Hugh, a man with agile command of both Twinblight techniques and the powers of the Crucible, and whose spirit in these ashes dwells. Though a champion of the divine beast hunt, he followed his father, Andreas, into rebellion against Mesmer, and like his father, he too was imprisoned in an underground tomb. Mesmer mourned the loss of a brother in arms. Being agile fits with the story of Godwyn's survival, and the twin theme may be an allusion to Godwyn having 2 lives. If you interpret the last line as a parallel to Godwyn, you get the following. Though a champion of the war against the ancient dragons, he followed his father, Godfrey, into rebellion against Radagon. Radagon lamented the loss of Godwyn. In the story of Godwyn's survival, the church bell of Stormveil was supposed to lead Godwyn there. As the Prince of Death, a putrefied corpse, he was dependent on such guidance. In the church tower where the spell is located, we find a red carpet with a symbol on it. Nowhere else does this symbol appear so frequently. 2 are placed directly next to the bell, and 3 more of these carpets can be found 1 level below, facing the center of the tower. The symbol is also placed on the altar. Since the symbol is found primarily in this location, we can assume that it primarily represents the church bell of Stormveil. We also found this symbol in the Cliffbottom Catacombs, which is a reference to Marika's involvement as the Hooded Woman. The only other place we find this symbol is in the Round Table Hold and Fortified Manor. One of the rooms contains bookshelves and paintings of Marika. This room appears to be another reference to Marika's plan, which involves the church bell of Stormveil. Another of these carpets can be found in the immediate vicinity of the painting Flightless Bird, which refers to the story of Godwyn's survival. In addition, we find one of those carpets right next to Nephili Lu. At this point in her quest, Nephili lost Gideon's guidance and was sent away by him. Nephili Lu parallels Godfrey the Tarnished and his banishment, who was also stripped of the guidance of grace and now roams as Godfrey the Tarnished. The carpet with the church bell symbol is a reference to Godfrey the Tarnished, who was also part of Marika's plan. I will discuss Godfrey's story and the associated parallels in more detail in future videos, and will leave it at that for now, mentioning only that it is a parallel to Godfrey. There are 2 other places where the symbol has been placed, but they also hide references that would go beyond the scope of this video. The symbol of the church bell not only refers to places that can be associated with Marika's plan, but also to Nephili Lu as a parallel to Godfrey. In the last chapter, we also found references that point to Godfrey's possible involvement. It appears that not only Marika as the Hooded Woman, but also Godfrey was involved in the plan for the Night of the Black Knives and Godwyn's resurrection in Stormveil. There is another location that references these events. It is the Lower Capital Church in Leyndell. In this church we find the armor set of Lionel the Lionhearted and the deathbed dress. Lionel's helm, worn by Lionel the Lionhearted. When this chivalrous, dauntless knight met Fia, who had been driven from her home, he declared himself to be her father. Deathbed dress. Extremely thin and sheer white dress worn by the deathbed companion as she embraces the dead, slowly replenishes the HP of nearby allies, but not that of the wearer. The touch of the fabric is exceedingly soft, so as not to harm even the most withered corpse, while still sharing her warmth. While Fia is a parallel to Marika, Lionel the Lionhearted is a parallel to Godfrey. The fact that Lionel is a Godfrey parallel is emphasized primarily by his association with lions. In addition to the 2 references to Fia and Lionel, a carpet with a specific pattern has been placed at this location. This pattern does not appear anywhere else in Leyndell. Instead, it is a pattern that is otherwise only found in a slightly modified form in Stormveil. There, the banner also features the lion motif of Godfrey and the golden lineage. The green carpet with a special pattern is therefore clearly a reference to Stormveil. There's also a small tower with a church bell adjacent to the church. The same model of the Stormveil bell was used here. What do we have so far? We have a church bell, which is the same model used in Stormveil, a green carpet with a Stormveil pattern, which is otherwise only used in connection with golden lineage motifs, the armor of Lionel the Lionhearted, who serves as a parallel to Godfrey, and the deathbed dress of Fia, who serves as a parallel to Marika as the Hooded Woman. Last but not least, there is one more final clue in this location. On the altar is a yellow-looking piece of fabric, and if you look closely, you can see there is a symbol hidden there that is barely recognizable, the symbol of the church bell of Stormveil. The entire location is a reference to the circumstances that led Godfrey the Tarnished and Marika as the Hooded Woman to join forces in Stormveil at a certain point in time in order to lead Godwyn to Stormveil with the help of the church bell and resurrect him there. But what was Godfrey's role in the Night of the Black Knives? The Forkrift Catacombs not only contain the spirit ashes of Black Knight Commander Andreas, who is a Godfrey parallel, but also a room with 4 chairs, which is also considered a reference to the events that enabled Godwyn to survive. Here we find a catacomb sorcerer and a grave glove ward. These can be associated with a father figure and a ghost summoning bell, and apparently indicate that Godfrey has something to do with the church bell in Stormveil. If we look at the church tower in Stormveil, we find banners with a symbol of a lion under the church bell, the coat of arms of Godfrey and the golden lineage. And if you look a little closer, you will see a painting of none other than Godfrey. Godfrey was the one who rang the church bell of Stormveil in the Night of the Black Knives to lead Godwyn, the Prince of Death, to Stormveil. The sounds that resemble the ringing of a bell and can be heard in the background during our resurrection are not the bells of a wandering mausoleum. It is the echo of the church bell in Stormveil, which Godfrey rang in the past to lead us, Godwyn, to Stormveil. The church bell played a central role in Godwyn's survival and led him, as a putrefied corpse, as Prince of Death in a cadaver surrogate, to Stormveil. This symbol, primarily associated with the church bell, can be found in several places that reference the Plan of America. Directly below it are banners of Godfrey and the golden lineage. There is also a painting of Godfrey, who was tasked with ringing the church bell to lead his beloved son to Stormveil. Further below the church bell, a painting can already be seen through the wooden floor. Also directly below the church bell is the painting Prophecy, which shows the Chapel of Anticipation and predicts Godwyn's resurrection. Unfortunately, the resurrection seemed to have failed. Almost everyone thought Godwyn had not survived and did not know that he had merely fallen into a deep slumber, still clinging to his life in the Chapel of Anticipation. Were all their efforts in vain in the end? And what brought Godwyn finally back to life? In the last chapter, we discussed how the exiled Godfrey joined forces with Marika as the woman in the black hood, and together they conspired against Radagon. Marika, as the woman in the black hood, planned the Night of the Black Knives while in exile. Many of you are probably wondering how something like this could even be possible. How can an unknown real Marika ally herself with Godfrey while Radagon is posing as Marika and Leyndell? Let me introduce you to my concept of Marika. Radagon is Marika is the most important and only sentence on which all theories about these two are based. And it is Corin again who is confused by the circumstances surrounding Radagon as Marika.
Master, whatever is the matter? Please, I implore you, continue. Continue your reflections, your rhythms. I must be the one to record them. What matters this issue of Radagon, really? The Erd Tree, heart of the Golden Order, lies before our very eyes. Why must these qualms come to you now? We were on the very cusp. Oh, was that you? Sorry, I hardly noticed. I'm a little shaken since the Master ceased his movements. The Master's reflections had heightened as we neared the Erd Tree, while still a precise calculus. The rhythms grew increasingly wild until he simply ceased. Now the Master is facing quite the puzzle. The Golden Order is founded on the principle that Marika is the one true god. However, the name of Marika's second husband, King Consort Radagon, also appeared. Who exactly was Radagon? The Master is stumped. His finger has remained still ever since Radagon's name was discovered. Curse my mediocre mind. The Master only has me. and here I fail him. What on earth did you do to the Master? Well, not that I'm complaining. Master's finger moves again, resuming his cogitation. More than good enough for me. I haven't the words to thank you, so I'd like to pass this on to you instead. A glimpse into the heart of the Golden Order, documented by yours truly. To think that Radagon was Marika herself, or at least such is all I can interpret from the rhythm and calculus of his finger. How would such a thing even have been possible, I wonder? Sadly, I cannot comprehend it myself. Do you have a fuller understanding of the matter? Well, either way, I can continue my documentation. In truth, it matters very little whether I understand the Master's thoughts or not. I am merely his scribe. It is my sole and unwavering purpose.
Radagon is Marika. This sentence is one of the most important in Elden Ring. Since the release of Elden Ring, the entire community believes it understands this sentence. All consensus in the community about the connection between Radagon and Marika is based solely on this sentence. I believe that the community has not understood the actual meaning of this sentence. Korn himself admits that he does not understand the connections. What about you? Do you understand the exact meaning of Radagon is Marika? In the following, I would like to present a concept of Marika, which I am firmly convinced corresponds to the actual relations. Let's first take a look at Radagon's and Marika's Scar Seals and Source Seals. Radagon's Scar Seal and Source Seal increase the stats of Vigor, Endurance, Strength and Dexterity. Marika's Scar Seal and Source Seal, on the other hand, increase the stats of Mind, Intelligence, Faith and Arcane. Radagon's Scar Seal and Source Seal increase stats associated with physical attributes. Marika's Scar Seal and Source Seal, on the other hand, increase stats that can be considered more spiritual attributes. In comparison, Radagon embodies the physical, while Marika represents the spiritual. Now let's move on to the concept of Marika. Radagon represents the physical vessel. Marika, on the other hand, exists only as a soul within Radagon. Radagon is a living vessel with consciousness, and Marika's soul exists within him. But Radagon is not just a living vessel. Radagon is able to change his form. At the end of Chapter 7, I compared Godwyn and Radagon together with a description of the Silver Tear mask. It said, Silver Tear mask. Mask fashioned from the corpse of a formless Silver Tear, supported by its hardened shed husk. To imitate the imitator is a cunning play indeed. The line, to imitate the imitator is a cunning play indeed, is an allusion to the fact that Godwyn, as a formless Silver Tear, acquires exactly the same abilities as Radagon. Radagon was himself a Silver Tear. The hardened material that Radagon is made of, when we face him at the end, is nothing more than the hardened shell of an almost dead Silver Tear. In relation to the concept of Marika, Radagon is the dominant formless vessel that switches between the forms of Radagon and Marika. The Marika who appears in public is Radagon, who carries the soul of the real Marika within him. Now there is a third instance. The Elden Beast, which acts in accordance with the greater will, is the Elden Ring itself and represents the concept of order. Radagon and Marika are both guided and influenced by the greater will in the background. Influenced by the Elden Beast and the greater will, Godfrey is banished from the realm of the Erdtree by Radagon and Marika. He wanders into exile in Limgrave. Marika is interested what the Golden Order is actually based on.
In Marika's own words, I declare mine intent to search the depths of the Golden Order through understanding of the proper way. Our faith, our grace is increased. Those blissful early days of blind belief are long past. My comrades,
Why must ye falter?
And by searching the depth of the Golden Order, she discovers a terrible truth. Marika speaks out against the foundations of the Golden Order and got abandoned by Radagon.
In Marika's own words, the Erd-Tree governs all. The choice is thine. Become one with the Order, or divest thyself of it, to wallow at the fringes, a powerless upstart.
From there on, Marika takes on a physical form and is sent into exile. This is the real Marika, who appears as the woman in the black hood. The real Marika meets Godfrey and they conspire against Radagon and the Greater Will. Marika and Godfrey also join forces with the other demigods, Godwyn, Ranni, Rykard and Melina. Marika plans the Night of the Black Knives to allow Godwyn to escape undetected and resurrect him in Stormveil as a Silvertear. Godwyn arrives in Stormveil, but the resurrection fails. What happened to prevent Godwyn from being resurrected in Stormveil? On the Night of the Black Knives, Marika was supposed to give Godwyn new life in Stormveil. But Marika, as the woman in the black hood, died on that night. In the previous chapter, we established that Fia forms a parallel to Marika. The first time we speak to Fia in secret, she tells us the following.
I was known as a deathbed companion. Where I come from, after I received the warmth and lively vigor from a number of champions, I lay with the remains of an exalted noble. To grant him another chance at life, to do so is the purpose of my being. But before I could bear the noble into new life, I was awakened by the guidance of grace and chased from my birthplace. Pray, be kind. Despite all that, I still wish to be a deathbed companion. So please, let me hold you like this, as often as it takes.
Since Fia is a parallel to Marika, we can assume that these circumstances also applied to Marika. Marika, the woman in the black hood, died before she could rebirth Godwyn. There are also clues to this in other places. In Chapter 7, we discovered that the Sage's Cave tells the story of the Night of the Black Knives through associations. The references begin with the Black Knife Assassin and the Concealing Veil, which provide us with the context of the Night of the Black Knives. Next, the Four-Bladed Raptor Talons and the Four Dragonwound Greaves tell the story of Godwyn's survival and Fortissax's sacrifice. The story of the Flightless Bird and the Ancient Dragon Fortissax. Directly opposite are 10 golden great arrows together with crystal cave moss. These represent the Erd-Tree and the Elden Beast from which Godwyn wants to escape. Next is a chest containing a stone sword key, whose association we have not yet discovered. Further back are 5 silver-pickled fowl feet, the black hood, the candletree wooden shield, and a nascent butterfly. These items tell the story of the hooded woman who prophesies Godwyn's resurrection and cooperates with Miquella. The last 2 items, the 5 rejuvenating boluses and the lost ashes of war, tell the story of Godwyn's resurrection in Limgrave with no memory of past events. Now, there is another character inside the cave next to the Black Knife Assassin. It is Necromancer Garrus. He carries the following items with him: the Sage Robe and Sage Trousers, the Prince of Death Staff, and the weapon Family Heads. Here too, a character is coded with color red to identify him as a Radagon parallel. In the Prince of Death Staff it says, Prince of Death Staff, staff embedded with sullied amber, said to be a very part of the Prince of Death. Since the staff is supposed to contain a part of Godwyn, this could be interpreted as a reference to Radagon's desire for Godwyn. Furthermore, Necromancer Garrus possesses the weapon Family Heads. The Family Heads are probably the most interesting. They say, Family Heads. 3 bludgeoning copper heads attached to a handle by chains. Signature weapon of Necromancer Garrus, the heretical sage. Their heads were made to resemble those of his wife and 2 children. If we interpret Necromancer Garrus as a reference to Radagon, then he apparently lost 3 people on the night of the Black Knives. The 2 children are apparently a reference to Godwyn and Ranni, who died in a sense on that night. The wife, on the other hand, is apparently a reference to Marika, the woman in the black hood, Radagon's other half, who also died on the night of the Black Knives. Here too we find a small hint that Marika did not survive the night of the Black Knives. In Chapter 9, we discover that the Catacombs and the lands between were designed with a thematic reference to the hooded woman. Her statue is the only one that appears in the Catacombs. The grave on Ghost Glove wards, as well as the grave violets, are apparently associated with her. According to my theory, various rooms in all kinds of catacombs were coated with chairs. A certain number of chairs form a group and represent specific events. The 2 catacombs have several rooms with chairs. These include the Cliffbottom Catacombs and the War Dad's Catacombs. The Cliffbottom Catacombs form a hub for references to Marika's plan. Since the number 3 is considered a bad omen, we have associated the number 3 with Godwyn's death. Accordingly, the rooms with 3 chairs form references to Godwyn's death. The number 4, on the other hand, is a sign of great luck, which is why we have associated the rooms with 4 chairs as references to Godwyn's survival. Now let's take a look at the War Dad's Catacombs. The name itself already contains the theme of war victims and may provide information about the overarching theme. In the War Dad's Catacombs, there is a corridor that leads around an extremely large, and therefore special, statue of the hooded woman. We can even see it through a window. After seeing the hooded woman through the first window and entering the next room, we find ourselves in a room with 3 chairs. This appears to be merely a reference to the Night of the Black Knives. Here too, there is a window leading to the room with the hooded woman. Moving on to the next room, we come to a room with 4 chairs, which appears to be a reference to Godwyn's survival. And here too, there is another window with a view of the hooded woman, who was behind it all. At the end of the corridor, however, there is another room. This room is a dead end and does not contain any items. This is one of the reasons why I am convinced of my theory about the chairs. This room was deliberately designed, but obviously has no function. In this case, the design of the room itself is what should give us clues. There is a single chair at the end of the hallway. This is not an ordinary chair, but a much more ornate one, which is probably meant to emphasize its significance. There are 3 grey violets around this chair. We know from the description of the foretold Foulfoot that the number 3 is considered a bad omen, and we recently associated this with Godwyn's death. In this case, the 3 grey violets apparently refer to the death of Marika, the woman in the black hood. And not only is the number 3 apparently used as a reference to death, but there is much more to the grey violet. The grey violet is designed after the real-life spider lily and is a well-known flower in Japan with a deep meaning. The spider lily has countless different names in Japan and has many meanings, all of which are related to death. If you look a little further, you will find a 4th grey violet. The number 4 stands for great luck, which we have related to Godwyn's survival. In this case, despite death, it is meant to indicate the survival of the hooded woman's soul. Last but not least, we have a red maned knight sitting next to a grave glove ward. This symbolizes that Marika's soul has returned to Radagon. The complete interpretation of this room tells the story of Marika's death as the woman in the black hood, the survival of her soul, and the return of her soul to Radagon. The rooms in the catacombs with a single chair illustrate the context in relation to the return to the Earth Tree in Radagon. In the Black Knife Catacombs, we find Rose's axe in the room with the chair. Here it says, Rose's ex. Usher of Death, Roses, who shows the path through the catacombs throughout the lands between, is depicted on this ritual axe. In the Stormveil catacombs, we find a room with one chair containing root raisin. The entire catacomb is themed around the return to the Earth Tree, and right in front of this room we find a spirit who tells us the following. A proper death means returning to the Earth Tree. Have patience, until the time comes and the roots call to you. There is now one more room. It is a room in the Orisa side tomb. This room is also unique. It contains a long-tongued imp, which does not appear anywhere else in the game. This is the only place where this imp exists. The imp, which is a long-tongued demon and upon closer inspection even has insect limbs attached to it, is a reference to the deceitful Radagon and the Elden Beast. The walls with vessels are also unique in the game. Overall, the rooms in the catacombs with exactly one chair reference the return to the Earth Tree and to Radagon and the Elden Beast. The passageway around the rare large statue of Marika as the woman in the black hood tells the story of the Night of the Black Knives and Godwyn's death, Godwyn's survival and escape to Stormveil, and ultimately Marika's death and the return of her soul to the Earth Tree and Radagon. While Marika died on the Night of the Black Knives and her soul returned to Radagon, Godfrey was left alone with his promise to Marika to ring the bell to resurrect Godwyn. However, the story of Godfrey and what followed is material for a separate video series. There has been much discussion in the lore community about Miquella's relationship with Godwyn and whether Miquella was involved in the Night of the Black Knives. What we know for sure is that Miquella was a follower of Golden Order fundamentalism in his youth. This is clear from the following incantation. Radagon's Rings of Light, one of the incantations of the Golden Order fundamentalists, a gift of gratitude to the young Miquella from his father, Radagon. And yet, the young Miquella abandoned fundamentalism, for it could do nothing to treat Malenia's accursed rod. This was the beginning of unalloyed gold. The Night of the Black Knives came, and Miquella lamented Godwyn's circumstances. Similar to the finger reader crown, Miquella laments that Godwyn should have died a true death. This is what it says in the Golden Epitaph. A sword made to commemorate the death of Godwyn the Golden, first of the demigods to die. Infused with the humble prayer of a young boy. O brother, Lord brother, please die a true death. Here it becomes clear once again that Godwyn definitely did not die a true death, and in my opinion, the ghoul depicted at the end of the sword also represents the circumstances of Godwyn, who escaped as a ghoul living in death. Although the weapon skill uses the sigil of the Harlech tree, the effect definitely corresponds to an incantation of Golden Order fundamentalism. The weapon skill of the Golden Epitaph says, Last rites. Raise the epitaph to grant the effect of Sacred Order to yourself and allies in the vicinity. Particularly effective at laying rest to those who live in death. The weapon skill from the Golden Epitaph uses the effect from the weapon skill Sacred Order and is even mentioned directly. It states, Sacred Order, skill of the Golden Order Fundamentalist Knights. Perform a salute and grant the armament Holy Essence, highly effective against those who live in death. The weapon skill of the Golden Epitaph therefore uses a skill from Golden Order fundamentalism. It is not only the weapon skill that is linked to Golden Order fundamentalism, the symbolic gesture at the end of the sword also points to this. The gesture symbolizes Golden Order totality and is also used in the incantation Litany of Proper Death. Litany of Proper Death, one of the incantations of the Golden Order fundamentalists, used by hunters of those who live in death, creates an image of order dealing holy damage to nearby foes. This incantation is especially damaging to those who live in death. Any felt by this incantation cannot be revived. The role of the hunters is to stamp out defiled reason. all for the perfection of the Golden Order. All of this leads me to conclude that Miquella was still very young at the time of the Night of the Black Knives and was a follower of Golden Order fundamentalism. This means that Miquella was not part of the conspiracy at the time of the Night of the Black Knives. Unaware and as a follower of Golden Order fundamentalism, Miquella believes that life and death is a terrible fate and wishes Godwyn salvation. However, Miquella's opinion was to change. As already mentioned, Radagon's Ring of Light states, "And yet the young Miquella abandoned fundamentalism, for it could do nothing to treat Malenia's accursed rod. This was the beginning of unalloyed gold." Miquella's lily in particular seems to have a connection to Miquella's youth. In a way, she symbolizes his strong connection to gold and emphasizes his connection to his youth. Miquella's lily, a delicate water lily of unalloyed gold that has started to fade and wilt, a flower signifying faith in the Harlech tree, thought to be beloved by the Empyrean Miquella in his youth. However, Miquella would go on to distance himself even further from Radagon. There are various statues placed around the Harlech tree. We find a statue of Miquella. Elsewhere, we also find a statue depicting Malenia and Miquella together. However, there is another statue. A statue depicting a woman with a hood. This statue is the most common statue in the Harlech tree. It is also the only statue that appears in all areas of the Harlech tree. Who is this person? In fact, it is a statue that appears in all heroes' graves with a slightly different posture. If you compare these two statues, you can clearly see that they are definitely of the same person. The hood, the body proportions, the robe, and the face shape are completely identical. There is a very large statue of this type in the Fringe folk hero's grave. In front of this statue, we find the talisman Erdtree's Favor, which reads, Erdtree's Favor, a talisman depicting a special blessing of the Erdtree. It is said that when the age of the Erdtree began, such blessings were personally bestowed upon their recipients by Queen Marika herself. Since we find this talisman directly in front of a huge statue of a woman, it is strongly implied that the statue is none other than Marika. This means that the woman depicted on the Harlech tree is also Marika. Is Marika in contact with Miquella? How is that possible? Marika's soul is trapped in Radagon and the Elden Beast and is being interrogated and pressured about the Night of the Black Knives. In the immediate vicinity of Marika's fourth church, which is color-coded with white and purple flowers and which is guarded by Mausoleum soldiers, which all highlights the connection to Marika as the woman in the black hood, we find a character parallel to these circumstances. It is Sellen who mirrors Marika's circumstances. Sellen forms a parallel to Marika. Sellen is also being held captive and appears to be under interrogation.
It will do no good, I swear it. And yet you persist. You frothing degenerates!
While Sellen is being held captive and tortured, she is still able to create an astral projection of herself in another place. Her astral projection serves as our teacher, and she herself takes us on as apprentice and shares her knowledge with us. These are exactly the circumstances that applied to Marika. While Marika's soul is trapped and tortured in Radagon and the Elden Beast, she is still able to create an astral projection to contact Miquella. Marika shares her knowledge with Miquella, who becomes her apprentice. This is possibly also a reason why we find Marika's sword seal at the Harlech tree. From this point on, Miquella's views should change even more. We find revenants at the Harlech tree, which are not classified as those who live in death in the game, but we can still consider them undead. In addition, there are various images of skulls and something that looks like necromancy on the walls. While Miquella rejected necromancy in his youth and as a follower of the Golden Order, it is now apparently part of the culture at the Haligtree. We had already found clues in the Sage's Cave that Marika is apparently connected to Miquella. Marika also let Miquella in on the secrets about Godwyn, which made Miquella and Malenia part of the plot against Radagon. Miquella took Marika's prophecy about Godwyn's resurrection and the burning of the Earth Tree to heart. The fact that the candle-tree symbol is everywhere on the Haligtree reflects this. Last but not least, Miquella was also in contact with Castle Sol, in front of which stands the Wandering Mausoleum. Castle Sol is also home to the eclipse Shodel, which predicts Godwyn's resurrection. Through Castle Sol, Miquella has direct connections to the Wandering Mausoleums and the Mausoleum soldiers and knights. The eclipse Shodel once again makes the connection to the prophecy of Godwyn's resurrection clear at the end, as the eclipse Shodel houses the flames of the Prince of Death and symbolizes his resurrection. Miquella was Marika's apprentice and was supposed to wait for Godwyn's resurrection in her place. The flowers associated with Marika and Miquella reflect some of these relationships very well. Miquella's lily symbolizes his youth and his turning away from the Golden Order fundamentalism. At that time, Miquella did not yet know the true events of the Night of the Black Knives. Marika then made contact with Miquella using astral projection, took him on as her apprentice, and gave him the task of waiting for Godwyn's resurrection. As the former woman in the Black Hood depicted in the Catacombs, Marika is associated with the flowers Glowwort and Grey Violet. Not only do these two flowers represent the color combination of white and purple, but they are also both lilies, modeled after real-life lilies. The Grey Violet is modeled after the real-life spider lily, and the Glowwort actually has the same name in real life. It is often referred to as the Lily of the Valley. Both possess a profound symbolic meaning in real life. Just as Miquella is associated with lilies, Marika is also associated with lilies. Interestingly, Santrina's lilies has the same color combination of purple and white, and is also a lily. I am convinced that Santrina is Miquella's identity as Marika's apprentice. Regarding the events in the lands between, Miquella and Santrina are one and the same person. The corpse we find in Morg's palace is not only Miquella's body, but also Santrina's. There is cut content that would have made it pretty clear that Santrina is none other than Miquella. But even now, there is still one item that makes it clear that Santrina is Miquella. It is the Fervar's Cookbook 3. Fervar's Cookbook, a record of crafting techniques left by a man who was utterly captivated by Santrina. He continued the search for her in his slumber. Acquire the knowledge to craft the following: Bewitching Branch. In this cookbook, which is associated with Santrina, we find the recipe for Bewitching Branch. Tree branch blessed with an incantation of unalloyed gold. The Empyrean Miquella is loved by many people. Indeed, he has learned very well how to compel such affection. So, behind the name Santrina is none other than Miquella, who was Marika's apprentice, was let in on the real story about Godwyn, and is supposed to wait for Godwyn's resurrection in her place. Many of you are probably wondering how the Realm of Shadow fit in the overall picture. My interpretation of the Realm of Shadow requires its own video series, but I can say one thing for now. In my opinion, the events in the Realm of Shadow are definitely more symbolic in nature.
Even telling dream from reality is a task increasingly beyond me.
The way in which Miquella, still unaware, regretted Godwyn's circumstances, and after being enlightened by Marika, clung to the prophecy of his resurrection, shows that Miquella looked up to Godwyn and had a good relationship with him. There is a statue at the Haligtree that can only be found once. A statue that includes a third figure alongside Malenia and Miquella. This figure bends protectively over the young Malenia and Miquella. I am firmly convinced that the figure depicted on the statue is none other than Godwyn. Godwyn apparently always acted benevolently towards Miquella and Melania, which is why they always looked up to him. Miquella was ultimately supposed to wait for his awakening in Marika's place, because Marika already sensed that she would not be there for much longer. Marika acts with foresight and has probably sensed that she will not be able to influence future events for much longer. All efforts to resurrect Godwyn in Stormveil have failed. Radagon is incredibly powerful, and it is unclear whether anyone other than Godwyn is capable of challenging him. Not only does it seem as if nothing and no one can stop Radagon, but Radagon has also discovered the traces of the Knight of the Black Knives. In the end, Radagon actually managed to uncover the traces of the Knight of the Black Knives. Radagon found out where Godwyn had fled and where he was. Fearing for his son and with no other way to stop Radagon, Marika had no choice but to destroy herself along with Radagon and the Elden Ring. Marika's soul resisted and she sacrificed herself to protect Godwyn and in the hope of putting an end to the Elden Beast. In the Church of Stormveil, which played such an important role in Godwyn's story, we find the character Roger. Roger is determined to find out what happened on the Night of the Black Knives. Roger is actually a parallel to Radagon. Let's take a closer look at Roger's story. Roger is determined to uncover what happened on the Night of the Black Knives. When he gets too close to Godwyn's traces, he's mortally wounded. He then finds himself trapped in the Round Table Hold, fighting against inevitable death. If we interpret Roger as a parallel to Radagon, then the following events have taken place. Radagon was obsessed with finding out what happened on the Night of the Black Knives, hunted those who live in death, and tried to find and destroy Godwyn. When Radagon tracked down Godwyn, he was mortally wounded. Marika saw no other way out. Marika's soul resisted with all its might one last time and destroyed itself, the Elden Ring, and Radagon. Mortally wounded, Radagon locked himself inside the Erdtree. Marika, the woman in the black hood, died prematurely without being able to give Godwyn new life in the Chapel of Anticipation. Her soul found its way back to the Erdtree and subsequently returned to Radagon and the Elden Beast. She used a projection to share her knowledge with Miquella and let him in on the conspiracy. Miquella is to wait for his resurrection in Marika's place. Marika saw the only way to protect Godwyn and possibly to prevent Radagon from becoming too powerful in destroying herself and the Elden Ring. Shattering the Elden Ring not only scattered the great runes, the fragments of the Elden Ring across the lands between. The Erdtree as we now see it is not the actual Erdtree. The golden apparition of the Erdtree is something that only came into being after the Elden Ring was shattered. Just as we leave runes in the form of the sprouting tree when we die, Marika left behind the huge apparition of the golden Erdtree when she shattered the Elden Ring. The materialized holy essence consists of runes or grace. Runes and grace are more or less identical. For example, all runes say, grace that dwells within the inhabitants of the lands between. To keep things simple, I will refer to runes and grace simply as holy essence. There are several clues in the game that suggest we are not seeing the original Erdtree, for example in the Golden Seed. A golden seed found at the base of an illusory tree. The sprouting golden trees are called illusory trees here. They are trees made of materialized holy essence and are not real trees. There is even a site of grace directly in front of Lane Dale called Phantom Tree, which also points to the existence of not real trees. The fact that the Erdtree appears transparent from certain perspectives is intended to make you think about this even more. This is actually an intentional effect. You can even see it in a cutscene in NIGHTREIGN. The golden essence surrounding the Erdtree is materialized grace, which hides the condition of the actual Erdtree beneath it. There is an interesting connection between the tree and the person responsible for it. Gideon comments on the condition of the Harlech tree and draws conclusions about Miquella's condition based on this.
But with the Harlech tree as it is, I suppose Miquella must already be. Ah, my apologies. Lost myself for a moment there.
Gideon suggests that the state of the Harlech tree reflects the state of Miquella. We seem to find the same circumstances in relation to Radagon and the Urge tree. Radagon is in a broken state, and it is questionable whether he is even still alive. Radagon's body, which appears to be a hardened shell of a silver tear, is further evidence that Radagon is as good as dead from the effects of the Shattering. The same should also be reflected in the real Urge tree. The description of the golden seed also says, "When the Elden Ring was shattered, these seeds flew from the Urge tree, scattering across the various lands, as if life itself knew that its end has come." We also find the Great Club in the lands between. Great Club. While it may seem sacrilegious, this weapon is said to be a withered branch of the Urge tree. Imbued with holy power, this weapon will never snap. The golden essence in the Great Club is what holds it together. In itself, it is a withered branch of the Urge tree. Gideon also apparently came to the realization that the Urge tree has been withering away for a long time. In the incantation, Lord's Divine Fortification, it says, Gideon gained true knowledge after his long exchange with the two fingers, discovering all had been broken long ago, that the trembling fingers bent with age, and the Urge tree itself were no exception. We also find an allusion to the outer shell of holy essence concealing the actual withered Urge tree in the arm wraps of Dryleaf Dane. The Dryleaf sect is distinguished by the fact that it is already recognized that the old order is crumbling. Dryleaf arm wraps, sun-faded and lightly soiled arm wraps, wound tightly around the arms as if it might prevent them from being broken. Radagon and the Urge tree were shattered long ago, along with the Elden Ring. The outer shell of holy essence hides this state. Since the shattering of the Elden Ring, the Urge tree has been in a permanent state of decay. It is the golden essence that distorts time and slows down or almost stops the process. Farm Azula parallels these circumstances. Here too, a former Elden Lord is imprisoned at the center, while Farm Azula itself is in a continuous state of decay. It is the power of gold that distorts time and delays the process. While rocks fall from Farm Azula into the entire Underscape, leaves fall from the Urge tree. The falling leaves of the golden Urge tree represent its decay since the Elden Ring was shattered. Radagon and Marika both knew what shattering the Elden Ring would entail. Radagon's Golden Order is based on the principles of causality and regression. Let's take a look at the meaning of the principles of causality and regression in Elden Ring. The term causality generally describes the principle of cause and effect. Causality is the fundamental principle that explains why something happens. Every effect has one or more causes. The incantation, Law of Causality, states, Law of Causality. One of the incantations of the Golden Order fundamentalists, one of the key fundamentals, manifests a small ring of causality within that allows the caster to automatically retaliate upon receiving a certain number of blows. The fundamentalists describe the Golden Order through the powers of regression and causality. Causality is the pull between meanings that which links all things in a chain of relation. The incantation creates a ring that causes an explosion when damage is received. If the ring is not damaged, no explosion is generated. The concept of causality in this context refers to the relationship between cause and effect. The effect can be summarized in the following sentence: if the ring receives damage, the ring explodes. Now let's take a closer look at the meaning of the term regression. The term regression has Latin origins. The Latin term regressio means return. That is why the term regression is often used in connection with the meaning decline or return to a previous state. The incantation Law of Regression states, Law of Regression, incantation of the Golden Order fundamentalists, one of the key fundamentals, heals all negative statuses, dispels special effects, and reveals mimicry in all its forms. The fundamentalists describe the Golden Order through the powers of regression and causality. Regression is the pull of meaning that all things yearn eternally to converge. In connection with the incantation, it is about healing and that all things eternally trying to come together. What significance do these two laws have in relation to the Golden Order and the Elden Ring? The two laws actually describe the properties of the Elden Ring and the basis of Radagon's Golden Order. The law of causality represents the property that when the Elden Ring is damaged, it shatters and scatters in an explosion. The law of regression represents the property that the runes and fragments of the Elden Ring eternally try to find their way back to each other. In short, this means when the Elden Ring is shattered, the fragments scatter and try to find their way back to each other forever. The foundations of the Golden Order describe how the Elden Ring repairs itself. The runes influence those who carry them. The Tarnished have the role of following the call of the Elden Ring and, in Radagon's eyes, are merely those who collect the runes of the Elden Ring and bring them to the Earth Tree. In the end, Radagon should take the collected great runes of the Elden Ring and rule again with the Elden Ring. Why else would we be attacked by Radagon and the Elden Beast when we have collected the fragments of the Elden Ring? For this reason, the incantations, Law of Regression, and Radagon's Rings of Light are noted in the Golden Order Principia. Golden Order Principia, prayer book of the Golden Order fundamentalists, a dense and complex academic treatise that contains the Order's fundamental principles, can be given to a learned cleric to gain access to the following incantations: Radagon's Rings of Light, Law of Regression. The Golden Order Principia includes the incantations Law of Regression and Radagon's Rings of Light because it is about returning to Radagon's state as Elden Lord. The symbol of the Golden Order contains Radagon's gesture of the Golden Order totality and symbolizes how the Elden Ring is kept in its state. It should remain as it is forever. The Golden Order is meant to last forever with Radagon at its head. It is the moment we tell Goldmask, Radagon is Marika, in that we receive the Golden Order totality gesture, which should highlight that it is Radagon's Golden Order and that is Radagon who is behind of all this. Because all of this is part of Radagon's Golden Order, which is supposed to reign forever, we also find the echo of Marika, which actually comes from Radagon, in the Church of Pilgrimage in front of a Radagon statue. Radagon expects that if the Elden Ring is shattered, the Tarnished will ensure that the fragments are returned to the Earth Tree to restore it. In the end, however, they merely serve Radagon to collect them. This is the truth that Gideon saw in Marika, or rather, Radagon.
Ah, I knew you'd come, to stand before the Elden Ring, to become Elden Lord. What a sad state of affairs. I commend your spirit, but alas, none shall take the throne. Queen Marika has high hopes for us, that we continue to struggle. Unto eternity. I know in my bones a Tarnished cannot become a lord. Not even you. A man cannot kill a god.
The Tarnished are supposed to serve Radagon forever to restore the Elden Ring should it shattered. It was never intended that one of the Tarnished would ever become Elden Lord. The sacred relic sword, which was created from Radagon's corpse, confirms that Radagon was supposed to be the god who should rule forever. Sacred relic sword, sword brought from the remains of a god who should have lived a life eternal. However, in addition to the law of causality and the law of regression, there is a third incantation that uses the same gesture as these. It is the incantation Order Healing. It states, Order Healing, one of the incantations of the Golden Order fundamentalists, used by hunters of those who live in death. Alleviates death blight build-up. The noble gold mask lamented what had become of the hunters, how easy it is for learning and learnedness to be reduced to the ravings of fanatics. All the good and the great wanted, in their foolishness, was an absolute evil to contend with. Does such a notion exist in the fundamentals of order? What is the significance of this incantation in relation to order? Marika was also aware of the principles of order and knew the consequences of shattering the Elden Ring. The golden apparition of the Earth Tree consists of grace, or simply holy golden essence, which emerged from Radagon and Marika after the ring was shattered. The golden apparition of the Earth Tree is a part of Marika, if not Marika herself in a certain sense. Marika's last hope of preventing Radagon from destroying Godwyn and possibly bringing him back to life was to shatter herself and the Elden Ring and hope that the scattered grace would find its way to Godwyn. Have you ever paid attention to what you see when you discover a new side of grace? Falling leaves. The falling leaves of the Earth Tree contain grace, which has the power to bring someone back to life. Marika's last hope was to shatter herself and the Elden Ring and hope that the falling leaves and grace would find their way to Godwyn. The spirit ashes of the Harlech-Tree soldiers contain a reference and parallel to Marika's circumstances. Here too, there are 4 soldiers in the spirit ashes, apparently to establish a connection to Godwyn's survival. The spirit ashes of the Harlech-Tree soldiers say, Harlech-Tree soldier ashes, used to summon the spirits of 4 Harlech-Tree soldiers, spirits of common soldiers who carry the sacred light. When weakened, they explode to deliver a last-ditch attack. This was the bitter revelation discovered by the desperate soldiers who awaited the return of their lord to the rotted Harlech-Tree. May the flash of our deaths guide Miquella's return. Interpreted in relation to Marika's circumstances, it means something like, when weakened, she explodes as a last resort. It was a bitter revelation from Marika, who was waiting for Godwyn's return to the Earth Tree. May the shattering of the Elden Ring bring him back to life. It is Melina who contains a clue to these circumstances as well. In the battle against Morgoth, Melina uses the incantation Minor Earth Tree. If Melina dies in battle, she uses the incantation one last time and creates an Earth Tree made out of grace, which heals all allies nearby. The Minor Earth Tree incantation says, Minor Earth Tree, secret incantation of Queen Marika, only the kindness of gold without order, creates a small illusory Earth Tree that continuously restores the HP of nearby allies. Marika bathed the village of her home in gold, knowing full well that there was no one to heal. Similar to Melina creating a minor Earth Tree consisting of grace when she dies, Marika also left the golden Earth Tree consisting of grace behind when she shattered herself and the Elden Ring. The scattered grace calls the dead back to life. There are actually references to these events in Roundtable Hold and Fortified Manor. In one of the rooms in Fortified Manor, we find a painting of Marika. Right next to this painting we find 20 black key bowls. In the exact same room in Roundtable Hold, however, there is no painting of Marika, but a painting of the golden Earth Tree. And here too, there are 20 black key bowls next to the painting, this time together with Kripos' black key crossbow. The 2 paintings depict Marika shattering herself and leaving behind the golden apparition in the form of the Earth Tree. The black key bowls and the accompanying crossbow seem to be a reference to the black and red essence found in Marika, which is apparently related to the shattering of the Elden Ring. Another painting featuring Marika also hints that the golden Earth Tree, consisting of grace, is Marika. Marika and the Golden Erd Tree overlap here to emphasize the connection. We also find references in other places. The area around the sleeping Dee, which parallels Godwyn sleeping in the Chapel of Anticipation, also contains further references to the circumstances of the Shattering and his resurrection. In the area around Dee, as the sleeping Godwyn, there is a waterfall. Marika's scar seal is located under this waterfall. Above the waterfall is a crucible tree knight. In Chapter 7, we already interpreted the waterfall symbolism as a sign of transformation. Below the waterfall is what is left behind, and above the waterfall is the new state. In this case, too, a transformation is depicted in relation to Marika. Marika leaves herself behind, sacrifices herself, and in connection with the shattering of the Elden Ring, she leaves behind a golden Erd Tree consisting of grace, which represents a part of Marika herself. The falling leaves and the grace should sooner or later bring Godwyn back to life. For this we find the incantation Order Healing right next to it. The incantation Order Healing, which cures the infestation of Deathblight, symbolizes how Godwyn, like many other Tarnished, will be brought back to life based on the principles of order to restore the Elden Ring. Next, there are also references related to fear as parallel to Marika that point to these circumstances. Shortly before she wants to revive Godwyn, she hugs us one last time and gives us the radiant Baldachin's blessing. The term radiant in this context is an allusion to the shattering of the Elden Ring and that we ultimately resurrect as a consequence of the shattered Elden Ring, for which Marika sacrificed herself. For this is what it says in the Radiant Baldachin's blessing. It said a deathbed companion will only produce a blessing of this kind for a champion but once in her entire life, with the sole blessing which she imbues of her own volition. Right next to fear is a portal. This portal teleports us to the entrance to Leyndell. The room we are teleported to serves as an additional reference. The carpet is quite unique and only appears twice in the entire game. It features a pattern of leaves, a reference to the falling leaves after the shattering of the Elden Ring. Behind us is an altar, and guess what we find on this altar? It is an altar with a faded symbol of the church bell of Stormveil. And on this altar lies a corpse with Fowl calling finger remedy. In fact, there is a symbolic meaning behind the term Fowl calling finger and its icon. In fact, Miyazaki often turns icons upside down to make their meaning less obvious. The term and icon allude to a specific gesture. In real life, it is known as dog call because it is considered a condescending gesture used to call dogs. The Fowl calling finger remedy alludes to the circumstances in which we are called by grace and the Elden Ring to restore it. Marika sacrificed herself and shattered the Elden Ring along with herself in the hope that we, her son Godwyn, will be brought back to life by the falling leaves. Last but not least, there's also a reference to these related circumstances in Big Boggart's dialogue.
You're tarnished too, ain't you? Can you see it then? The guidance of grace, I mean. I can't see it at all no more. Makes no bloody sense anyway. Why some no-name shithead like me should get called to the lands between. Cruel bloody joke, you ask me. Maybe something went tits-o with it. Maybe it's been broke for a good long time. The Erd Tree, I'm saying.
Because the Erd Tree and the Elden Ring were broken, we too will eventually be brought back to life by the falling leaves. This is why, after we wake up, we see the falling leaves from the Erd Tree around us. The hole in the roof made it possible for the falling leaves and grace to reach us. But unlike Big Boggart, we know that we are not some no-name shithead. We are not just any tarnished of no renown. We remember, we are Godwyn.
They who betrayed us, aye, they who burned us. Let them face in thy wrath their just deserts. My song will I sing in service to thee.
America and Godfrey, together with the demigods, did everything they could to ensure that Godwyn could be resurrected in the Chapel of Anticipation to stop Radagon and the Elden Beast. Godwyn awakens only after an eternity and has also lost all his memories. The events that led to the shattering of the Elden Ring are hardly known to anyone anymore. There are places in the lands between, forever drenched by rain, where the sky never ceases its heavy tears. The rain is a sign of mourning. The rain is a reminder of those who selflessly gave their lives and of the history that perished with them. Now, heavy rains harry the region, threatening to wash away its very history. Among other things, NIGHTREIGN tells the story of someone who narrowly escaped death. Of someone who is only alive because others sacrificed themselves for him. Of someone who must face a lord. Of someone with a companion who supports him in battle. Of someone who may eventually become a lord himself. In NIGHTREIGN, this is the story of the Wylder, a story that runs parallel to that of Elden Ring. The truth, which probably hardly anyone realizes, is that the story of NIGHTREIGN tells the forgotten story of the lands between. The story of the Wylder tells the story of Godwyn as a parallel. The tutorial itself serves as a reference to the main plot of Elden Ring. The Wylder escapes the rain, just as Godwyn escapes death. We play the tutorial with the Wylder because he represents the protagonist. He acts like a main character because he represents the story of the main character of Elden Ring. After the Wylder escapes the rain, just like Godwyn escapes death, we find a chest with weapons in front of a fortress. In this chest, we find a duelist great axe with Earthshaker and cold Katar with Hoarfrost Stomp. The duelist great axe together with Earthshaker is used here to evoke an association with Godfrey. The two-headed axe is an emblem of the golden lineage and Godfrey's weapon of choice. Earthshaker is also a skill that Godfrey uses, which becomes clear in the skill Horror Loose Earthshaker. The cold Katar with Hoarfrost Stomp, on the other hand, is intended to create an association with Marika. The ice theme is closely associated with Marika and is used very frequently in NIGHTREIGN to refer to Marika. I have not yet highlighted this characteristic of Marika in the past videos though. It is also a fist weapon, which is the Revenant's preferred weapon type. The Revenant is actually a parallel to Marika. The two weapons are intended to create associations with Marika and Godfrey, which enabled Godwyn to survive so that he, or rather we, could face Radagon. A little further on, in the middle of a room in the fortress, there is another chest. Inside it is Roger's rapier with repeating thrust and the Lord Swan's fire straight sword with flaming strike. Roger's rapier is used to create an association with Radagon, as Roger is a parallel to Radagon. Lord Swan's fire straight sword creates an association with the Lord and with fire. Here too, fire is a Radagon characteristic which I have not yet elaborated on in the videos. In addition to the two weapons, there are shattered tables in the room. The weapons and the room are intended to evoke an association with a broken Radagon in Leyndell. We also meet the Duchess, who fights alongside us against the Fell Omen, just as Melina fights alongside us against Morgoth. At the end, we sit on a chair that could represent the throne, because in a similar way, we sit on the throne at the end if we become Elden Lord. The NIGHTREIGN tutorial reflects the main plot of the story in the Lands Between, with the Wylder and Godwyn as protagonists in a very short and concise manner. It's incredible what's hidden in NIGHTREIGN. The community thinks that NIGHTREIGN doesn't contribute anything significant to the lore, but the opposite is true. The story of NIGHTREIGN tells the forgotten history of the Lands Between and the true story of the main characters in Elden Ring. Before I get into the Wylder's story, I would like to show you the parallels hidden in NIGHTREIGN. The characters in NIGHTREIGN are inspired by the hidden story of the main characters in Elden Ring and are full of allusions and references to them. The Wylder's story is inspired by the story of Godwyn. The Duchess' story is inspired by the story of Melina. Parallels can also be found for the main characters Marika, Godfrey and Radagon. The Revenant and the Recluse are both characters inspired by the true story of Marika. The Guardian and the Raider are inspired by the true story of Godfrey, and the characters Iron Eye and Executor were inspired by the true story of Radagon. Last but not least, the Iron Menial parallels the Elden Beast, which acts in accordance with the greater will and is located in Radagon, which is why he's coded with the color red. This video will focus on the Wylder as a parallel to Godwyn. I will also discuss the Duchess as a parallel to Melina and the Iron Menial as a parallel to the Elden Beast. The We Are Godwyn series revolves mainly around Godwyn, but the actual story of Elden Ring is much bigger. Perhaps the illustration of the parallels will give you an impression of how big the story of Marika, Godfrey and Radagon actually is and how much undiscovered lore we still have ahead of us. This video will focus less on new discoveries this time. It will be more about the Wylder as a parallel to Godwyn. This video is intended to show that the idea of Godwyn's story is indeed present in Elden Ring. Above all, it should be clear that Elden Ring should be understood as art that invites interpretation.
You are awake. I know not why, but once again it has happened. So be it. Condemned, I welcome you to the Round Table Hold. I am the priestess, the voice of your formless master. You were chosen for your potential to vanquish the Night. The Night Lord is a living cataclysm, bent on laying waste to the very land that anchors us. Unless we bring its end, our world will be undone. And for this, I need your help.
The champion's goal is to defeat the Night Lord and stop the Night. Elden Ring's true story is about Marika, Godfrey and the other demigods who wanted to defeat the Elden Lord Radagon and stop the Golden Order. The stories of the Nightfarers as parallels are incredibly artfully crafted and contain a lot of metaphors and symbolism. Miyazaki speaks in riddles, and to truly understand Elden Ring, we must try to correctly interpret Miyazaki's words.
The Nightfarers. The will to cross the endless night and fight on. Till every shred of their being is ground away.
NIGHTREIGN in particular makes it clear that Elden Ring should be understood as art rather than just a game. Now let's move on to the story of the Wylder. To truly understand what is being told here, we have to read between the lines. Interpretation and reading between the lines are the key to unlocking the secrets of Elden Ring. Chapter 1. The Wylder departed from his faraway home, braving the sea of fog to reach Limveld. In Nightfarer's forays withered the soul in cloud recollection, causing one night to bleed into the next. But of one thing he remained certain, that he must track down the Night Lord and bury it. There was no choice. He repeated the words to himself, all the while clenching a precious object in his hand, a solitary earring, its counterpart long lost. These lines are about Godwyn, who in the distant future crosses the Sea of Fog and appears in Limgrave. Crossing the Sea of Fog symbolizes his awakening. Past events have caused Godwyn to lose his memories. Each day is just like the other. Only one thing is clear to Godwyn: he must seek the Elden Ring. However, it dawns on Godwyn that something is missing. Chapter 2. In a corner of the Round Table hold, light shines in through the ceiling to a dimly lit room. There stood the Wylder, holding the solitary earring up to the light, casting a pattern on the wall that he could not comprehend. The Wylder was sure that it was some word, or perhaps a phrase, but he could not recall it. Where had he misplaced the earring? If he only had its counterpart, surely the meaning could be divined. Standing in a corner where light shines through the ceiling, Godwyn tries in vain to remember. Someone is missing from his side, but where could he or she be? Chapter 3. He dreamt of his home, 2 horses galloping across Windwell Knoll. They were a healthy pair of twins, which was rare. To the Wylder and to the horses were special. Upon a hill there ran a breeze. He looked at her, hair dancing in the wind, and saw the earring on her left ear. But he could not recall her face. "My Lord Wylder, how are you today?" The voice of the Iron Menial awakened him. Time for another errand, no doubt. The 2 horses symbolized the deep connection between the Wylder and the Duchess, or rather the deep connection between Godwyn and Melina. Both clearly meant a great deal to each other. The first part of this chapter is about Godwyn, who is asleep and dreaming about his past. Unfortunately, he can't even remember the person's face. The face of a person who apparently meant a lot to him in the past. Godwyn is then awakened by a voice. In this parallel, it is the voice of the Iron Menial that awakens Wylder. This is not insignificant information. As mentioned earlier, the Iron Menial is actually a parallel to the Elden Beast, which acts in accordance with a greater will. The voice that awakens Wylder is that of the Iron Menial. The message Godwyn receives in the Chapel of Anticipation upon his awakening is that of the Elden Beast and the Elden Ring.
Cross the fog to the lands between, to stand before the Elden Ring, and become the Elden Lord.
After the Iron Menial awakens the Wylder with his voice, he asks him the following.
Wylder, I have a boon to ask of you. Would it be possible for you to procure me a whetstone? I consider it my inviolable duty to keep everyone's armaments in tip-top shape. but I'm afraid there's very little life left in the stone I have here. You have a discerning eye, do you not? Would you be willing to hunt one down for me? Simply marvelous. I advise you to make your way to the mining tunnel. The underground passageways are sure to contain ore suitable for metalwork. There are whetstones to be found there, I'm certain.
The Wylder sets off for Limveld and obtains a whetstone for the iron menial.
Oh, you've managed to procure one. Very kind of you. This will make repairing armaments much easier. I've little to offer, but if anything strikes your fancy, consider it yours.
The Wylder is awakening by the voice of the iron menial, who asks him to find a new whetstone because his old one has little life left in it. This tells the story of Godwyn, who is awakened by the message of the Elden Beast and the Elden Ring. This voice instructs him to become Elden Lord, because the old Elden Lord has only little life force left. The whetstone symbolizes Godwyn, who is to serve as the new Elden Lord, and the old whetstone, which has little life left in it, symbolizes the broken Radagon. Furthermore, a whetstone has symbolic meaning. In Germanic and Old Norse cultures, possession of the whetstone is associated with power and authority. The one who possesses the whetstone also possesses power over the clan's weapons. This symbolism is also used as a metaphor. The one who possesses the whetstone sharpens the minds of others and thus influences them. For this reason, the whetstone is a symbol of power and authority and is carried by leaders. For those of you who are interested in this symbolism, I have linked some sources in the video description. In NIGHTREIGN, many of the key items contain symbolism that is used to highlight the hidden messages more clearly. At this point in NIGHTREIGN, the whetstone symbolizes the Elden Lord, who is controlled and used by the Elden Beast to exercise his authority and power. Godwyn is supposed to serve as the new Elden Lord for the Elden Beast and the Elden Ring. The slate whetstone states, Slate whetstone, a natural whetstone of high quality with a fine grain, a precious sharpening stone mined in Limveld. The clash with night has spanned eons, and yet now precious little time remains. The resistance against the Golden Order, which led to the shattering of the Elden Ring, began ages ago, but even now there is still precious time left. Is it about Radagon's dwindling life force? I'm not entirely sure whether it was luck that Godwyn was resurrected, or whether it was the Elden Beast and the Elden Ring which saw no other way out than to bless Godwyn with grace. However, it is definitely the Elden Beast and the Elden Ring whose message we hear when we awaken in the Chapel of Anticipation. The Elden Beast and the Elden Ring are trying to manipulate us with this message. Melina is the one who gives us a little clue that it is the Elden Ring and thus the Elden Beast that is calling us. Melina tells us the following.
Upon the cliff, in Castle Stormveil, is a shard-bearer, a demigod, who inherited a fragment of the shattered Elden Ring. If the rays of grace signal the castle, then the Elden Ring beckons you. As an ally by pact, I pray that you are fit to face the challenge presented by the ring.
At this point, I want to clarify that although Marika was responsible for the shattering of the Elden Ring and, in a sense, also for our resurrection, it is the Elden Ring and the Elden Beast at the moment of our awakening that manipulates us and calls us to it. In fact, there is another clue to this in the lands between. This can be found in the room of the fortified manor with the painting Flightless Bird. The four paintings, Prophecy, Resurrection, Homing Instinct, and Flightless Bird, tell the story of Godwyn. The story of Godwyn as the Flightless Bird is about his death in Leyndell, his escape to Stormveil, and his expected resurrection in Stormveil. However, Godwyn falls into a deep slumber because Marika died prematurely. In the same room in Round Table Hold, we find a corpse lying in a bed. Directly above the corpse lying in the bed, hangs a painting of the golden Erd tree. This corpse represents the sleeping Godwyn who is awakened by the grace originating from the Erd tree. We now find the following item next to this corpse. Cipher Putter. One of the weapons originating from the two fingers. A formless sequence of ciphers comprise its blade, and as such no shield can repel it. Deals holy damage. The furtive inscription appears to hang in the air, the language of light spoken by the two fingers. In addition, there is the coded sword, which makes it even clearer what this formless sequence symbolizes. The coded sword states, Coded sword. Hidden sword once granted to the tarnished of the Round Table by the two fingers. A formless cipher comprises its blade, which deals holy damage no shield can repel. Champions would gather at the Round Table Hold in days long past, when the two fingers were masters of oration, their flesh yet full of vigor. The language of light, spoken by the two fingers, contains the words of the greater will, which they use to influence and manipulate the tarnished. The association of the greater will's influence with light makes perfect sense when you look at the mirror helmets. The cipher putter and the coded sword represent the language of light, spoken by the two fingers, which contains the words of the greater will. The association with light is particularly important here. The mirror helmets, on the other hand, serve as protection against the influence of the greater will and its vessels. They are primarily associated with the properties of a mirror, namely to reflect light and thus keep it at bay. I think it becomes clear here that the language of light stands for the influence of the greater will, and if we now look again at the two rooms in the fortified manor and the Round Table Hold, it becomes clear what the cipher putter stands for in this constellation. It stands for the influence of the greater will and the Elden Beast and its words, which Godwyn perceives upon awakening. Without memories, and only with the message of the greater will and the Elden Ring, Godwyn, and thus we too, are manipulated into becoming the next Elden Lord. Let's return to the Wylder's story. After he has procured a whetstone for the iron menial, the latter is allowed to borrow an earring as a reward. An earring. The ornamentation seems to change with the intensity of the light.
I'm very sorry, but that belongs to the priestess. Anything else? Oh, you merely wish to borrow it. Very well. But once you're finished, be certain to return it to her.
Mended earring. With its pin repaired, this earring has been fully restored. Such ornaments were worn for generations by a distant tribe. They are delicately embellished to cast a pattern when held up to light. Closely resembles one owned by the Wylder. The Wylder can now create a pattern in the light that also contains a message. With both earrings together, a depiction of wind is projected, along with a short passage. Two horses gallop side by side. May the wind spur us on our path. The two horses galloping side by side symbolize the Wylder and the Duchess, or Godwyn and Melina. The wind that supports them on their journey symbolizes Torrent. Torrent plays an incredibly important role in the story of Godwyn and Melina. It is Torrent who brings them together after they have lost their memories of each other. When we return the earring to the Duchess, she says the following.
What's this? It must be repaired already. That barely took any time at all. Thank you for fetching it. This is a thing of great value to me. A compass that will lead me to someone dear. I suppose you're thinking that earrings normally come in pairs. Oh, forgive me. I've likely talked your ear off. We must prepare for the next battle.
The earring means an incredible amount to the Duchess and has the task of leading her to a very specific person. In her own words, a compass that will lead me to someone dear. It is the story of Torrent who brings Melina and Godwyn together. It is the story of Torrent who leads Melina to Godwyn. Chapter 4. Clutching the now solitary earring, the Wylder drifted off into sleep. The sun was setting on Windwell Knoll, and as if in deference to its name, a gale howled. The dreaded winter was approaching. By the time of the first frost, he knew that his sister would be far along her journey. The Wylder fell silent and, flashing her signature smile, flicked her earring with her finger. "Goodbye for now, dear brother. Once we're done, we'll meet again." He could not remember her name, but he always remembered these parting words. Once again, Godwyn dreams of his past. As already mentioned, the ice theme is a reference to Marika. In this case, the dreaded winter is Marika who defies the Golden Order. The time of the first frost symbolizes the beginning of Marika's conspiracy against the Greater Will. Even at the beginning of Marika's conspiracy against the Greater Will, Godwyn already knew that Melina would embark on a journey with the task of a kindling maiden. The moment when the Wylder falls silent is the moment on the night of the Black Knives, when Godwyn, as a martyr, faces the power of the Rune of Death and goes through death itself to be reborn in Stormveil. Melina's last words to her brother Godwyn on the night of the Black Knives were exactly as stated here. "Goodbye for now, dear brother. Once we're done, we'll meet again." It was planned that Melina and Godwyn would meet again after the night of the Black Knives and Godwyn's resurrection, but unfortunately, things did not go as hoped. After the failed resurrection, the shattering of the Elden Ring, and Godwyn's awakening after an eternity, Godwyn has no memories of his former self. Chapter 5. The Wylder continued to fight, never mentioning his younger sister. There was no way forward except to soldier through the war at hand. He returned to the Round Table Hold that day to discover a note from the Iron Menial. "I've considered what might explain your singular obsession with that earring. Then it came to me. The two of you possess a striking likeness, so much that I simply cannot deny it. There's something that you must know. Please check the study." A short passage on the priestess of the Round Table. The priestess, mouthpiece of the Formless Master. Rooted to the Round Table, she must share its fate. A short passage on the passing of the night. "Hark, warriors, fell the Lord and thy sins absolve. Upon the breaking of the night, the hold shall crumble, and thou too shalt be unbound." A short passage on the underground crypt. "We lie the condemned of the first nightfall, whose sin is too great for absolution by our own deeds. Thus we shall ever guide our progeny until the night breaks." In relation to NIGHTREIGN, the Round Table Hold will decay along with the Night Lord, and the bound souls will no longer be bound and thus finally be able to rest in peace. The passages we read in the study refer to the circumstances of the Round Table Hold. The Round Table Hold is a kind of inner space belonging to Marika and the Elden Beast. Souls that have been consumed by Radagon and the Elden Beast are subsequently bound to Marika and the Elden Beast. This means that all souls bound to Marika and the Elden Beast are unable to die completely. This is also true for the Tarnished, which is why it is said, "Ye dead who yet live." The same circumstances also apply to the Elden Beast. Only when the Elden Ring and the Elden Beast are destroyed along with Marika will the souls no longer be bound and able to die. A spirit in the Ashen capital, Leyndell, says, "Behold, the Earth Tree yet stands, tall and unwavering, mindless of the scourge of the flame of ruin. Ha! Then we are yet golden ones." This spirit is glad that the Earth Tree is still standing. This is because the Elden Beast is the one to which Marika and thus also the Earth Tree and many other souls, such as this spirit, are bound. Only after the Elden Beast is destroyed will these souls be free and able to die. I will discuss this topic in more detail in future videos. The Iron Menial tells us the following in the crypt.
"Yes, the crypt is filled with the ancient people of these lands. I still remember looking after them long, long ago. As you know, mortality does not apply to those such as myself. These souls were laid to rest here in anticipation of the threat we now face, in a ritual required to draw the minds of their descendants here.
From the perspective of the Iron Menial, who parallels the Elden Beast and the Elden Ring, the crypt filled with ancient humans represents the bound souls of the Tarnished and other souls, who are to rise if the Elden Ring is shattered. We find the following inscriptions on the stone coffins. The ways of cutting point to the deep woods. Bestow branches to those who are worthy and wise. The ways of cutting point to Windwale Knoll. Bestow branches to those who wander and roam. To atone for the first sin, we elect to become the foundation. The phrase ways of cutting alludes to the participants in the Night of the Black Knives. The deep woods represent a reference to the recluse who parallels Marika. Windwale Knoll represents a reference to Duchess who parallels Melina. The inscription referred to Marika and Melina who rise up against the Greater Will and the Elden Beast. The two stone coffins symbolize that both Marika and Melina are bound to the Round Table Hold. Despite these circumstances, both have decided to go down with the Round Table Hold and put an end to the Elden Beast. The Iron Menial continues.
Brave champion, there is something that you should know. The priestess was here long before the rest of you. Indeed, she is held captive by the Round Table itself.
So, dear caretaker let the cat out the bag. It's true. I'm imprisoned by the Round Table Hold. Far from an architect of this scheme, I am merely another condemned. You may find it amusing, but it is the truth. Once we're done, it will be goodbye. The Round Table Hold and I are one and the same. I am rooted to this place, my exit forbidden. I'm glad we're in this together. It could be worse. We will win this war. I promise.
Although the Duchess is aware that destroying the Night Lord will also mean her own death, she is determined to follow this path. The same was apparently true for Melina in the past. Marika and Melina were both aware of what destroying the Elden Ring and the Elden Beast would mean for the bound souls. Chapter 6. The Wylder had the same dream time and time again. A long night persists, driving his clansfolk to madness. After a horrific battle, all that remains upon Windwale Knoll is a sea of gravestones. After the deaths of cousin Farhad, little Shireen, and his own father, the clan's chieftain, the Wylder discovers that only he remains. And now only he can avenge his clan, only he can bring an end to the night. But even if he can, once we're done, it will be goodbye. Even if the night were extinguished, the twin horses will never gallop beside one another again. Godwyn dreams of events in which his companions descend into madness. After the Elden Ring was shattered, the demigods received fragments of the Elden Ring. However, the fragments of the Elden Ring influenced those who carried them. That's why the following is said in the intro cinematic.
The mad taint of their newfound strength triggered the Shattering.
The demigods fell under the influence of the great runes and began to wage war against each other. The characters cousin Farhad, little Shireen, and the Wylder's father, the clan's chieftain, are references to Radagon, Marika, and Godfrey. Radagon, Marika, and Godfrey also either died in the course of history or fell under the influence of the Greater Will. In the end, only Godwyn remains who could put an end to the Elden Beast. However, destroying the Elden Beast and the Elden Ring also means the final death of the bound souls. That is why it is said, once we are done, it will be goodbye. Chapter 7. Holding his greatsword, the Wylder drifted off to sleep. Out of nowhere, he heard the rustle of cloth and the clink of something being placed on the table. The Wylder awoke and slowly sat up. The note attached to the key reads, "Take this, warrior. I apologize for mine intrusion." Once again, the Wylder was awakened by the iron menial, this time by placing a key on the table along with a note apologizing for his interference. Virtuous Thief's Key. A small key featuring fine ornamentation, fine work of craft made by Gillian, the Duchess' steward and de facto patron. The Duchess once lived under the Viscount's roof, where she applied herself as a virtuous thief. She locked the tools of her trade inside a box of prized possessions, which she hid in a dim cellar. This practice has not changed since coming to the Round Table Hold. She yet keeps her secrets safe from prying eyes, concealing them in darkened corners. The key opens a box that apparently belongs to the Duchess. But why is the key in Iron Menial's possession? Inside the box we find a torn-out paper scrap. It reads, "Torn-out paper scrap. A scrap of paper detailing the new night, written in the tongue of an ancient people. The passage, torn from its former binding, reads, "The priestess is the very cornerstone of the Round Table, indispensable. Should the Night Lord fall, the Round Table too will crumble, as their fates are together bound. Yet should the Round Table be remade, perhaps the priestess may be emancipated from her bindings. This might be done upon the falling of the new night, should the Lord's power be lost. And if so..." And this information makes it clear once again that Duchess is bound to the Round Table and will go down with it should the Night Lord fall. Supposedly, it may be possible to save the Duchess if a new night follows and the Round Table is restored. All in all, I find this information very dubious. It was definitely not written by the Duchess herself, is incomplete, and describes circumstances that may or may not occur. In the hope of avoiding the Duchess' inevitable death, Wylder now attempts to take the Night Lord's power. He receives helpful information from the recluse.
Does the idea of leaving the priestess behind trouble thee? What a tender soul thou art. In that case, I have knowledge I would relay. Seek thee a tear of silver, but the road will be one of hardship. All the same, I wish thee good fortune, for the fortitude required is a rare thing indeed.
The fact that the recluse possesses knowledge about silver tears is considered here to be an allusion to the circumstances that Marika also possessed knowledge about silver tears.
When you first awoke, I did not believe you had any recollection of this Round Table, or those of us here, for that matter. But we have fought together countless times. Do not be afraid. Remember well that above all else we are allies. It is good to have you, once again.
The Duchess emphasizes their shared past and that they are allies, but the Wylder is apparently acting against the Duchess' wishes without telling her. While Duchess wants to defeat the Night Lord and accept her own demise, Wylder plans to take on the role of the Night Lord to ensure her continued existence. In the end, it is once again the Iron Menial who gives the Wylder the information where he will find a silver tear to become the new Night Lord.
Well, I shall expound upon the matter. I've heard stories of the Eternal City. Some postulate that the tears are the essence of life itself. If that is what you seek, then you might wish to pay a visit to Noclatio, the shrouded city, a place that was once part of a greater whole.
Wylder obtains a silver tear in the Eternal City of Noclateo. In the end, the Wylder informs the Iron Menial that he has found a silver tear. The Iron Menial tells him the following.
I see you have procured your prize. Excellent. I would do anything if it means we might save her. Blame me for putting you in this position if you will, but I leave her fate in your hands.
The Arymenial is pleased. He would do anything to prevent the Duchess and the Round Table from falling. He even takes the blame for putting the Wylder in this situation. He wants the Wylder to become the next Night Lord, thus placing the Duchess' fate in his hands. The Arymenial is less trustworthy than one would expect. He acts against the will of the Duchess, who wants to sacrifice herself, and manipulates the Wylder into becoming the next Night Lord. In this way, the Arymenial ensures the continued existence of the Round Table and the Duchess. The crucial information that drives the Wylder to become the next Night Lord ultimately came from the Arymenial. If we consider the parallels between the Wylder and the Arymenial again, it becomes clear what story is being told here. It is the Elden Beast, represented by the Arymenial, who manipulates Godwyn into becoming the next Elden Lord. Restoring the Elden Ring ensures the survival of the Elden Beast, Marika, and the bound souls. Chapter 8. The silver tear he grasps gently throbbed. The Wylder discovered a familiar brooch by his belongings. In his tribe, when one warrior gave such a gift to another, it was a promise to ever fight side by side, whether separated by land or sea. Did his younger sister remember such customs? He pinned the brooch to his coat, as was the practice, and gently placed his hand upon it. Once we're done, it will be goodbye. He knew the twin horses would never run free again, as once they did, side by side. But perhaps just one could gallop onward. The Wylder remembers the promise he and the Duchess made to each other, to always fight side by side, no matter what may come. However, it is unclear whether the Duchess can remember this. The brooch that the Wylder carries with him, which is part of the remembrance skin, is the Duchess' brooch, symbolizing the connection. He knows that if he defeats the Night Lord, it will also mean the end of the Duchess. Once we're done, it will be goodbye. They will never be able to live freely together again. Only one of them may be able to do so. The same circumstances also affect Godwyn and Melina. Both promised each other that they would always fight side by side to overthrow the Golden Order and destroy the Elden Beast. Melina was always aware that she would have to sacrifice herself for this. The tragedy is that Melina, just like us, can no longer remember the reason for her journey. She subconsciously carries out her real duty.
Thank you for guiding me here. The one who walks alongside Flame shall one day meet the road of destined death. Goodbye.
Chapter 9. After a time, a new Night Lord came to be. The Round Table Hold, spared from annihilation, would be formed anew in preparation for a new night. But would it be enough to free the priestess? He would never know. The Night Lord lumbered on, indifferent to whether or not the twin horses would ever ride again. The silver tear states, a kernel of life that straddles the living and inanimate, also known as a larval tear. Once, in the lands between, it was said to have granted one a new form. It was because the Wylder was reborn as a silver tear he was able to take on the role of Night Lord and usher in a new night. Would it actually save the Duchess? This remains unclear. After the Wylder takes the power of the Night Lord, he ceases to be himself. The power of the Night Lord affects the Wylder and he loses his true self. In the end, he doesn't care whether he and the Duchess will ever stand side by side again. Similar circumstances apply to Godwyn. The fact that Godwyn was reborn as a Silver Tear is also the reason why he is able to become the new Elden Lord. This enables Godwyn to take on the role of Radagon. It is the Elden Beast and the Elden Ring that have been manipulating Godwyn since his awakening. If we ultimately decide to become Elden Lord, we are nothing more than the next vessel for the Elden Ring. We too will lose our own selves under the influence of the Elden Ring and be controlled primarily by the Elden Beast. It is Gideon who should have inspired such thoughts in us in the main game.
Who's to say whether we'll remain who we are once the fight is finished? What do you think? As one who aspires to become Elden Lord.
In NIGHTREIGN, it becomes clear that the ending in which Wylder takes on the role of Night Lord is not a good ending. This also corresponds to the actual circumstances in Elden Ring. Becoming Elden Lord simply means becoming the next vessel for the Elden Ring and the Elden Beast. The Dawn ending, the end of the night, is the actual good ending. But what is the symbolic meaning of it? And why is the lands between shown with the Earth Tree at the end? Let's take another look at it. The most important clues are often small and inconspicuous. Right from the first few seconds, one thing becomes clear. The relationship between the falling leaves and the grace, which seemingly brings the dead back to life. Here it becomes clear once again that the falling leaves contain the grace of the Earth Tree. This is what brings the giant back to life, just as it did with Godwyn. Finally, the giant looks at the Earth Tree, but turns away from it and wanders off into the distance. The complete symbolic meaning of the Dawn ending cinematic is as follows. A giant is revived by the falling leaves and the grace they contain, and turns away from the Earth Tree. The Dawn ending is about the end of the night. In relation to the main game, it is about the actual good ending. It is about Godwyn, who is reawakened by the falling leaves and the grace they contain, and who resists the call of the Elden Ring. Turning away from the call of the Elden Ring to become the next Elden Lord is the actual good ending, in which the Elden Beast and the Elden Ring and Order no longer exist. The end of the Elden Ring, and thus the Age of the Stars, is the hoped-for future of Marika, Godwyn and the others. To make the parallels even clearer, I would also like to address the story of the Duchess in this video. The interpretation of the Duchess as a parallel to Melina will still be incomplete in this video, as Melina has a lot more lore than you might think. I will nevertheless note some references, but will not discuss them in detail. While the Wylder's story is about becoming the next Night Lord, among other things, the Duchess story is primarily about saving the Wylder's life. let's take a look at the Duchess as a parallel to Melina. One of the first items we receive in NIGHTREIGN, which apparently belongs to the Duchess, is the old pocket watch. Inside it says, Old Pocket Watch. A well-kept antique pocket watch engraved with an intricate design, likely a prized possession. The influence of the encroaching night clung to the expecting woman, preventing her from ever giving birth. The only means to break it meant the sacrifice of her life. But the curse of night lived on, in both the orphan and in this keepsake, whose hands tell only twisted time. This dark power is both a badge of lost innocence and the very thing that allows its owner to fight back. The old pocket watch, described as a prized possession, is what the Duchess had actually hidden in the box. The choice of words, prized possession, is exactly the same as that used in the Virtuous Thief's Key. Virtuous Thief's Key. The Duchess once lived under the Viscount's roof, where she applied herself as a virtuous thief. She locked the tools of her trade inside a box of prized possessions, which she hid in a dim cellar. It was the old pocket watch that was hidden in the Duchess box, and the only explanation for why the key was with the iron minion and how the old pocket watch could have gone missing is that it was the iron minion. The iron minion made the old pocket watch go missing and put the torn out paper scrap in its place to manipulate the Wylder. It is the old pocket watch, a tool belonging to Duchess, which she uses as a thief and which defines her as the thief that she is. The iron minion, on the other hand, wants her to remain solely the priestess and was the one who talked her out of being a thief. Only when she got her pocket watch back from us did she resume her role as a thief. She dislikes the role of priestess. It was the iron minion who forced her into the role of the priestess. Here again is the moment when we return the pocket watch to the Duchess.
I've had quite enough of all the ceremony. Now I'm ready to get my hands dirty.
Let's now take a closer look at the description. The description tells of a woman who was supposed to give birth to someone but was prevented from doing so. In the end, she had no choice but to sacrifice her own life to give life to a certain someone. Do these circumstances sound familiar to you? It is about Marika, who was supposed to give Godwyn new life, but Radagon's Golden Order prevented her from doing so. In the end, Marika had no choice but to sacrifice her life and shatter the Elden Ring in the hope that Godwyn would eventually be resurrected. The dark power and the purple stone in the pocket watch are a reference to Melina's purple eye. The parallel now makes even more sense. Just as Duchess hides her old pocket watch with the purple gemstone containing dark power, Melina hides her purple eye, which is connected to destined death. So let's take a look at the story of the Duchess as a parallel to Melina. Chapter 1. A letter from the Iron Menial, written shortly after the Duchess was summoned to the Round Table Hold. We have awaited your arrival with great anticipation. As priestess, you shall guide the Round Table Hold to victory over the Night Lord. I was chosen to assist you in whatever way I can. The garden is graced with beautiful flowers, and the study filled with rare books, new and old, by all manner of authors and on every subject fathomable. If I may ask, what are your preferences for meals? I will serve whatever you wish. One last thing, perhaps you'd be amicable to a change of attire. You are a righteous thief no longer. Now you are the honorable priestess of the Hold. From the last lines, we can see that it was the Iron Menial who imposed the role of priestess on the Duchess. However, I would like to highlight one other line. The Iron Menial asks the Duchess about her preferred meals. This topic will become important later on. Chapter 2. A letter from the Iron Menial, written after the Wylder was summoned to the Round Table Hold. I trust that our newly welcomed champion has had a moment to gain his bearings. He appears to have sustained injuries in the outside world before he was drawn here. Rest assured, I will make certain that he is properly cared for. In any case, I am delighted to welcome a new Nightfarer to our family. He seems to be the master of a very large sword. No doubt, he will make good use of it in our campaign against the Night. This chapter makes it clear that the Wylder has suffered serious injuries, but also possesses a large sword which symbolizes the Wylder's great strength. The Iron Menial wants to take care of the Wylder. Chapter 3. A routine letter from the Iron Menial concerning everyday affairs. Baking the bread you requested is proving to be far more difficult than expected. I've recruited the Raider to assess the results of my trials, and surely this will help me approach your specifications. Which reminds me, the Raider said he wishes to speak to you about something. Perhaps you might pay him a visit? Here too, there is talk of a specific meal that the Iron Menial wants to prepare. The Iron Menial is having difficulty finding the recipe for a very specific type of bread. The Raider seems to be familiar with the taste of this bread.
You have a moment. Something's been troubling me. Maybe you could help. It's the lad with the great sword. He seems off. Just stares into the distance when I talk to him. I have an inkling the constant combat might be taking its toll. Maybe you'd have better luck than me if you tried to get him to talk.
This part of the story, as a parallel, is about Godfrey, who is concerned about Godwyn's condition. Godwyn may have arrived in Stormveil, but without Marika he cannot be fully reborn.
Well, I take it you need something. Come back once I've finished mending my tools. Alright?
The statement that the Wylder will only be ready to talk again once he has finished repairing his tools is a metaphor. It refers to Godwyn, whose soul is struggling with death and needs healing.
So, how was he? Not looking good, I take it. Times like these, finding something simple to focus on can help clear the mind. Maybe you could get him something to tune up his weaponry. Keeping a trusted tool in top condition always makes me feel better, for one.
The Duchess procures golden dew for the Wylder to repair armaments. The golden dew states, liquid plant extract that is highly effective at repairing armaments. Harvested in indeterminate locations across the lands between, but only by those who are aware of its useful properties. This viscous oil can be extracted by squeezing the flower, seeds and all. Some call the liquid golden dew owing to its lustrous yellow hue.
I can use that, but where did you learn it works for weapon care? Did I? Well, not that it matters. Here you go. A token of thanks.
The use of repairing weapons is still the same metaphor at this point. It is about healing Godwyn's condition. The Duchess receives faded iron coins in exchange for the golden dew. These coins say, faded iron coins of a faraway land received from the Wylder. A nomadic tribe used these coins in trades with settled tribes to purchase supplies to support their isolated lifestyle. These coins, produced from the Wylder's pocket, are icily cold. The Duchess receives these coins after presenting the Wylder with the golden dew. These coins are described as ice cold. I am sure that these coins represent references to Godwyn's survival and the plan of Marika. For this reason, the coins are described as ice cold. The ice theme is also used here as a reference to Marika. One of the coins depicts the wings of 3 hawks and a crescent moon. Another depicts a kind of dragon. The third and most clearly depicted coin represents wind in a simplified way. This coin reappears at the end of the Duchess' remembrance and apparently symbolizes Torrent, who ultimately brings Melina and Godwyn together and thus plays an incredibly important role in Godwyn's survival. This part of the remembrance parallels the event in which Melina is giving Godwyn the flasks of crimson and cerulean tears. These are far more significant than one might initially think. The coins symbolize various things that ultimately contributed to Godwyn's survival. These are described as ice cold because Marika was the one behind the entire plan for Godwyn's resurrection. The Duchess then speaks again with the Raider, the Revenant and the Iron Menial.
Managed to help our friend, did you? Thanks. I like a woman who wants to pitch in. Let's see how things are going to play out before we meddle any further. And pray the passage of time does our work for us. One more thing. The doll's looking for you. Go and see her.
There you are. Forgive me, but I didn't want anyone to overhear. The Wylder won't remain among the living much longer. The vitality in him is all too little. All that's left is the lees. In this form, I am attuned to life's ebb and flow. As the Round Table's custodian, you must decide on the proper course of action.
It is your choice whether to allow him to continue fighting.
Is something the matter, my lady? His vitality ebbs low, does it? There is no cause for concern. He is yet able to fight. However, should we accomplish our great mission and cast down the Night Lord, he will depart this life. Even so, we must continue to walk our path. That is your ultimate desire, is it not?
The Iron Menial points out to the Duchess that the Wylder will depart this life at the end of his mission. Could it be that the Iron Menial is trying to manipulate the Duchess and talk her out of any hope of Wylder's recovery? Is the Iron Menial telling the Duchess this because he already expects the Wylder to take on the role of the next Night Lord? Chapter 4. A letter from the Iron Menial that appears to have been rewritten several times. I know you are worried for the Wylder, but such things happen more than you might imagine. It appears that the injuries he sustained in the outside world before his arrival here have made him terribly weak. If we should defeat the Night Lord as we yearn to do, I am afraid the Wylder may not return alive. And yet we must carry on, as tragic as it is. This chapter makes it clear that the Iron Menial is trying to talk the Duchess out of any hope for the Wylder's recovery. Chapter 5. A letter from the Iron Menial written in an anxious, scrawled script. My Lady Priestess, I am well aware of your grave concern for the Wylder. You should know that when I checked in on him, he appeared to be making preparations of his sort. And today, he is nowhere to be seen. The Wylder's weakened constitution places him at risk. Please seek him out. He should be somewhere inside the Round Table hold. This chapter is particularly important. It states that the Iron Menial is worried and has anxiously written down his words in the letter. He observed the Wylder making preparations and then disappearing. These circumstances parallel Radagon and the Elden Beast, who were deceived by Godwyn and the others on the night of the Black Knives. Godwyn has disappeared and Radagon and the Elden Beast are clueless where he might be. When we set out as the Duchess to search for the Wylder, we discover that the Wylder has left footprints behind. Some manner of powder has been spilled. Footprints can be seen leading on. In exactly the same way, Godwyn has left traces, which we found in the form of posthumous insists of the Prince of Death. Furthermore, the Wylder seems to have cooked something. The work surface still feels faintly warm. A rich aroma drifts from somewhere. Finally, the Wylder is found hidden against the wall, and the Duchess tastes the bread baked to perfection. The taste is a wistful reminder of childhood.
That's how we make it, back at home. Good, right? I'm glad you like it. Have as much as you want. I made more than I need. My mother taught me the recipe. It keeps well and won't leave you hungry. Just something I like to do. To remember and to clear my mind.
The bread in question is the following. Pita bread. Flat bread with a rich aroma offered by the Wylder. The traditional food of a nomadic tribe from a distant, vast grassland, passed down from mother to son. I know this, the gently sweet and salty flavor of this pita. Baking the pita bread is a metaphor for realization of the Night of the Black Knives. This is now the third time that the cooking metaphor has been used. In previous chapters, we already identified the cooking metaphor in the Horns and Grandam and Scorpion Stew, as well as in Big Boggart and the boiled prawn and crab. The Horns and Grandam and her Scorpion Stew represents Marika planning and executing the Night of the Black Knives. Big Boggart, together with the boiled prawn and crab, represents how Godwyn was also involved in the Night of the Black Knives and played the central role. The cooking metaphor in NIGHTREIGN is about Godwyn, who cooks the Night of the Black Knives and got the corresponding recipe from his mother. In addition, pita bread, which is also considered the oldest bread in the world, has cultural and symbolic significance. In many Middle Eastern traditions, sharing pita bread is an act of profound communal bonding. Breaking bread collectively, a ritual practice across cultures, takes on heightened significance with pita representing shared historical past, collective identity, and familial connection. The recipe is usually passed down by the mothers. The Wylder shares his bread with the Duchess, which highlights their family bond. The fact that the Duchess is familiar with this bread symbolizes how Melina was also involved in the Night of the Black Knives and knew about the plan. The Raider, and thus Godfrey, is also familiar with the taste of the bread as mentioned earlier. The recipe ultimately comes from the Wylder's mother, a reference to Marika as Godwyn's mother. The Duchess then goes to the Aremenial.
Is something the matter, my lady? I see. The Wylder cooked up something that reminded you of your childhood. Now, I don't suppose... Well, unless... Who provided you with the food in question? Oh, then the two of you must be... I am in disbelief. It's nothing short of a miracle. Now, though this is by no means bad news, I must press upon you. We are here to bring an end to the Night Lord. Do not let this revelation tempt you from the path.
In the end, even the Aremenial learns that the Wylder is Duchess' brother. The Aremenial, trying to figure out the recipe, represented how Radagon and the Elden Beast tried to uncover the real events of the Night of the Black Knives. Just like the Aremenial discovers that the Wylder and the Duchess are sister and brother, the Elden Beast and Radagon too discover the true events of the Night of the Black Knives. Chapter 6. A letter from the Aremenial, written with even greater care than usual. Those who fare against the night find that even their most cherished memories eventually dissipate. It is nothing less than a miracle that you've restored your memories of your brother. I understand how concerned you must be for what lies ahead, but there's one thing we must never forget. We were beckoned here for one reason, and one reason only, to bring an end to the Night Lord. Many among us are gravely concerned for you, my lady priestess, the Raider especially so. Perhaps you should lend him your ear. A hastily written scribble that reads, "Cowardice ill becomes you. I await you at the shore." The Revenant challenges the Duchess. They both fight.
I yield. Do you see now? You are strong, and only the strong can wield true power. The weak have no such privilege, but with strength comes the burden of duty. Did it never occur to you that this is precisely why you are here? Take this, if you understand me. Now, not a word of this to anyone.
The Duchess then received the crown medal from the Revenant.
You really don't hold back, do you? I was only trying to give you a nudge, and you practically ground me into the dust. Well, now I know where I stand in your eyes.
How about we take to the seas together? You remind me of VIII. I could see you reading the winds just as well. What say you?
What is it now? Got something funny to say? Apparently not. Go on then, spit it out. The two of you were brother and sister all along. Reminds me of an old tale, if you'll indulge me. I wasn't much of a pirate, but out at sea every man who toiled by my side was my brother. There was this younger kid who looked up to me. Must have figured me for an older brother. Till one day, we had a falling out. Things got so bad, the sailors snuck off on land without saying a word. I didn't think much of it. Thought it was a bid for a little attention. But I never once saw the kid again. When you let your passions get the best of you, things have an awful way of going south. Keep your cool, lest you do anything you come to regret. All right, a meager lesson it might have been, but perhaps you'll glean something from it. Worry not, that's all I've in mind to teach right now. Thanks for letting me bend your ear.
At this point, the Raider compares the Duchess to VIII. In fact, VIII is also a parallel to Melina. The story of the Raider and VIII also reflects events from the forgotten history of Godfrey and Melina. Then the Duchess is visiting VIII's grave and receives VIII's words. VIII's words, the dying words of the apprentice VIII, addressed to a former mate. Captain, I've found a wind that carries me farther, faster. VIII's fascinations changed like the days of the week, to the chagrin of the single-minded crew, but not being one for regrets. The first mate was unperturbed by what others said. Going by the self-appointed title of Apprentice of a Great Pirate, VIII found that dreams could come true even if they might take a lifetime. No wonder she so cherished the wind. Here again it is about Melina, Torrent, and her wish to help Godwyn to survive. To perhaps make it clear to you that VIII also reflects part of Melina's story, I would now like to show you the corresponding reference in the main game. There's also a very special gravestone in the lands between. In the minor Erdtree church, we found the echo in which Marika talks about exploring the roots of the Golden Order. This was the moment when Marika discovered the terrible truth and began her rebellion against the Greater Will. Marika and Melina began to resist the Greater Will and forge a plan. And it is exactly here that we find a solitary gravestone. At this gravestone we find 3 smoldering butterflies. This grave is dedicated to none other than Melina. Here too, the number 3 is used to create an association with death. The smoldering butterfly symbolizes Melina as a kindling maiden. After the Duchess visits VIII's gravestone, she speaks to the Raider again.
How about we take to the seas together? You remind me of VIII. I could see you reading the winds just as well. What say you? Are you sure of this? Damned fool. Why not just tell me? The kid went out like a warrior. Not the bad way, all things considered. Thank you. I might never have known, and didn't expect to. That settles it. Now I'm sure. Take this, would you? You said you were on the fence. Well, My advice has changed. I say refuse the choice. Who says that when you choose one path, you forego the other? It's your journey. Take all the paths you like. I know you won't let it come to nothing. Take it from me. You'll be good as gold.
I will discuss the symbolic meaning of the double-sided coin and present the complete interpretation of this part of the Duchess story in future videos. Chapter 7. A letter from the Iron Menial that was torn up and discarded without ever reaching its addressee. As you are well aware, my Lady Priestess, you are bound to the Round Table Hold. But if the object were not born of flesh and blood, it could venture beyond the Round Table Hold. But to make such a thing possible, the Duchess clutched the paper scraps in her hand, as if clinging to a fleeting dream. This chapter deals with a piece of information from the Iron Menial that was torn up and discarded. The Iron Menial ultimately did not want this letter and this information to reach the Duchess. However, the Duchess found it and is still clinging to a fleeting dream, to save someone very special. Chapter 8. A letter from the Iron Menial that was torn to pieces, then later patched together. But to make such a thing possible, to connect the Wylder in the outside world before he draws any closer to death, we require a fetish. Such a bond could be established if the object that he kept on his person was to receive a blessing. But the chances of success are slim indeed, and I cannot bear to think of leaving you, Lady Priestess, all alone. Blessed Iron Coin. An iron coin imbued with a small blessing by the priestess, emits a faint warmth. The girl made a wish to the mechanical doll, that a blessing would reach him, a blessing that could open the eyes of one who is already dead but refuses to accept it. We receive the blessed coin from the golden shadow in the Round Table. This golden shadow represents Marika. If we take a closer look at the coin, we can see that it is the coin with the symbol for wind. The golden shadow that gives Duchess the blessed coin with a symbol for wind represents Marika, who sends Melina together with Torrent on her way to Godwyn. This happened shortly before Marika shattered herself and the Elden Ring. On the one hand, Marika tasked Melina with finding Godwyn using Torrent. However, the blessing that Godwyn receives after the shattering of the Elden Ring unfortunately comes with the manipulation of the Elden Ring. This is why the language of light is also depicted. Ultimately, there was no other way to resurrect Godwyn. The Duchess finds a note from the Iron Menial. A note from the Iron Menial which reads, "I am gone to tidy up the crypt below. I hope you too are making the occasional visit, my Lady Priestess." The fact that the Iron Menial is cleaning the crypt symbolizes that the bound souls will soon begin their task. The tarnished will soon rise because the Elden Ring will be shattered.
My Lady Priestess, finally you are here. When the Round Table's purpose is served, each sin is absolved and everyone is sent back. The Round Table itself will become unmoored from the outside world. I suspect nothing of this place will remain, unless the impossible should occur. My lady, I shall accompany you till the very end. What have we here? Are you asking that I go to the Wylder? I must refuse. If I did, you would be left truly alone, my Lady Priestess. It is much too cruel. Much too cruel.
This part is about Melina wishing for the shattered grace to find its way to Godwyn. To do this, however, Marika must shatter herself and the Elden Ring. The fact that the Iron Menial initially resists shows that this is not in the Elden Beast's interest. But in the end, it should still happen. Marika gained the upper hand and shattered the Elden Ring.
Apologies for my petulance just now. I should respect your wishes. Of course. I will see the task is done.
The Duchess then meets the Wylder.
I know. You don't need to tell me twice. It's the whole reason I'm here. I vow to slay the fiend with my own 2 hands.
After meeting with the Wylder, the Duchess speaks to the Araminiel again and shows him the barret she received from the Wylder.
What's that you're sporting? Did you pinch it from the Wylder? That was hardly very becoming of you. Fine. I'll keep mum for now. You remain as extravagant as ever. Oh, most ambitious madam. I'll always remember that side of you.
The fact that the Araminiel dislikes Duchess' appearance together with the barret from the Wylder is further evidence that the Araminiel has something against the connection between the Wylder and the Duchess. It is the connection between Melina and Godwyn that makes it possible to put an end to the Elden Beast. Chapter 9. A letter addressed to the Araminiel. To a dear friend who has always been true. Please follow the blessed bond and safeguard my brother's life. To this end, we must first lay the Night Lord to rest. We need not sacrifice one goal for the other. We can achieve both. My resolve no longer wavers, not while I am graced with this barret. The first line contains hidden irony, as the Araminiel is actually the one who acts manipulatively and aptly represents a parallel to the Elden Beast. The blessing that the Wylder is supposed to receive is the scattered grace that Godwyn is supposed to receive and ultimately comes from the shattered Elden Ring. The shattering of the Elden Lord Radagon and the Elden Ring is ultimately also the event that will hopefully awaken Godwyn again. Melina's faith and bond with Godwyn is what gives her strength. If you look closely at the Duchess' barret, you can see that it is the Wylder's belt buckle. Both have given each other a piece of the clothing, symbolizing their faith in each other. Even the design of the champions and their abilities reflect some parts of the hidden story of the corresponding parallels. The Wylder as a Godwyn parallel, for example, has the abilities Sixth Sense, which allows to cheat death a single time, Claw Shot, which launches a grappling claw to rope foes in or move swiftly by retracting, and Onslaught Stake, which is a powerful single attack that launches an iron stake with a great explosion. The Sixth Sense ability fits perfectly with Godwyn's story, which is about how he escaped death. The Claw Shot fits Godwyn incredibly well with the story of the Flightless bird telling the story of Godwyn's escape. The Onslaught Stake ability uses the device on Wylder's arm. This represents a winged creature whose head resembles a dragon. This could also fit Godwyn's story. We also find symbolism on the weapons, which serve as references to Godwyn's story. The hilt of the Wylder's greatsword resembles Marika's crucified posture. It is also corroded by the power of the night, symbolizing Marika's death. The half of the greatsword corroded by the power of the night represents Melina's death. The description states, Wylder's greatsword. A single-edged greatsword that is tattered and dull, worn beyond repair but ingrained with unrelenting vengeance. This weapon recalls the numerous foes felled by the Wylder. Strike, smash, gouge, any foe's game, as long as a weapon is handy. The deaths of all his companions, including Marika and Melina, turned the Wylder, and therefore Godwyn, into the last Revenger. The Wylder's shield seems to contain a reference to Torrent. The description reads, Wylder's small shield. A small wooden round shield. It is light and easy to handle, but cannot offer the damage negation of a metal shield. The crest on the shield, of a particular style of a faraway land, is interpreted as a depiction of grasslands and blowing winds. It's not just because it depicts blowing winds that it's probably a reference to Torrent. The three figures on the shield are reminiscent of horse heads. The three horse heads symbolize Torrent's death. Torrent also died a long time ago and only then became the spectral steed, just as Melina died and subsequently only appears as a spirit. The horse crest wooden shield in the main game was probably already hinting at the same circumstances. Here too, it already hinted at Torrent's death. In addition, the Wylder small shield also features a depiction of wind with 4 lines. These symbolize the great fortune that Torrent continued to exist as a spectral steed and supported Godwyn and Melina in their fight against the Elden Beast. There are also small references in the dialogues and other places. Between the Wylder and the Arminiel, the one who awakens the Wylder in his story, is the church bell symbol of Stormveil. A small reference to the circumstances in which Godwyn is awakened by the message of the Greater Will and the Elden Beast. When talking to the Wylder, he tells us the following, among other things.
We've seen our share of sacrifice, but we always knew there would be a cost. I ask myself how I'm still alive, and all I can think is sheer luck.
It is a reference to the circumstances that Godwyn survived only by sheer luck and was resurrected in the end. It is a reference to all the clues associated with the number 4, whereby the number 4 stands for great luck. The Revenant also alludes to the circumstances that she and the Wylder are seeking revenge. In reality, it is about Marika and Godwyn who are seeking revenge.
My resentment has festered far too long to be so easily assuaged. You as well, if my instincts still serve me.
The Revenant is a parallel to Marika, and Miyazaki and FromSoft didn't hype up the Revenant trailer for no reason. They released the Revenant trailer last and even produced a completely separate trailer with the soundtrack Bring Me to Life for a reason. Do you really think this was just a fun idea? The trailer shows the Revenant resurrecting the Wylder because in reality it's not about the Revenant and the Wylder, but about none other than Marika and Godwyn. It's still about the same story. The story of how Marika sacrificed herself and shattered the Elden Ring to bring Godwyn, who was slumbering in the Chapel of Anticipation, back to life.
Huh?